Chapter 459, The First Big City. Flame Castle. This is the castle of Duke Andrea of the Vera Principality. In terms of the magnificence of the castle, it is even better than the Golden Feather Palace. Duke Andrea sat on the throne, listening to the Herald Zack reporting the detailed battle situation of the Black Gold Brotherhood and the compensation for those who sacrificed but were of higher status. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Although the Vera Principality did not directly participate in this battle, the Black Gold Brotherhood was their thug. Andrea did not expect that the Wushan Castle's division of troops would actually uproot the forces he supported. That was not 1 or 2 knight squads, but 5 knight groups, and there were 3 meteor knights leading them. They were completely wiped out. As Andrea, who had always had a grudge against Lowlands, was very troubled by such news. On the one hand, he was heartbroken that 3 meteor knights died in this battle, and on the other hand, the enemy became stronger and stronger, which he didn't want to see. Sir, should we continue to gather troops in the Black Pine Mountain area and look for opportunities to enter the Wushan territory again? The Herald Zack bowed and asked. Andrea shook his head. No. This kind of small fight is not a big deal for Wushan territory. If there is a real fight, it must be the Principality of Vera who will take action personally, not relying on the armed organizations that are temporarily supported. But if we really want to fight, besides considering what name to start the fight, we also have to consider whether it is worth it. Now it seems that it is not worth it. Thinking of this, Andrea couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Originally, there was a civil war in the kingdom of Trisha, and Farrens came to him, wanting to use the aliens in Moonlight Valley to start a war in Wushan territory, and then let the war spread in the kingdom and even affect Jinyu City. In this way, they can gain greater benefits in the chaos. Now Wushan territory not only resists pressure, but also solves the key point of Moonlight Valley. The trigger for the civil war is gone, and his plan with Farrens and Screaming Island is gone. To a certain extent, the actions of Lowlands and Ronan have also solved some troubles for Bruno. It seems that we really have to respond to Bruno's call and send troops to the kingdom of Trisha. If we can't get any benefits within the kingdom, we can only turn our attention to other places. However, they have a prejudice against King Bruno from the bottom of their hearts. It is more painful to let the other father and son expand their territory and even rebuild the empire than to kill them. In fact, it is not only Andrea, but also Duke Farrens and Screaming Island are very uncomfortable. Especially Screaming Island. This time, Myron directly let the Viscount of Crescent Island lead the team, resulting in the direct loss of a powerful warrior on Screaming Island. The key is that Myron can't figure out how he was defeated. Why did the Rapids Island, which was led by 5 warships, Meteor Knights, and a Silver Knight Karada, win? Unable to figure out the reason for the failure, Myron can only shrink his strategy and no longer think about Rapids Island. 1 blow is better than 100. The Battle of Wushan territory completely solved the border problem of the past 30 years. A few days later, Ronan and others withdrew to Onbian City with a lot of money. The next step is to compensate the knights and soldiers who died in the battle. Whether it is Lowlands or Ronan, a large amount of gold coins will be spent on this. At the same time, land will be rewarded to the families of the victims, and a certain degree of tax will be exempted. Ronan only formulated the policy for this matter, and he does not need to worry about the specific implementation. Sir, according to the current statistics, there are nearly 20,000 people in Moonlight Valley who are willing to migrate to your territory. Joffrey, who was born in the Savage tribe, now also commands the military affairs of the Stone City and has a high status in the Wubei territory. At that time, he was determined to follow Ronan's goal, and now it has been achieved. But Joffrey knew that he could go further, because the lord in front of him was not a mortal. Only 20,000 people? This number was less than he imagined. Although Mephisto converted 200,000 or 300,000 people into the Wuhuan clan, Moonlight Valley was an earldom that had been developed for many years, and the loss of 200,000 or 300,000 was only half of it. Joffrey explained. Many of them felt that the war was over and did not want to leave their homes. Some were pulled over by Baron Philip and others, and their territory was also short of people. Ronan nodded slightly. I see. 20,000 people are not bad. Move them all to Boulder City and Red Mountain Town. Tell Saran to speed up the mining of Red Mountain Iron Mine. I need more iron ore. The better? Yes. Sir, I'll do it right away. Joffrey was delighted. The more people in the city he managed, the more knights he would produce, and the easier it would be to form a knight team. Although it was difficult to resettle these 20,000 people, the food obtained from this looting, the victory was enough to support their consumption. After dealing with the affairs of the shore city, Ronan performed the wind shadow technique, and his huge transparent wings spread out. He flew over the city at a very fast speed and rushed towards the Purple Thunder territory. In fact, he had received the victory report from Makin 2 days ago. Not only were the enemies who invaded the territory eliminated, but even Black Pine Mountain had been recaptured. Makin also reported the results of the battle to Ronan. In addition to armor, protective gear, war horses, and food, the main thing was population. There were already many people in Black Pine Mountain. In addition, in order to feed the newly added knights and seek expansion into Wushan territory, a large number of people gathered here as logistics. Now that Black Pine Mountain has been occupied by Wushan territory, some caravans or individuals in the Principality of Vera cannot continue to supply food here, and the 80,000 to 90,000 people left behind will soon fall into famine. Makin knew that Ronan was concerned about the population problem, so he immediately discussed with Malonica, Kabir and others, and took more than 36,000 people back to Zile City. With the food surplus of Zile territory and the recent autumn harvest, it is not a problem to accept so many people. The speed of the wind shadow technique is indeed fast. 2 hours later, Ronan arrived at Zile Castle. In fact, if he drove at full speed, it would only take an hour. But that would consume too much, and the magic power could not support it. "My lord, you are here." Makin came out to greet him. "Congratulations, Makin, for fighting such a beautiful battle. This is the result of the cooperation of several knights." Makin was still as steady as ever, and acted modestly. "Without your strength, this battle would not have been won so easily. The enemy had 5 knight orders. If it weren't for Makin, Malonica alone would not have been able to defeat the 3 meteor knights. Have you done everything I asked you to do?" Makin led Ronan into the study. "After receiving your letter, I asked Simon to do it. I compiled the data last night." Hearing this name, Ronan couldn't help but think of the young magician who took the initiative to join him that day. "How did Simon perform?" "He performed well," Makin said. "I plan to let him be my deputy." Ronan nodded slightly. He just needed to let Makin decide on these matters. He didn't need to worry about everything. He came to the table and opened the list in the middle. The specific number of captives brought back from Black Pine Mountain this time was 36,122. Together with the 68,000 natives of Purple Thunder City, the number of people in this city now exceeds 100,000. Not to mention how 100,000 people will live in the future. This number has already reached the level of a large city required by the Attack the City achievement. So, when Ronan saw this number, a line of text appeared in front of him. Attack the City achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 2,000. Energy essence plus 4,000. Chapter 460. Promotion again. Luo Ning had always thought that his first city with a population of 100,000 should be Wubei City. But he didn't expect it to be Zile territory. He looked at the achievement panel. After completing this level, the next 6th level requires him to have 3 cities with a population of more than 100,000 at the same time, and reward 8,000 attribute points and 16,000 energy essence. Although the reward is generous, the difficulty is not small. Luo Ning looked at the words simultaneously on the achievement requirements. He originally wanted to take advantage of the loophole and move the population in the territory here and there to make up 100,000 people. But now it seems that there should be no loophole to take advantage of. In the remaining territory, Wubei City can become a big city with the 100,000 people sent by the royal family. In addition, the most potential is Giant Stone City, with the more than 10,000 people who migrated from Moonlight Valley this time. The population of Giant Stone City has reached 50,000, which is still half short. There are already more than 20,000 people in Wubei Port. We can split 20,000 people sent by His Majesty the King and enter Wushan territory from Dennis Port and transfer them to Giant Stone City. After making up his mind, Ronan turned his attention to the attribute panel. After a few days of accumulation, plus the achievement reward he just received, he now has 2,126 attribute points and 24120 energy essence. He allocated 1,000 attribute points to the magician level, which expanded his spiritual perception range to about 5 miles, and greatly improved his magic endurance. Now, Relying on the wind shadow technique, he can completely rush back to Wubei territory by himself. However, Ronan needs to consider the accumulated more than 20,000 energy essences. Now McKinn's level progress has reached the Silver Moon level, 9025/10,000. Although less than 1,000 energy essences are needed to complete the progress. If he wants to break through to become a Silver Moon, he needs additional energy essences to improve his qualifications. Ronan estimated that this additional consumption will not be less than 10,000 points. The same is true for Elrin. And he needs to consume more to improve his qualifications. As for Rydar, his current strength is sufficient. And even if he wants to improve, he can only add points sporadically. Moreover, if Rydar's progress is full, he will also face the problem of improving his qualifications. Among the 3 people and 1 dragon, only Carlos has legendary qualifications. Moreover, the deterrence brought by the dragon is no weaker than that of the Sun Knight. Of course, the dragon also has disadvantages. That is, the body is too large. In addition to fighting and killing, many things are more convenient for people to do, considering that the current Silver Moon level is already a top powerhouse. Ronan decided to invest more than 20,000 energy essences in Carlos after some thought. When the population of the territory reaches 500,000 and the 20,000 energy essences are obtained as a reward for the achievement of population prosperity, we can consider whether to promote McKinn. That night, Zile Castle held a celebration banquet. Ronan met Simon, who practiced both magic and martial arts, and a dozen professional knights brought by McKinn. It is said that before the battle, McKinn had nearly 50 professional knights under his command, and almost half of them were lost after the battle. Next, recruiting professional knights and forming their own knight group on the border as soon as possible is still the key task. After the banquet, Ronan summoned McKinn and Simon separately, mainly to discuss the population problem of Zile's city. There are definitely problems caused by more than 30,000 captives. Ronan allowed Simon to disperse these people to various towns to relieve the pressure. However, the population of 100,000 people must be maintained in the city in the end. For this reason, infrastructure and land planning need to be reconsidered. And there is no need to be reluctant to spend money to recruit such professional talents from other places. And the wages of the workers should also be paid. After all, only when money is circulated can the city prosper. Moreover, Ronan's gold coins are close to 600,000 now. Magic potions and various commodities in the territory are still making a lot of money. And the gold coins can't be spent at all. 3 days later, on the vast ocean, Ronan was flying fast with the wind shadow technique. After he returned to Wubei territory from Zile territory, he first went back to Wubei territory. At Wubei port, Ronan saw the pirate ship captured by Simon. Since Screaming Island attacked Wubei port, the other party would definitely not let go of the isolated Rapids Island. So Ronan rushed to Rapids Island as fast as possible to see the situation there. But when he was halfway there, a strong wind suddenly blew on the sea. Whoosh, a huge black shadow shuttled through the blue sky and stopped in front of Ronan, causing a storm. "Master, why didn't you call me when you came here?" It turned out to be Carlos, who came on his own initiative. "I was afraid that something might happen to Rapids Island, so I didn't call you. If the Screaming Island was attacking the Rapids Island, Ronan would just call Carlos. With this guy's character, he would definitely abandon the battlefield and come straight to Ronan. The battle on Rapids Island has ended. Master, I have been patrolling the sea these days, and have not found any suspicious ships." Carlos did not have the slightest dragon arrogance in front of Ronan. He was more like a diligent worker. Ronan's mouth curled up slightly. He did not expect that the Screaming Island and the Principality of Vera would actually cooperate so well, which made him look like a man who had planned everything out. "How was the result of the battle?" Carlos flapped his wings twice, as if he was patting his chest. "With me here, those guys were defeated before they even got close to the port." As for the results of the battle, Carlos was not clear. He only knew that there were several enemy ships anchored at the port, and that Karada and Reese had captured a lot of people, including the Meteor Knight, who was crushed by him. "Well done, Carlos. You can capture hostages alive," Ronan praised with a smile, and at the same time took a look at the opponent's strength progress, which was currently 1647/20,000. "Carlos, do you want to become an 8th level dragon?" 8th level? Carlos' eyes, which were bigger than copper bells, suddenly widened. He had just become a 7th level dragon not long ago, And he was going to be promoted again so soon? Ronan smiled and invested all 18,353 attribute points in Carlos. In an instant, the dragon turned into the eye of the vortex like last time, and all the elements of the world around it gathered towards it. This 30-meter-long giant suddenly grew again, reaching 50 meters directly, and its wingspan reached an astonishing 120 meters. Even Sophia's Dawnbreaker was not as long as Carlos's wingspan. While picking up 36 dragon scales with his mental power, Ronan sighed at the power of creatures like dragons. With such a body size, even if he was the opponent's master, he still felt a lot of oppression in front of it. In front of the dragon, his physique was too small. He looked at the opponent's level progress. Frostfire Wings Carlos, level 8, 0/50,000, plus his. Ronan couldn't help but take a breath. From level 8 to level 9. It actually takes a full 50,000 energy essences. With so many energy essences, Ronan estimated that he could upgrade both McKin and Elrin to level 9 Transcendence. Faced with such a huge progress demand, Ronan glanced at the remaining 5,767 energy essences and stopped investing. He sat on the dragon's back. Let's go. Let me see your fastest speed. Carlos made a happy whistle and flapped his wings violently, accompanied by a burst of air explosions. The huge dragon body flashed through the air, leaving a long afterimage. Although the current speed did not exceed the speed of sound, it was definitely faster than the 800 kilometers per hour of a civilian airliner. Too fast. Soon, the small island on the sea appeared in front of Ronan. Chapter 461: A Wave of Wealth on Rapids Island. A huge shadow once again covered the dock of Rapids Island, attracting the attention of the busy people. Although the people on the island have become familiar with the existence of dragons in these days, they still show awe every time they see them. Why does it feel like Mr. Dragon has grown bigger again? Kurata, who was busy repairing the warship, was a little puzzled. He had had many contacts with the dragon Carlos and had a certain understanding of it. It was obvious that the dragon was bigger today than before. Yes, it has indeed grown bigger. Reese, who had recently assisted in the defense of Rapids Island, nodded in agreement. He also felt the same way. At this time, Ronan used the wings of wind to jump off the dragon's back and landed steadily on the warship. It's the Lord! Kurata and Reese were stunned when they saw Ronan coming, and then greeted him enthusiastically. Other busy knights and sailors also bowed and saluted. If they were in awe of the dragon, then they were fanatically worshipping the dragon master in front of them. After Ronan briefly greeted everyone, he signaled everyone to continue the work at hand. I heard from Carlos that a total of 3 complete warships were captured in this battle. What about this one? He pointed to the ground and asked. Kurata explained, this ship was damaged a bit seriously. We just pulled it back in the past 2 days to see if it can be repaired. In addition, sir, in addition to these warships, we also seized 10 magic cannons, including 1 level 6 and 3 level 5, as well as nearly 1,000 arrows, and hundreds of high-quality armor and protective gear. Ronan's eyes lit up, and he showed joy. 10 magic cannons, 3 complete warships. Such a big loss. Even the Fleming family, the overlord of the sea, would feel the pain. Congratulations, Kurata. This time the Rapids Island has made a fortune. Speaking of which, Ronan can be said to have won the war in 4 directions this time. Kurata was very modest, indicating that the credit this time was basically Carlos's, and they were just helping. However, he also took advantage of this victory to make his own suggestions to Ronan. Sir, our port can hardly hold so many ships now. I want to expand it. But on the one hand, we lack the startup capital, and on the other hand, there are very few professional talents here. When there were only 1 or 2 ships in the past, Captain Vic could handle it with a few crew members and maintenance workers. But now there are more ships, and the port must be equipped with professional pilots. Otherwise there may be mistakes. What do you think? I plan to go to Nyoji Bay to recruit more people. But if they come to this currently very barren island, they must be offered a high price, and even some fields on the island. Ronan understood that Kurata had no money. He smiled and said, you are the governor of Rapids Island. You can decide how to build this island. Arming Rapids Island, and even building a dock here was Ronan's plan. It's just that Wubei Port has not been built yet, so there is no division of labor here. If Kurata can bring people over to start the work, Ronan can give financial support. I will give you 30,000 gold coins first, And you can recruit people without worry. Kurata's face was happy. Thank you for your generosity. I believe that Rapids Island will definitely be the most prosperous area in your territory in the future. Ronan couldn't help laughing. The downtrodden man who looked a little melancholy at the beginning is now living a more cheerful and motivated life. Last time you told me that Monroe flowers were found on the island. How are they now? Monroe flowers are one of the medicinal materials that assist in improving potions and are related to Elrond's making of magic potions. Lord Elrond has come to investigate and taught us how to plant them. With the amount of Monroe flowers on several hills on the island, as long as they are planted properly, they can last for many years. Ronan nodded. In the future, when you transport Monroe flowers, wood or other things to Wubei territory, you will settle with Wubei territory according to the normal sales. For the specific price and settlement method, you can go to Wubei territory to find Chahar to confirm it when you have time. He knew that the funds needed to build Rapids Island were far more than 30,000 gold coins. So he decided to use the resources on the island to support the economic cycle in the territory. Since there are resources on Rapids Island, then sell the resources to realize the circulation of money in the territory, which also avoids the problem of asking Ronan for money every time when he is short of money. It is okay for him to come to Rapids Island frequently. If he does not come here for more than half a year, then the development here will stagnate directly. Therefore, it is better to leave the construction and financial matters to the people below. After all, the territory is now large, and if you want to manage it well, you must form a system. Ronan only needs to be the creator and maintainer of the system. Rhys listened to the conversation between the two without interrupting, until the affairs of Rapids Island were basically discussed. He asked the doubts in his heart. Sir, since you have come to Rapids Island, does that mean that the battle in Moonlight Valley is over? My father, the battle of Moonlight Valley is over, and we have won a great victory. As for Pointed Horn City, don't worry. There are no so-called pirates attacking Port Dennis. In order to prevent the Screaming Island from attacking Port Dennis, Lowlands and Ronan discussed, and not only did not let Vitorino send troops to support, but also let Toru take the first Knights of Wushan Fort to defend Pointed Horn City. This is the first time in the past 30 years that Pointed Horn City has been protected by Wushan Fort. But unfortunately, the enemy did not come. Ronan briefly described the battle situation in Wushan territory, and the two of them were excited. Enemies on all sides, but victories on all sides. This is a great victory for Wushan territory. By the way, sir, we are also guarding a special prisoner. Rhys smiled and said, his identity is very special. Oh! Ronan immediately became interested. Who is it? Rhys glanced at Kurata, who smiled and said, it's the Lord of Crescent Island, Viscount Patridge. Before their warships came that day, Mr. Dragon grabbed Patridge with his claws. Although he saved his life, all the bones in his body were broken. Now he is lying in bed and can't take care of himself. I found a woman in Blue Sky Town to take care of him. Kurata still values such prisoners of status. And generally speaking, nobles will also receive certain preferential treatment when they are captured. Ronan has learned about Screaming Island and knows that Viscount Patridge of Crescent Island is a meteor knight. He couldn't help but smile sarcastically. This melon even sent out the meteor knights. It seems that he is determined to occupy the Rapids Island by force. Karadar also laughed. It's a pity that he didn't expect your dragon to be so powerful and had already deployed here. Let's go. Take me to see him. In the relatively clean little room, the female servant was taking a nap against the corner, and Patrick was groaning in pain on the boat. As a meteor knight, his physique is very strong. Even though all his bones were broken, he survived strongly. It will take a long time to recover. Hey, Aunt Coconut, what are you doing? Kurata's call directly pulled the woman out of her dream. She stood up in a panic while wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth. I'm sorry. Sir, I'm sorry. I just fell asleep accidentally. Kurata was a little embarrassed, and it was not easy to blame him. He waited to let him stand aside, and then led Ronan into the room. The smell of the room was not very good. The attentive knight Rhys opened the window and brought in fresh sea breeze. I'm sorry to let the Honorable Viscount of Crescent Island suffer in such a small room. The sudden sound of a stranger's voice made Patrick open his eyes. He had never seen Ronan, but he could judge the identity of the people from the attitudes of Kurata and Rhys. Baron of Rapids Island. Lord Ronan, it is very disgraceful to treat nobles like this. It is not aristocratic etiquette, and it damages the reputation of the Wushan family. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. It seems that your mental state is not bad, which is enough to prove that my governor gives you food and drink every day, and serves you well, and lets you sleep in this relatively clean bed. Hearing this, Patridge was a little crazy. Yes, he had food and drink. But what did he eat? In addition, the rough hands of this woman could rub scars on his skin. He thought he was also a noble who enjoyed a superior life. How could he have suffered such a crime? Ransom. I want to pay the ransom. Patridge shouted loudly. Crescent Island is willing to pay the ransom. Chapter 462, Rebellion. The ransom system occupies an important position in the war culture of the nobility, which is one of the reasons why Kurata treated Patrick with special favor after capturing him. Ronan smiled slightly, sat down on the stool next to him, and looked at the once high and mighty Viscount of Crescent Island calmly. Although Patrick was full of embarrassment and unwillingness at the moment, he was still aristocratic in his bones, and still retained a little majesty and arrogance. Ransom? Ronan's voice was a little playful. My dear Viscount, do you know that in my eyes, you are just a pirate who attempted to attack Rapid Island and my prisoner? Patrick froze, then suddenly became alert. Why? You want to kill me directly? Ronan said the most threatening words with a smile. Many nobles have died in my hands over the years. There is the Baron of Swamp Town far away, and the Earl of Moonlight Valley nearby. It doesn't seem to matter if you are one more. Patrick's eyes widened. You killed Jesus? Are you crazy? You even dare to kill His Majesty's brother? I have committed an unforgivable crime, so of course I can kill him. Ronan restrained his expression. Just like you, Patrick, with so many knights and magic cannons, trying to destroy my Rapids Island. This is also an unforgivable sin. No. 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 Patrick began to panic. He began to think that the young man in front of him was an impulsive guy. Maybe he would really not abide by the constraints of the nobles, and kill him directly. You misunderstood, Baron. I just want to negotiate business with the Rapids Island, and I have no intention of attacking you. Negotiation of business? Are you going to negotiate business with me with strong ships and powerful guns? Ronan couldn't help but feel a little funny when he heard it. Okay, Patrick. You probably don't know your situation yet. You disguised yourself as a pirate to attack my territory. Even if I really killed you, the Fleming family would not stand up for you and ask me for an explanation. They don't want to publicly admit their intention to attack me. He spread his hands. So I won't pay any price for your death. Patrick suddenly calmed down. He knew Ronan was right. Putting aside the arrogance in his heart, he had to look at the young noble in front of him again. The other party had a giant dragon that could gallop across the sea and made him powerless to resist. At the same time, it was said that the other party's own strength was not weak. Since you said you wanted to kill me, but you didn't do anything to me. So, what do you want from me? Or, what do you want me to do for you? The other party did not continue to say threatening words, but instead had such a change, which made Ronan quite satisfied. It's very simple. I need you to switch to me. Kurata and Reese beside him were a little surprised to hear this. Patrick is a retainer of the Earl of Screaming Island. Is it really okay for Ronan to poach his people like this? Moreover, even if the other party agrees, is it really credible? Patrick looked directly into Ronan's eyes. You want to defeat the Fleming family and replace it as the Overlord of the Sea? Overlord of the Sea. Ronan did not express his opinion. But it must be said that the other party's pattern is small, and he thinks too simply. The Fleming family is indeed an enemy on his way forward, but not the final enemy. Now Ronan has stood at the top of the extraordinary people on the Orient continent. The enemies he will face in the future are the Holy Storm Organization, and even the demons of the Crescent continent. Facing these people, individual strength is indeed the key, but the strength of the force is equally important. Ronan needs a group of powerful subordinates. Patrick is quite strong, and he is only in his 50s, so he still has room for improvement. He is a good talent. Seeing that Ronan did not answer, Patrick asked again, even if I really want to be loyal to you, do you really believe that I will not rebel? Ronan is very confident about this. You can rebel, but you should have experienced the power of my dragon. As long as you rebel, not to mention you, your family, and your castle, will all be reduced to ashes under the dragon's flames. Your dragon is indeed very strong, but I was just captured by mistake. If it happens again, I can avoid its claws as long as I am alert. Moreover, as long as we are prepared, We can achieve the feat of slaying the dragon with the help of magic cannons, magic arrows, and spell scrolls. Ronan spread his hands. Maybe. But I don't think Crescent Island has such strength. Patrick's resolute look suddenly eased. Well, Ronan is right. The Fleming family has the ability to slay the dragon. But Crescent Island does not. What can I get by being loyal to you? He asked. It's simple. You can survive. Ronan did not intend to give the other party anything. You have to know that you don't have any bargaining chips to negotiate with me now. On the contrary, even if you surrender to me, your family will still have to pay 30,000 gold coins. Plus 5 warships. Patrick was stunned. He didn't expect that even if he chose to compromise, he would still have to pay the ransom. But he didn't dare to refute, because he really didn't have any bargaining chips to support the negotiation. Paying the ransom means that you will continue to be a vassal of the Fleming family. Patrick knew that Ronan was asking him to be a spy. The spirit of knights and nobles made him not want to do such a thing. But between life and death, after a series of struggles in his heart, he finally chose to compromise. Okay, Lord Ronan, I am willing to switch to you. Ronan smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Patrick. One day in the future, you will be glad for your decision today. He stood up and ordered Karada, write a letter of surrender in Patrick's tone, and put his handprint on it. Although this thing is useless, it can at least make Screaming Island no longer trust Crescent Island. And it still has a little deterrent effect on Patrick's psychology. Also, write another letter and have someone send it to Crescent Island, asking them to bring the ransom. The 30,000 gold coins will be regarded as support for the construction of Rapids Island. Karada laughed. He didn't expect that the 30,000 gold coins he just promised would come from Crescent Island. I understand, sir. I'll do it right away. He immediately turned around and left the room. Ronan took out a powerful healing scroll from his space ring. This is a powerful healing spell from the arm of a great wizard. It can greatly help your injuries. It's a reward for you. As Ronan's magic power was injected into the scroll, a soft light shot out and enveloped Patrick's whole body. Bathed in the light of the powerful healing spell, Patrick suddenly felt indescribably comfortable. The pain that had tortured him these days quickly subsided. He closed his eyes and could feel his bones healing and his injuries recovering. It's indeed a rare powerful healing scroll. When the treatment was over, he leaned against the bedside. How do you want me to help you deal with the Fleming family? It's not the right time yet. Ronan motioned to Reese to take out a pen and paper to record. However, you can tell me the specific situation of Screaming Island in advance. In addition, I haven't seen Alfonso for many years. I want to know if he has made a breakthrough. Patrick still hesitated for a moment. After all, this was information that betrayed the Lord. But soon, he changed his mindset. Count Alfonso is indeed retreating from the world and practicing hard. But unfortunately, he is still a great magician and has not made a breakthrough. Not even a magician? Ronan asked in surprise. Patrick shook his head. He has begun to enter a period of decline. And I'm afraid he has no hope of advancing in this life. At this moment, the combat power of Screaming Island in Ronan's mind plummeted. Perhaps dealing with Screaming Island in the future will not be as troublesome as he imagined. Chapter 463 News about the Canonization. Golden Feather City. Fleming family's manor. Knight Joss walked in quickly and handed a letter to Melon. Sir, this is a letter sent by the family, saying that Patrick is not dead. Melon was very surprised, and hurriedly took the letter to check it, and frowned. He and the people of the Hunter family thought that Patrick was dead, but they didn't expect that he was still alive. Melon put the letter on the table beside him, and said gloomily, Ronan was able to capture the Meteor Knight alive. It seems that, as the outside world said, he has become the prideful Sun Knight. Although he and Ronan had 2 brief contacts, he did not think highly of each other. It's just that things are changing too fast. Even he has to admire and fear a knight of the prideful Sun. Although in this world, the great nobles can decide many things, the absolutely strong can completely break this rule. Obviously, Ronan has grown to the point where they have to pay great attention to him. Joss couldn't help but remind him, Sir, you may have forgotten that when we attacked Rapids Island, Ronan was still fighting with Count Jesus in Moonlight Valley, and he didn't have time to go to Rapids Island. Melon was obviously stunned for a moment, and he ignored this point because he was busy with all kinds of things. Really? He stood up. Then how was Patrick captured alive? Joss shook his head and said hesitantly, Perhaps Besides Karada, there are other strong men on Rapids Island? After all, Ronan and Lulans have deployed in Wubei Port and Zilay territory, and they probably won't ignore Rapids Island, Wushan territory, and this grandfather and grandson. Myron suddenly felt annoyed. Send someone to guard Crescent Island, and when Patrick comes back, ask him to come to Jinyu City to see me immediately. I really want to know. With so many people and so many weapons, how did he lose this war? Joss was stunned for a moment. Sir, Crescent Island hopes that we can provide some warships and gold coins. What do you think? Let them figure it out, Merlin said angrily. This time, I equipped them with 5 warships, 10 magic cannons, a large number of magic arrows, and 5 night teams. I let Patrick lead the team, but he still lost. Now that he is back alive, all my things have fallen into the hands of the other party. I didn't hold Crescent Island responsible, but they actually want me to pay a ransom? Before, he didn't want to say anything to Crescent Island because of Patrick's death. Now that the other party is alive, but has lost all his supplies, he is getting angrier and angrier. Joss wanted to say something, but when he thought of the huge losses Patrick had caused to Melon, he took back his words. Okay, sir, I'll go and inform the Hunter family and let them figure it out. But with Crescent Island's accumulation, the ransom should be no problem. After saying that, he left the room. Myron suppressed his anger and paced around the room. Father went out to travel, and I don't know if he gained anything or when he will come back. This Wushan territory is getting stronger and stronger. Without a powerful transcendent in the family, many things are a bit weak to deal with. His several calculations against Ronan now seem to have failed. Although the loss was not big, he was extremely unhappy. But he didn't know how to deal with it. After all, in these years, there has never been an opponent who is the prideful Sun Knight. From today on, we have to invest more in defense. He was very worried that if such a strong man disguised himself as an assassin to assassinate, how would he deal with it? Time passed quickly, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. The ransom and warships of Crescent Island have all been sent to Rapid Island. Now that Patrick can get out of the ground, he got on the ship with the help of his son and left this sad place. Now there are 10 ships anchored in the port of Rapid Island, which is very crowded. Ronan asked Reese to arrange for people to drive 3 of the warships back to Wubei port so that Wubei's navy would have enough ships. At this point, he had dealt with all the chain events caused by the Battle of Moonlight Valley. The most important gains were the 4 items of magic cannon, warship, griffin and mithril, which greatly enriched Ronan's armament. Ronan returned to the swamp castle and wanted to take a good rest to prepare for the wedding in more than 3 months. But the outside world obviously had no intention of letting him rest. Brother, I brought a total of 80 people this time. Breton sat in the living room and drank a sip of barley tea sent by Bella. It was slightly bitter, with a little sweetness, and tasted good. Recently, Breton has sent talents to Wubei territory more than once or twice. Some can draw, some are good at statistics, and some are outstanding in handicrafts. Most of them have received education and have at least the ability to dictate, write and read. This greatly alleviated the illiteracy level in Wubei territory. And even Wilson stopped complaining that there were no people worth training. Well done, Breton. Ronan gave a thumbs up. I am going to open a school for everyone in Wubei territory. I need a group of people who are good at language, writing, mathematics and statistics to come and teach. You continue to help me keep an eye out. Hee hee. Leave it to me. Breton smiled and said, it just so happens that my grandfather gave me a griffin as a mount. Once I can ride it after training, it will be convenient for me to go back and forth. Although Lulans was extremely optimistic about Ronan, he did not ignore Breton, who was also talented. In his opinion, Breton will grow up and become a great helper to Ronan in the future. After all, they are brothers with good relationship. How is your recent training? Don't be busy with these things and delay the important things, Ronan reminded. Don't worry. My mother has given me many bottles of enhancement potions recently. Now my strength is at the peak of the intermediate level. It is estimated that I can break through in a few months. Ronan nodded slightly. Breton is a 16-year-old senior knight. His talent is really good. Brother, I came here this time. Grandpa asked me to inform you. It is said that His Majesty the King will hold the funeral of Jesus' family in the royal cemetery at the end of this month. In addition, he said that the royal family may confer a title on you, so you can rush there in time. Oh, Ronan was a little surprised. It was reasonable for Bruno to hold a funeral for Jesus and even reward Wushengling. After all, this incident did not publicize Jesus as a foreigner, but only regarded them as poor characters controlled and killed by foreigners. And Wushengling was the hero who saved Jesus. No matter whether this kind of propaganda is offensive. At least in this era of underdeveloped information transmission. Many people, and even small nobles, will choose to believe this rhetoric. But Ronan did not expect that he would be canonized. Brother, what title do you think the king will give you? Breton came closer and said with a smile, I think with your strength. His Majesty will simply make you a duke. And then make Jesus Moonlight Valley your fiefdom. Ronan couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Although Breton was tall, he still spoke in a childish manner. It's not that easy to become a duke. Ronan shook his head, although my strength is good. I have risen too recently. And my foundation is not strong enough for the outside world. If I really want to be conferred, I should choose between the two titles of Viscount and Earl of the Kingdom. For him, these two titles are not attractive. And it is better to give him a few more griffins. Chapter 464. A head full of bad thoughts. It is the middle of September. And there are still more than 3 months to the end of December. But the interior and exterior of Wushang Castle have been decorated almost completely. Ronan married Princess Blanche, which was the biggest and most grand event in Wushang Castle in the past 30 years. Even though there was a war a while ago, the preparations did not stop. Even Wiggins, who likes to rest and have fun, was very concerned about this matter, and often asked the butler and others about the progress of preparations. When Ronan came to Wushang Castle, he just wanted to discuss going to the capital with Lu Lands. But he was dragged by the butler to walk around in the dress shop for most of the day. Not only to measure his height and waist, but also to choose hardware, choose boots, etc. It was not until the evening that the work was done. Sitting at the dining table, Luoning sighed while eating. Fortunately, Wushenbeo took care of this matter. If he was asked to host it himself, he would probably be exhausted. After this trip to the capital, you don't have to run around everywhere. Prepare well, concentrate, and be a good groom. Luoning was speechless. If someone who didn't know the inside story heard this, they would think he was a spendthrift. In fact, Lu Lands meant that he should run less around in various territories and spend more time on the wedding. I know, Grandpa. Luoning smiled and asked, I heard that His Majesty will confer a title on me when I go to the capital this time. Why is it so grand? Lulands chuckled, took a sip of wine, and said with a smile, This is what His Majesty wants to maintain the relationship with us. Although the previous release of Jesus did not explicitly target Ronan, everyone knows that if the Wuhuan tribe takes root in Moonlight Valley, the first threat will be to Wushan territory. Now not only is Moonlight Valley gone, Jesus is dead, but the outside world also knows the combat power of Wushan territory, especially Ronan's powerful strength. So naturally they have to change their attitude. Carolina told me that now everyone in Jinyu City is saying that you are the Knight of the Sun, the youngest genius in the history of the kingdom. And even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince cannot compare with you. Ronan frowned slightly. This statement seems to be trying to flatter me. Besides, I never told Garrett and the others that I was a prideful Sun Knight. Lulan smiled and shook his head. You only used one move to not only defeat the Silver Moon level Garrett, but also all of his Meteor Knights. With this strength, you are also prideful Sun level. Okay. If Ronan was still at the Meteor level, he would feel dangerous if he made such a statement. After all, there is a common saying that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. But now, the danger is not big enough. Even if poison is used, few prideful Sun Knights with extremely strong vitality can be poisoned to death. Not to mention that his space ring still has a powerful antidote prepared by Elrond. Roland pondered for a moment and said, These words sound like flattery. But in my opinion, they are also building momentum for you. You are Bruno's son-in-law and a Knight of the Prideful Sun, which makes him feel honored. So this time, I guess your title should be quite high. Wiggins, who was eating with his head down, couldn't help but look up. Father, will you directly confer the title of Duke to Ronan? Ronan smiled. Why did Wiggins say the same thing as Breton? I don't think he will be a Duke. But he may be a Marquis. Ronan was a little surprised. Marquis? It's unlikely. After all, the Wushan family is already a Marquis family. If there is another. In our current situation, you are still an independent Earl from Wushan Castle. The succession right of the Marquis of Wushan Castle is in the hands of your brother Breton. It is not difficult to confer you the title of Marquis. It mainly depends on how much territory you are given. Lu Lancy smiled and said, What's more, you still underestimate the weight of the prideful knights. This is an absolute top combat force. If Bruno wants to conquer the kingdom of Teresa, he still has to rely on you to help. Father is right. Wiggins sighed and said, Ronan, work hard. I think you have the qualifications to become a duke in the future. When he thought that he had a duke's son, he couldn't help but start to feel proud. Well, thank you for your blessing. Ronan and Wiggins clinked glasses. Ronan obviously didn't know Bruno as well as Roland's, since the latter said that he might be crowned a marquis. He must be certain. If he was really crowned a marquis, it would be of great value. After all, at that time, not only could the famous achievement be completed, but the monthly sign-in reward would also be increased to 4 times the initial amount, and the continuous income growth would be considerable. In the next few days, under the leadership of Hallwart, Ronan determined the wedding process, stage layout, and the list of guests for the banquet. Hallwart, who had arranged many large scenes, was experienced and did not need Ronan to remind him. On the list of guests, Ronan added Barala Silva from the Amethyst Earldom. This great mage was also the one he was trying to win over, and Ronan believed that he would be very interested in the Crescent Moon continent. On the 24th, Ronan summoned Carlos and prepared to take him and Lulans to the capital. The reason for choosing this day was mainly because of Blanche's birthday tomorrow. Although there was no birthday party this year because of Jesus' funeral, it was still okay to accompany her privately. It was okay if he didn't see Carlos. But Lulans was shocked when he saw the dragon. When Carlos came, the hilltops at the back of the mountain collapsed. In front of it, the griffin that Lulans had just trained was like a baby. Ronan, if the outside world knew that your dragon had grown so big, I wonder what they would think. Ronan laughed. Maybe the outside world will know it soon. After Partridge returned to Crescent Island, Myron would definitely ask about it, and the matter of the dragon would naturally be known to the outside world. I now feel that even if His Majesty canonized you as a marquis, it is not enough. You should really be made a duke like your father said. I want more than just a duke. Ronan said, one day, if there is a chance, I will establish myself as king. Lelancy was stunned, then laughed. This was the first time he heard such words from Ronan. In the past, he only hinted at them. As expected, as his strength increased, his ambition and confidence grew. When that day comes, I will take the lead, Lelancy said. Let me bear the blame for betrayal. Ronan was moved, but said, Grandpa, you have a lot of bad ideas in your head. I never planned to betray the kingdom of Alduin and establish myself as king. The kingdom of Tricia is not small, so it is not impossible to establish a new kingdom there. Ha ha ha. Lelancy couldn't help laughing. It seems that my thoughts are indeed crooked. This is indeed Ronan's initial plan. Although it is said that kings and generals are not of the same kind, the real kings still care about their face. It's not that they care about face, but because the superiors betray because of their strength, the people below will follow suit. This is a hidden danger to the established kingdom, such as the Jean kingdom in history. What's more, Bruno is Ronan's father-in-law. Without a stronger reason, it would be inappropriate for Ronan to choose to betray just because of his strength. However, becoming a king is the way Ronan must go. So he set his sights on the kingdom of Tricia. Of course, if the kingdom of Alduin does something that angers the heavens and the people one day, or waits for Garrett to take office and do something against Wushan territory, that would be another story. Chapter 465 The Miserable Duke of Arges. The dragon flew across the howling sea at a very fast speed and landed in the manor of Wushanbeo in the suburbs of Jinyu City. Although the mansion purchased by Lulans was much less luxurious than Fleming's, it was fortunately large in area and had a large lawn for the dragon to land. After the two arrived, Lulans first sent a visiting card to Jinyu Palace, requesting a meeting tomorrow. Ronan also asked the person who sent the card to bring a message to Blanche, asking them to find a time to get together tomorrow. Afterwards, Miss Carolina, who was arranged to stay in Jinyu City, reported in detail to the two the recent public opinion in Jinyu City about Wushanbeo. As they had learned before, people in Jinyu City were still praising Wushan's action, which not only avoided a crisis, but also saved many innocent people. And the praise for Ronan personally reached the highest level ever. In Jinyu City, and even Nyoju City, Almost all the taverns and hotels were spreading the legend of Ronan. And he was almost beatified as the darling of the 7 gods. And next, this young strongman was about to marry Princess Blanche, which was another topic of conversation. Throughout the whole process, the royal family was not questioned by the outside world because of Jesus. On the contrary, His Majesty the King had a son-in-law of the arrogance level, and everyone believed that the kingdom of Alduin would surely be glorious in the future. However, I heard that after Duke Varghese arrived at the Golden Feather Palace, he questioned whether the actions of Wushan territory were too arbitrary and aggressive. At the same time, he seemed unhappy that you took action without informing him. Lilens nodded. This is normal. After all, it involves his daughter and grandson and granddaughter. Dana, the daughter of Duke Varghese, married Jesus and gave birth to a son and a daughter. Among them, his granddaughter Sally had a conflict with Ronan in the Golden Feather Palace last time, and it was only resolved after Bruno's mediation. And in this war, they all died. However, unlike those witch knights who turned into dust, Jesus' family did not go to the battlefield. And because Mephisto was killed in the end, their bodies were preserved. Luo Ning frowned slightly. Will Duke Varghese not be angry with us and worsen the diplomatic environment of Wushan territory? Most of the flame grass needed to make auxiliary enhancement potions comes from the desert area of Justana Principality, and is controlled by Duke Varghese. But fortunately, he made a deal with the royal family, and was brought to Swamp Town by Bruno. So even if the relationship deteriorates, it should not have much impact on the production of enhancement potions. I don't think so. Lu Lans pondered for a moment, and said, Duke Varghese is not an ambitious person. Especially after his eldest son, third son, eldest grandson, second grandson, etc. died. He showed that he didn't want to compete with the outside world. Now that his daughter and grandson are dead, he must be very sad, and it is understandable that he questions this matter. Well, Ronan felt a little sorry for the old man after listening to his experience. Fortunately, he still has a third son similar to Wiggins and a young grandson, so he is not extinct. Having said that, Lu Lan stood up. In this case, I will visit Duke Varghese. I think he and I should have some topics to talk about. Do you want me to accompany you? Ronan stood up and asked. Lu Lan shook his head. You don't need to get involved when 2 old men are chatting. Ronan spread his hands. Okay. As you wish. Fortunately, nothing happened, so Ronan went out for a walk alone. You wouldn't know until you went out for a walk, and you would be surprised. The comments about him outside were really serious. Some people even described Carlos's majesty and domineering power vividly, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. However, it can also be seen from this that the story of Patrick on the Rapids Island should have spread. And the story of the dragon may have spread from the Screaming Island. After walking around, Ronan went to the Griffin town. Originally, he just wanted to check the griffins he had selected last time, but he didn't expect Missy to be there. As the knight responsible for the training of these 20 griffins in the next 2 years, Missy gave Ronan a detailed introduction to the current preparations here. Now the 20 griffins and the escort team have been equipped, and the professional breeders are ready. It depends on when it is convenient for you. I can lead the team to send these griffins and people to your territory. Missy looked at Ronan and vaguely remembered his appearance at the Wushanbao annual celebration 2 years ago. At that time, Ronan was not tall and not strong, but he did not show a timid look when facing the griffins, which made her feel that Ronan might not be as bad as the rumor said. Facts have proved that it is true. Ronan, are you really a Knight of the Sun now? Ronan nodded slightly. It was rumored outside that way, so there was no need for him to hide it. It's amazing, Missy exclaimed, but laughed again. You probably haven't met the princess yet. When she heard the news, she was so happy. Which woman doesn't want to marry someone who is good enough? The same goes for Blanche. I can feel her joy. Ronan smiled and said, You may not know that Karada is already a golden knight. The topic was suddenly changed, and it turned to Karada. Missy obviously didn't react. Her usually cold face became a little unnatural, and even slightly red. Ronan continued, After this batch of griffins were transported to Wubei territory, one was for Karada. I wonder if you will go to Rapid Island to teach him how to ride, or let him come to Wubei territory. Knight Missy glared, uttered a low hum, and turned away. Count Ronan, now that you have learned everything you want to know, please go back. Let me know when you have confirmed the time. Okay. Ronan stopped joking and turned to ride away from Griffin Town, listening to the sound of horses' hooves in the distance. Missy turned her head. She was actually looking forward to life in Wubei territory, where it might be easier. However, her father had not mentioned the matter of marriage for him recently. She could feel that her father's attitude towards Kurata was changing. It wasn't that Luther suddenly had a change of heart and stopped interfering with his daughter's marriage, but he felt that Kurata would have a very good future. Therefore, he was willing to wait. As for the reason for this change of mentality, Missy looked at Ronan's back, and she knew in her heart that all these changes were because of him. Although Kurata is still not a nobleman now, he follows the Knight of the Sun, and is highly valued, managing the Rapids Island for Ronan. If nothing unexpected happens, when Ronan rises completely in the future, Kurata will definitely gain a good identity and status as the finance minister of the kingdom. Her father values both current interests and long-term interests. Obviously, Kurata now has long-term interests. Although it sounds very snobbish, most children of noble families are like this. Although there are some who can end up together like Missy and Kurata, they are a minority. It's time to work hard to become a silver knight as soon as possible. And we can't let Kurata get ahead too much. Missy retracted her gaze. Being strong and independent is her character, and she will not relax just because her life is going smoothly. Chapter 466 Ronan's Happy Time. The next morning, Lowlands and Ronan stood at the gate of the manor, looking from afar at a luxurious carriage escorted by a team of knights that stopped in front of them. The maid accompanying the carriage pulled the curtain, and Blanche jumped out. When she saw Ronan, she smiled unconsciously. "Welcome, Princess." Lowlands walked forward with a smile, saying a respectful and polite welcome. "Please don't be polite, Marquis Lowlands." After the two of them greeted each other formally, she winked at Ronan. Ronan stretched out his arm, and the other party naturally took it and led him into the manor. "I was very surprised when the knight came to inform me just now. Logically, we should go to the palace to pay respect to His Majesty, and then I will find you. Why did you leave the palace?" "It is not suitable to hold a birthday party recently, so my father asked me to go out of the palace to find you to relax, and also asked me to tell you that he will meet you, Duke Varghese, and other nobles in the hall of Algernon tomorrow morning." Roland nodded slightly. This is probably to discuss how to deal with the Moonlight Valley, which involves the royal family's reward for Wushan Castle and Ronan personally. In this case, Ronan and I will go to the palace tomorrow. He looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law who were about to become a couple, and his eyes showed relief. He didn't expect that he had discussed Ronan and Blanche's marriage with Bruno by accident, and it would end up with a happy result. "Ronan, you can take the princess out for a tour. I won't be with you." Without the elders around, Ronan could clearly feel that Blanche would be more relaxed. "Ronan, have you really become a Sun Knight?" She asked the same question as Missy. Ronan lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Not only a Sun Knight, but also a great mage." Feeling the heat in her ears, Blanche's cheeks flushed slightly, and her slightly raised eyes sparkled with bright light. Just like a fan seeing a star. People outside already admire you so much when they know you are a Sun Knight. If they knew you were also a great mage, my God, I don't know what their expressions would be. Blanche exclaimed, "I heard that you defeated Garrett the other day, and I was worried that he would deal with you. But now it seems that I don't have to worry about you anymore. Garrett should still be in Jinyu City, right?" Ronan thought of the crown prince he defeated. "How is he doing recently?" Blanche shook her head. She paid little attention to her brother. In the past, as long as he didn't cause her trouble, it was fine. I heard that he was very depressed a while ago, getting drunk every day. In recent days, because all the nobles came to pay their respects. He should be better. Garrett, who valued face and strength, must be very unhappy after falling from the altar. However, it seems that the crown prince's unhappiness has not interfered with the decision of King Bruno. Ronan took Blanche to walk around the manor for a while, and then Ronan used the wind shadow technique to take her into the air, leaving the manor and preparing to visit several famous scenic spots in Jinyu City. After all, today is Blanche's birthday, so Ronan still has a birthday gift prepared. Silk clothes and porcelain have been given several times, and this time the gift he brought is a potion made by Elrond that can improve the practice of magicians. Speaking of which, Elrond does not know this potion, and the specific formula is provided by Sophia. As the Prince of the City of Dawn and an 8th level magician, Sophia not only has a lot of magic knowledge, but also has many methods of making magic potions, magic energy devices, etc. Bruno and Garrett refused to acknowledge Sophia's identification. But now it seems that they were too short-sighted. They missed too many valuable things. The happy time passed very quickly. In the afterglow of the sunset, the sea was like a flowing oil painting, blooming with endless charm. Ronan hugged Blanche and sat on Carlos's back, floating on the endless screaming sea. The sunset that was about to sink into the sea level dyed the sky and the sea into a warm orange red. This scene looked very beautiful and spectacular. Blanche had seen the sea and the sunset, but she had never seen such a beautiful scenery in the air with her beloved. She couldn't help but look up, kissed Ronan's cheek, and then fell into his arms. Ronan followed suit and kissed him until the person in his arms was about to melt. Blanche's breath was a little heavy, and her eyes were full of softness. She said softly, "Ronan, after today I will be 22. Ronan thought she was saying that she was too old. So he comforted her. 22 is the most beautiful age for a woman. Blanche laughed. Thank you for your compliment. But what I want to say is that other women have given birth to children in their teens, such as my sister Sharon, who gave birth to Emile when she was 18. She suddenly felt shy and moved closer to whisper, I want to give you a child. Ronan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, as he had never considered the issue of having a child. Looking at the shy look of the person in his arms, his heart warmed, and he smiled and said, okay. But here? This? Blanche looked around. Although there was no one in the air, Carlos was an intelligent creature. She blushed. I mean after marriage. At this time, the surrounding water elements were suddenly mobilized, and Carlos's huge ears and eyes were covered with ice. At the same time, it transmitted a voice, Master. Don't worry. From now on, I can't hear, see, or know anything. Ronan couldn't help laughing and patting Carlos on the back. This guy really knows a lot, and his inherited memory has a lot of content. Blanche didn't know what Ronan and Carlos were talking about, but she could guess a little from Carlos's actions. She felt her cheeks burning and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After a fight, the ambiguous atmosphere was gone. The two watched the sunset sink completely, and when the night began to fall, they rode the dragon back to Golden Feather City. The next morning, Alduin Hall. Lowlands and Ronan came early in the morning. But before them, Myron from Screaming Island came first. Lord Ronan, I didn't expect to meet you again. You are the Sun Knight we admire. There was no difference on Myron's face, as if Patrick was not sent by him. Ronan did not expose it, but just nodded politely without saying too much. Then, Duke Varghese walked in quickly. The old man with white hair and vicissitudes of life locked his eyes on Ronan as soon as he came in. He walked up to Ronan with a deep and tired look. Ronan, tell me, if my daughter doesn't die, is there a way to turn her back to normal? Ronan shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, Your Excellency the Duke, your daughter died after being transformed. The only one left alive is the alien race that inherited your daughter's appearance and memory. Varghese slowly closed his eyes, then walked to the side dejectedly and sat down quietly. He wanted to vent his anger on Ronan. But as Roland said yesterday, Dana's death had nothing to do with Wushan Castle and Ronan. Soon, Duke Ferens and Duke Andrea came on stage together. In addition, Brawl and other ministers also came in, followed by Bruno. Ronan saw Garrett, and his eyes also stayed on him. Although Blanche said that her brother's condition should have improved slightly recently, Ronan still felt a little tired from him, lacking some of his past vigor and arrogance. Ronan nodded politely to the other party, which was considered a greeting. Bruno first greeted the nobles, praising Ronan's strength and expressing his approval. Then he slowly walked to the throne and sat down. Today I summon you all here mainly to discuss the Moonlight Valley. He looked sad. It's hard to believe that my brother, Jesus Alduin, such a healthy and ambitious person, would be tortured to death by aliens. Chapter 467 Conferring Controversy. In the Hall of Alduin, Bruno's speech completely separated Jesus and his family from the Wuhuan clan, and they were just pure victims. In fact, Jesus and the entire Moonlight Valley were indeed victims. But after he said this, no one talked about the last time Sophia accused Jesus in this hall. And Bruno and Garrett covered up the alien race, which also covered up the stain of the royal family's cooperation with the alien race. In this regard, Wushan, as one of the parties involved, did not say much. and others would not raise any objections. Next, the officials briefly talked about the location of the cemetery, the funeral process and details, etc. Normally, Bruno would just decide on this matter directly. But Ferenz in the hall is Jesus' brother, and Varghese is the father-in-law of the deceased. So they also have the right to know. This foreign invasion has caused Moonlight Valley to experience a devastating disaster from top to bottom. From the earls of the kingdom to the honorary knights. All the nobles have been killed. Not only that, it has also implicated Langtao Castle and Darktide City, causing these two viscounts to lose their masters. Everyone was alerted when they heard this. They knew that the next topic would be the highlight of today's meeting. Whether the royal family will take back all the large territory of Moonlight Valley, or whether to divide part of it out, depends on Bruno's decision. Moonlight Valley was originally a prosperous territory, with a population of nearly 700,000 to 800,000, although less than 20% of it remains after this war. Fortunately, the arable land is still there, and there is a large iron mine and 2 copper mines in the territory. It is only a matter of time before it can be redeveloped, Bruno said, looking at Ronan. Now that our kingdom has its first prideful Sun Knight, how can a small rapids island be worthy of Ronan's current status? Bruno's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. So I decided to enthrone Ronan as the kingdom's guardian knight, the kingdom's duke, and make the entire Moonlight Valley his territory. After the words fell, everyone in the hall had different expressions. There was Brol, who was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that the little baron of the past would turn into the duke of the kingdom. There were also people who were shocked and unhappy. A young man who was less than 20 years old actually wanted to be on equal footing with them. There was also a flash of dissatisfaction and hostility in the eyes of the Crown Prince Garrett. He was unwilling to be defeated by Ronan, and he didn't want to see the other party be conferred the title of Duke. In terms of status, the weight of the Duke was not lower than his status as the Crown Prince. But he had no choice. He was just the Crown Prince, and could not refute what his father had decided, let alone how other people felt. Even Ronan didn't expect Bruno to play so big. He thought that the title of Earl was the highest, but he didn't expect that the other party would directly give him the title of Duke. In addition, Bruno also gave him the title of Kingdom Guardian Knight, which also represents a very high honor. However, in addition to the gift, Ronan also noticed something else. The Knight of the Prideful Sun is a very rare existence. If there is no one in the kingdom who can check and balance, it is difficult to prevent such a person from having the idea of betrayal. Bruno gave so much, probably wanting to deeply bind Ronan and Ajuin, especially the title of Kingdom Guardian Knight. Once Ronan accepted it, as long as he still had some face, he would basically not betray openly. At this time, someone finally couldn't help but raise an objection. Isn't this inappropriate? Duke Ferenz was the first to stand up and raise objections. Ronan's strength is indeed very strong, worthy of many people's admiration and learning. But the position of Duke cannot be completely measured by strength. He pointed at the 3 dukes present. Whether it is me, Varghese, or Andrea, which one of us did not fight for the kingdom for decades and make great military achievements before obtaining the title of Duke? Yes, Your Majesty. Andrea also echoed, although Ronan saved the face of the royal family and prevented many civilians from dying at the hands of foreigners. I don't think it is appropriate to confer the title of Duke based on this matter alone. Lolan sneered and said sarcastically, Andrea, did you get your dukedom by your military exploits? Haha. If it comes to military exploits, your position should be mine. Don't be ridiculous. Lolans. Andrea sneered, you still want to be a duke? On what basis? On the basis of your disastrous defeat in the Misty City? Didn't you provide false information? Lolans's scar was exposed, and his anger rose. But fortunately, he was restrained and did not take action. Okay. Both of you stop arguing. Merlin of Screaming Island wanted to stand up and interrupt, but was directly blocked by Lolans. You don't have a place to speak here. If you really want to express your opinion, ask your father Alfonso to come over. Myron's face flushed with anger, and his tone was full of suppressed anger. I heard from my father that the Marquis of Thunder was famous for his temper when he was young. Today I have learned a lesson. He spread his hands, sat back in his seat, and shut his mouth wisely. The hall fell into a brief silence. Ahem. Bruno coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Then Ferenz. My brother. According to your opinion, how do you think the title should be conferred? Ferenz's eyes roamed back and forth between Ronan and Roland's. his eyes full of thoughtfulness. After a while, he said, Ronan is strong, but his qualifications are a little weak. If your majesty really wants to confer the title of duke to the Wushan family, I think it is better to confer the title directly to Lulans, and then restore Ronan's inheritance rights, so that the problem can be solved perfectly. Bruno hesitated. What about Moonlight Valley? Of course, it will be assigned to Wushan territory. Ronan cursed in his heart. The other party was clearly trying to sow discord between him and Lulans. Imagine. How would a person who is about to be conferred the title of duke suddenly feel when the title falls into the hands of someone else? To put it another way, although the other party said that he would restore Ronan's inheritance rights, when would it be his turn to inherit the title? After all, Lu Lanxi has recovered his health now. With his silver moon level strength, it is no problem for him to live another 60 or 70 years. If he can break through to the prideful sun, his lifespan will be even longer. So Luo Ning felt that this was Ferency trying to sow discord. Unfortunately, Luo Ning and Lu Lanxi are not ordinary grandfather and grandson. Since Duke Ferency thinks that the Wushan family is qualified enough to inherit the title of duke, why bother about who will take on this title? Lu Lanxi said, Your Majesty, I am willing to give up the title of Marquis of Wushan territory, and agree with Duke Ferency's proposal to merge Wushan territory with Moonlight Valley, and at the same time be canonized as the Duke of the new territory. As soon as these words came out, Ferenc was stunned. Who among you present doesn't want to fight for power and expand your power and influence? Who doesn't value his own identity and title? Ferenc didn't expect that Roland would directly give up the title of Marquis. Bruno quickly came out to smooth things over. Marquis Lei Ting is joking. The empire has been established for nearly 1,000 years, and there has never been a case of a noble who is still alive but gave up the title to his descendants. Roland shook his head slightly. After 30 years of torture, I am no longer interested in this title. What's more, I have an excellent descendant like Ronan, and it is not impossible to hand over the family to him earlier. Ferenc changed the subject. In short, my opinion is that Ronan is still young and has little experience. In addition, the area of Moonlight Valley is not small. Although Jesus and his family passed away, according to the inheritance rights, Duke Varghese also has certain powers. He turned the topic to Varghese, who had been silent, and the old man looked up at him. Varghese, you should also speak. After all, Dana is your daughter, and Kit is your grandson. Since they passed away, you should have a part of this land. Everyone looked at the taciturn Duke. Varghese shook his head. The Justana family is not interested in the enclave of Moonlight Valley. Your Majesty, whether you give it to Ronan or take back the country, I support your decision. Ferenc couldn't help but curse Varghese in his heart for being a coward, who didn't even know how to fight for the benefits. Andrea suddenly interrupted at this time. If that's the case, Duke Ferenc, as the brother of Count Jesus, has the right to inherit Moonlight Valley according to the inheritance law. He looked at Bruno. Your Majesty, in this case, it is really not appropriate to give the entire Moonlight Valley to Ronan. Bruno frowned slightly, but couldn't help but nodded. Andrea's words made sense. In fact, he was very happy to see this debate. After some thought, Bruno turned his gaze to Ronan, his eyes full of respect and appreciation. I think we might as well listen to the opinions of the parties involved. Chapter 468 Ronan's Opinion. Ronan wanted to watch the debate quietly and see what the outcome would be, but he didn't expect Bruno to bring the topic to him. What could Ronan say about this issue? His opinion was definitely to get the title of Duke, which would not only allow him to complete 2 achievement tasks in a row, but also increase the sign-in reward to 5 times the initial amount. As for the Moonlight Valley territory, it doesn't matter if he wants more or less. Since your Majesty asked me, I'll tell you straight. Ronan didn't hide what he wanted. The reason why Duke Ferenc opposed it was that he thought I was relatively young and had not made enough contributions to the kingdom. In fact, with my sun-level strength, it won't be difficult for me to achieve merit when we go to war with the kingdom of Trisha. He still has this confidence. Baron Ronan is so confident. Andrea said with a smile, we have all heard that you have sun-level strength, but we have never seen it. Today is a good opportunity. Why don't you show it to us? Ronan bared his teeth. Why? Duke Andrea wants to challenge me. It would be nice if I could dampen Andrea's prestige here and vent my anger on Lu Lan's. Haha. I am just a small Silver Moon Knight, but I don't have the courage to challenge the power of the Sun Knight. He changed the subject. However, I heard that you defeated the Crown Prince and his several meteor-level followers in Moonlight Valley with just one move. If possible, I would like to witness this spectacular move. Garrett's face was not very good. He did not expect that this experience would be brought to the table. I think Duke Andrea can learn from it. Garrett smiled. Uncle Ferens, if you are interested, you can go with Andrea. Ronan was a little surprised. What happened to the Crown Prince? He started to speak for him? Ronan misunderstood this point. Garrett also disliked Andrea and Ferens. Yes. Ferens stood up. It's a rare opportunity to see the power of the Knight of the Prideful Sun. He looked at Garrett. Your Highness. Come too. You failed last time. This time the three of us should be able to fight him together. Right? Garrett laughed and ignored him. Why? Your Highness. Are you afraid that the three of us can't stop him this time? Garrett's face changed. He snorted coldly and walked down the steps first and walked outside. Come on, Ronan. We were too hasty last time. Let me experience it carefully this time. Ferens followed him out with a smile. Andrea shrugged helplessly. Let's go. Ronan. Bruno then reminded them, only use one move to fight. Don't hurt each other. Ronan frowned slightly. He didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. He just said that he wanted to fight Andrea. How come it suddenly became a 1-on-3 fight? It was obvious that the other party wanted to test his strength. Ronan. If you can't do it, you can refuse. Lolans reminded in a low voice. Don't worry. It's okay. Ronan followed with big strides. And even if he was not a match for the other three, he would not be injured. Outside the Ajuin Hall was a very wide square. Ronan and Garrett walked to the center of the square and split into two sides, while Bruno and others stood on the far steps, watching the scene nervously. Let's start, Ferens shouted loudly, and then his aura burst out. There is no doubt that he is not a knight who has just joined Silver Moon. At the same time, Garrett and Andrea also made moves at the same time. In an instant, the three attributes of wind, thunder, and fire reflected the square into three colorful colors. Let me see how strong the sun level is. Bruno's eyes were full of expectation, and most of the others were the same. I am afraid that only Roland's was a little worried about the safety of his grandson. Heavenly Fire. Ronan waved the flowing flame sword that fell into his hand, and activated this move with all his strength. Immediately, the color of his move completely crushed the combined moves of the three opponents. Boom! The skyfire that burned everything finally collided with the opponent's three ultimate moves. All the bricks on the ground were lifted up. Huge cracks spread out, and the surging air waves spread to the surroundings. Brawl, Varghese, Roland's and others took action one after another to offset the storm, and looked nervously at the center of the venue. The two sides' fighting skills clashed, but Ronan was better. The momentum of the skyfire eliminated the strong wind, destroyed the thunder, swallowed the flames, and then rushed towards the opponent with the remaining strength. Garrett and the other two quickly summoned the fighting armor. Although they were pushed back more than 10 meters by the impact, they stopped steadily. Ferens and Andrea looked at each other, shocked but with a hint of meaning. The Sun Knight was not invincible. Only Garrett could feel that Ronan's move was stronger than the last time. Did you spare my life last time? He sneered in his heart. Damn it. I was spared. At this time, Bruno's applause came from above. Excellent. It's really wonderful. The Sun Knight is really powerful. Other nobles also applauded. Ronan's identity as the Sun Knight was confirmed when he could fight 3 Silver Moon Knights alone. But many people could also see that the Sun Knight was not enough to completely determine the fate of a kingdom or principality. But they didn't know that Ronan was not only a Knight of the Sun, but also a great magician. He had a lot of cards. After a round of compliments, everyone returned to the hall, and the discussion about Ronan's title began again. Ferens and Andrea's attitudes did not change because they were at a disadvantage in the previous move. On the contrary, they suggested that Ronan be made a count for the time being, and it would not be too late to be promoted to a title after he had made meritorious deeds in the future. Bruno seemed a little shaken. After all, he still needed to rely on the 2 principalities to build his kingdom for him, and it was impossible for him to ignore their requests. Finally, after several discussions, Bruno finally made the decision. Give Ronan the title of Guardian Knight of the Kingdom, and confer him the title of Marquis, and let him rule the entire Moonlight Valley. In addition, in order to take care of Ferens and Varghese, Bruno gave them the Fortress of Waves and Dark Tide City near Moonlight Valley. The formal enthronement ceremony will be after Jesus' funeral. Unfortunately, Varghese insisted and declined the Dark Tide city. He could see that there might be trouble in this area in the future. His Justana family was declining, and he didn't want to get involved in these dangerous games. The meeting lasted for a long time and ended successfully. Roland and Ronan walked side by side on the avenue of the palace. Congratulations, Ronan. It's just as your father Wiggins said. Our Wushan family has 2 marquises. For Ronan, although it was a pity that he didn't become a duke in one go, it was good to be a marquis. Grandpa, why do I feel that His Majesty the King has the marquis in his heart, and has no intention of really conferring me the title of duke? That's natural. Lu Lancy restrained the smile on his face. The title of Earl is not very attractive to you. In order to show you goodwill, he can only give you the title of Duke or Marquis. The reason why he said Duke at the beginning is to have room for retreat later. And through this operation, he not only gave face to Farrens and others, but also gave you honor. And also transferred the contradiction that you could not become a Duke to Farrensburg and the Principality of Vera. Ronan nodded slightly, and he agreed with what Lulan said. And at the end, he gave Langau Castle to Duke Farrens, which should have a deep meaning. Lulan smiled and said, "You haven't looked at the map of Moonlight Valley carefully, so you may not know. The Altai River next to the shore city passes through the Moonlight Valley, and the upper reaches are Langtao Castle." Ronan suddenly realized. So, the grain of Moonlight Valley needs to be irrigated by the Altai River. If Langtao Castle builds water conservancy projects in the later period, it will affect the water source of Moonlight Valley, which will affect the grain production of the territory. Yes. Ronan was very pleased to realize this quickly. Your Majesty's enfeitment is really interesting. Ronan sighed. Bruno nodded. Compared to his father, His Majesty Klinsmann, and his son, Garrett, our king has a clear mind. Ronan also felt the same way. Garrett was too reckless, and was far inferior to Bruno. However, Ronan was not worried. The Altai River is not a small stream. Even if Farrens wanted to build a water conservancy project upstream to control the water source of Moonlight Valley, it would not be done in 3 to 5 years. Time can give Ronan a good buffer. Chapter 469 Funeral and Canonization. Time flies by, and it is the last day of September. The Golden Feather Palace, which has always been magnificent, is inevitably covered with heavy colors today. Whether it is the guards on duty, the knights patrolling on war horses, or the noble carriages passing by, all are wrapped with black ribbons. This is the tradition at funerals. In the royal cemetery, the royal family members led by Bruno, and the nobles of all sizes gathered here to hold a funeral ceremony for Jesus and his family. Speaking of which, the last time such a big ceremony was when Klinsmann IV died. It has been more than 10 years since then. As far as Ronan knows, Klinsmann IV did not seem to die very gloriously. It seems that after his wife died in middle age, he became addicted to women and eventually died on a woman's belly. The one next to Blanche is His Majesty's eldest daughter, Princess Sharon. Lulan's was with Ronan, introducing some unfamiliar faces to him. Princess Sharon looked like a graceful and elegant lady, making Blanche look more immature. I heard Blanche mention her, and I know that she married Ibn Talansi, the first general of the kingdom. I just didn't expect that Ibn didn't come back for such a royal gathering. Ronan still wanted to see the Earl of the Twin Peaks. Like Garrett, he had super high qualifications, and because he became famous early and was old, he heard many years ago that his strength had reached the peak of the Silver Moon level. So His Majesty the King gave him the title of the first general of the kingdom. Although the kingdom of Trisha is in turmoil, the situation seems unclear. The enemy troops in the Misty City have not retreated, but have increased. Under such circumstances, the front line naturally needs strong people to take charge. Since Ronan is preparing to establish military merits on the battlefield, he has specially learned about the news of the enemy country in the past few days. It seems that after the initial 6 months of turmoil in the kingdom of Trisha, the situation seems to have stabilized. Ronan did not expect that they could actually fight against the alien organization from the Crescent Continent. You know, Mephisto can reach the 9th level, and the remaining 2 gods should have similar strength, although they do not have the ability of the Wuhuan clan to be difficult to deal with. It is not an easy task to deal with them. From this, it can be seen that the royal family still has a good foundation. If you want to dominate the world with your own strength, at least the level of the sun is not enough. The funeral process was a bit lengthy, and it lasted for 3 hours before it gradually ended. When everyone returned to the hall of Ajuin, A grand ceremony of enthronement officially began. His Majesty the King gave the title of Guardian Knight of the Kingdom of Ronan, with the title of Unprecedented Genius. The kingdom's first Sun Knight, the defender of Ajuin's glory, the terminator of evil aliens, and the conqueror of legendary dragons. At the same time, he was enthroned as the Marquis of the Kingdom, and the Moonlight Valley was given to him as a fiefdom. When the king's long sword was placed on Ronan's neck for the formal enthronement ceremony, when the medal and scepter symbolizing the identity of the Marquis of Moonlight Valley were handed over to Ronan, familiar words finally appeared in front of Ronan's eyes. Famous all over the world achievement completed. Attribute points plus 1,500. Energy essence plus 3,000. At the same time, the multiple on the sign and interface changed to 4 times the previous one. And 4 attribute points can be obtained every day. And 80, 100, 120, 160 attribute points and energy essence can be obtained every 7th day. After the canonization, Bruno announced that the wedding of Ronan and Blanche will be held in 3 months. And he hoped that the nobles would be able to attend. With the blessing of the double happy event, all the royal nobles knew that Ronan was the rising star of the kingdom of Ajuin. In addition to the symbolic congratulations of several great nobles such as barons, many barons, viscounts, and earls of the kingdom came forward to send greetings and blessings. And many of them also requested to visit Moonlight Castle. These nobles are basically distributed around Moonlight Valley, and most of them rely on the metal mines, food, etc. in Moonlight Valley. In the past, they all cooperated with Jesus. Although he is gone now, and Moonlight Valley has a new owner, they still want to continue the cooperation. So they naturally need to have a good relationship with Ronan. Although Ronan is not familiar with some people. Fortunately, he has Lulans by his side, so there is no problem in socializing. After the dinner at the palace, Ronan and Lulans discussed the wedding with Bruno. And it was already midnight when they returned. Ronan, how are you going to run Moonlight Valley? On the carriage, Lalancy was a little worried about the development of this territory. Mephisto has destroyed Moonlight Valley. If we want to develop this territory well, the remaining manpower is a little insufficient. Ronan couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I had known that the entire Moonlight Valley would become my territory, I would not have let Joffrey take more than 20,000 people away from here. At first, they all thought that the king would take back this land. But they didn't expect it to be given to Ronan. Plans can't keep up with changes. Lalancy said, it's a pity that I can't transfer more people to you. He has successfully provided nearly 100,000 people to Wubei territory. If he continues to transfer them on a large scale, it will obviously affect the operation of dozens of towns under it. Your help is enough. I will figure out the rest. Luo Ning pondered and said, His Majesty has just said that the 100,000 people he is going to move to me have been basically confirmed, and can be transferred one after another. I plan to send 40% to Wubei City, and the remaining 60% to Moonlight Valley, to restore the territory to cultivation and maintain the mining of several mines. Moonlight Valley has a large area of uncultivated land, and a lot of uninhabited houses. As long as food is provided, the problem of influx of population can be perfectly solved. The reason why he said 40% to Wubei City is mainly to make it easier to build a new city with a population of 100,000. By then, Wubei City, Moonlight City and Zile City, 3 cities with a population of 100,000, will be built, and the new level of siege achievement will be completed. In addition to the 100,000 people of Your Majesty, I am also planning to invite their subjects to work for me in Moonlight Valley with relatively high remuneration. It is somewhat unrealistic to ask other lords to sell their subjects to Luo Ning. After all, most of the subjects are not serfs and slaves, and still have a little bit of rights. However, if you attract outsiders to work with high wages and allow them to take the money they earn back home, this is completely feasible, because in this process, the economy of these lords' territories will be improved to a certain extent. In addition, the nobles around Moonlight Valley all hope to cooperate with Ronan to obtain sufficient iron and copper ore. In such a trading relationship, in addition to measuring the value with gold coins, the other party can also send laborers to Ronan to obtain a certain amount of mineral resources through such cooperation. In short, the land in Moonlight Valley should be reclaimed as soon as possible, and the less waste, the better. This is a good idea. Lu Lands nodded in agreement. If you are short of manpower, you can tell me. It's okay to send you some officials. In addition, the 3 Knights of Retta and Sophia can follow you to Moonlight City. although the shore city is no longer a threat. These knights were established with the support of Wushan Castle. Lowlands lent them to Ronan for free, which is also a kind of support. Thank you, Grandpa. Why are you being polite to me? Lowland smiled and said, I still hope that one day you can become a duke, and even establish a kingdom belonging to the Wushan family on this continent. Ronan showed a firm look. Don't worry. I will. Chapter 470 The Duke's Visit. Back in the room, Ronan opened the attribute panel. At this time, he had 1626 attribute points and 9,037 energy essence points. And the accumulation speed was still quite impressive. He added all the attribute points to the knight's progress, so that he could still have a little bit of fighting spirit left after using the move of Skyfire. More than 9,000 energy essences. Thinking of Carlos's demand for 50,000 points, Ronan considered whether to put some effort on Macon and Elrin. According to Sophia, the Storm Sea was polluted by the death of the Demon King. It has not been purified for so many years, in addition to the obstruction of the demons. The bigger reason is that the human race has no one who is good at purifying evil energy. Elrin is particularly good at purification, and perhaps he will be able to play a huge role in the future and become the key force to open up the normal route between the two continents. Ronan thought and checked the achievement panel. Famous. The title is both a symbol of status and a manifestation of strength. Please work hard to become a duke. Reward, attribute points plus 10,000. Energy and spirit plus 20,000. The position of Marquis only increased by 1,500. But the Duke increased to 10,000. It can be seen that although the Duke and the Marquis are only one level apart, the former is much higher in judgment. King of Killing. Single player kills any legendary unit. Reward, attribute points plus 30,000. Energy and spirit plus 60,000. This achievement is very difficult. So far, there seems to be no rumors of living legendary figures on the continent of Alduin. Prosperous population. The registered population of the territory reaches 500,000. Rewards, attribute points plus 10,000. Energy essence plus 20,000. This achievement can be completed in a short period of time. The current population of Ronan territory is 370,000. With the people of Moonlight Valley and the 100,000 people moved by Bruno, it is enough for 500,000 people. City conquest. Own 3 large cities, with a population of more than 100,000. Rewards, attribute points plus 8,000. Energy essence plus 16,000. Although this achievement cannot be completed in a short period of time, it will be no problem within 1 or 2 years. Except for the King of Slaughter. Complete the other 3 achievements within 2 years. Obtain 28,000 attribute points. And then rely on the 13,000 attribute points brought by signing in. I can become a legendary level. Population growth and conquest are basically certain things. The only uncertainty is fame. This requires Ronan to achieve the leap from Marquis to Duke within 2 years. And it is impossible not to fight a tough battle. Now His Majesty the King is actively preparing for war. And Wushan territory is about to send Melanica's 3rd Knights to the front line. I just don't know when the real battle will break out. Now the Kingdom of Trisha is only increasing its troops in Misty City. And its defensive intention is obvious. There is no plan to attack for the time being. Although Bruno did not let Ronan immediately form a knight group to send to the front line, because he had just taken over Moonlight Valley and was about to marry his daughter. He also divided the defense area for Ronan. Westwind Hill. This is a military camp in Misty City, where a knight group of the kingdom is stationed now. In the next year, the knight group of the territory must be fully established. He now has knight teams in every place. If it weren't for the help of Roland's, there wouldn't be a full knight group. Up to now, they have been relying on the high-level combat power. However, now that Ronan has the title of Kingdom Guardian Knight and Moonlight Valley, it is easier to attract wild knights and magicians to join his ranks. Moonlight Valley, Purple Thunder Territory, Wubei Territory, and Rapids Island will all form knight groups. The next morning, Wushan Manor welcomed an unexpected guest, Duke Varghese. He came here not to find Lalansi, but to find Ronan. This made Ronan very curious. What do you want me to do for you this time? Your Excellency the Duke? Hee hee. Ronan, you don't have to be so polite to me. Varghese was obviously in a better mental state today than yesterday. I came here to find you this time. And I really want your help with something. Please tell me. Ronan smiled and said, as long as I can help, I will do my best. Although Varghese is a neutral faction in the kingdom, He is a duke after all, and it is very good to have a good relationship with him. Valgis glanced at Lelancy on the side, and then said, I heard from your grandfather that his illness was purified by the light attribute magician under your command. I admire this magician very much. If possible, I would like to invite him to visit my castle for a while. Ronan was a little strange. He glanced at Rollans, who was sitting next to him. The latter smiled and said, You also know what happened to the Gistana family. With Elrond's ability, if there is any abnormality, maybe he can help the Duke purify it. Ronan understood immediately. He said helplessly, Duke, do you also believe that my fiancée, Blanche, has brought a curse to your family? No. 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 Valgi shook his head repeatedly. These are all rumors from the outside world. Blanche has never been to Gistana Castle. So how could she bring a curse to my family? He shrugged again. But, if Lord Elrond can go and take a look, it will at least make me feel at ease. Varghese looked worried. You don't know. My only son Paradru and my only grandson have not been in good health in the past 2 months. This? Ronan was a little stunned, and immediately thought that the feng shui of Gistana Castle was not good. I wonder if there are servants or other people in your castle who have become in poor health. It is because there are no servants that I have this concern. Varghese was extremely worried. If his son and grandson had problems again, his family would really be extinct. Ronan, as long as you ask Elrond to come, you can tell me what conditions you need, and I will do my best to meet you. A duke's promise is not easy to get. Ronan shook his head. This is a small matter. When I return to the territory this time, I will inform Elrond and ask him to go to your territory as soon as possible. My team and I are waiting for you in the manor in Jinyu City. Varghese showed a happy face. I heard that the royal family has reached a cooperation with you on magic potions, and the flame grass among them is the specialty of Duke Varghese. If you need it, I can provide you with a special batch every year. Ronan wanted to mention this just now, but he thought that everything was unknown, and it was a bit too hasty to make a request rashly. But he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to propose it. Thank you so much. He stood up and shook hands with the old duke enthusiastically. Don't worry. I will let Elrond check it carefully. If there is anything unusual, I will do my best to eliminate it for you. After sending Duke Varghese away, only Ronan and Rollans were left in the living room. Roland smiled and said, If Elrond can find something unusual, it's fine. If not, you can make him more excited. The gratitude of a duke will be a great help to your future. With Elrond's ability, it is no problem to create some anomalies and then solve them. It's just that Ronan has some concerns about this method. Allies obtained by conspiracy. This kind of relationship is not so reliable. You don't have to be so honest. And I didn't ask you to lie. Lolan shook his head. Elrond is a light attribute mage. Even if there is nothing abnormal, with his magical attainments, he can definitely bring good healing effects to Varghese' son and grandson. Just exaggerate when treating. Ronan pondered for a moment, then nodded, I'll consider it. Chapter 471, Farenza's Persuasion. In the huge training ground of the Golden Feather Palace, only Garrett was sweating. He was surrounded by thunder and lightning, emitting a violent aura, just as he had been unable to calm down recently in yesterday's one-stroke contest. Although they were at a disadvantage, their moods were different. For Farenz and Andrea, they were more willing to accept this situation, because they knew that the prideful Sun class was not invincible. But for Garrett, 2 consecutive defeats frustrated his self-esteem. Boom! A punch was thrown, and the thunder and lightning formed a tiger roaring and pounced forward, as if he was shouting. Garrett stopped, after venting for half an hour. His breath was a little hurried, and his body was wet with sweat. The improvement potion that Ronan brought here really worked. Just a small bottle not only made my long dormant state loosen up, but also made some progress. His eyes were shining. No wonder Ronan's progress is so fast. Garrett took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket, clenched his fist and crushed it directly, then released his palm and let the porcelain pieces slowly fall to the ground. Ronan would not naively sell the best potion. He definitely has a better potion in his hand. His idea does make some sense. After all, it is common sense to keep the best things for yourself. But the reality is that Ronan is not keeping his own medicine. Nor does he need to. The auxiliary enhancement potion is effective for Knights of Silver Moon and below, and the corresponding price of each different level is different. Among them, The potion suitable for Silver Moon Knights is priced at 30,000 gold coins per bottle, so there is no need for him to leave the money unearned. It's a pity that such high-standard potions cannot be mass-produced, and the number of bottles is very limited. In addition to the 2 bottles for Macon, Ronan only brought 3 bottles to the Golden Feather Palace. These 3 bottles are now in Garrett's hands. The medicinal power in the body has basically been refined, but in order to achieve better results, it is better to absorb the second bottle after a few days. After these 3 bottles, I should be able to reach the late Silver Moon level. By the end of the year, Ronan will send me a few more bottles, and maybe I will have a chance to improve my strength to the peak of Silver Moon. Now he is very eager to break through to the prideful sun level. While he was thinking, a gentle sound of footsteps came, and Garrett turned his head and saw that it was his uncle Ferenz, who came to his training ground at some point, followed by a helpless guard officer. Obviously, Guman did not stop him and let Ferenz break in. "What are you doing here?" Garrett waved his hand unhappily and asked Guman to leave. Ferenz had a smile on his face. "Haha. My dear nephew, why don't you want to reminisce with your uncle? You know, we don't have many opportunities to meet as many times as we have this year." Reminiscing about the past? Garrett couldn't help but find it a little funny to hear this. He and Ferenz didn't have much in common except for their blood relationship. And now the other party has changed his surname to Gregor, which is considered to be independent from Alduin. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Ferenz pretended to be helpless and regretful. After a long sigh, he straightened his face and said, "I know you must be very unhappy with Ronan now. I can also feel that you are opposed to His Majesty's appointment of him as the Kingdom Guardian Knight and the Marquis of Moonlight Valley." He paused, staring at Garrett's expression, and he clearly felt a hint of recognition on the other's face. "It's a pity that your father, my brother, the Honorable Alduin V, has always been arbitrary. No one can change the decision he made. Not even me as his brother. And you as the Crown Prince." Garrett frowned. "What do you want to say?" Ferenz smiled slightly, looked up at the sky, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. "You may know that our royal family was also involved in the incident against Roland's and his son Graham's in the early years. According to Roland's character, this kind of thing will never be tolerated, which you can see from his attitude towards Andrea. The reason why he didn't make trouble for His Majesty is because it's not the time yet." Garrett did not comment. He did know about this matter. "This matter was done by my grandfather, and has nothing to do with my father. The family is one. Your excuse seems pale and powerless." Ferenz continued, "Lowlands has been suffering from illness for many years, and Wushan territory has lost its top power. So I suspect that he discovered Ronan's rare and extremely excellent talent very early. In order to avoid the prying and suppression of the outside world, he deliberately made Ronan a marquis heir who had accomplished nothing, and even abolished Ronan's inheritance rights." Garrett's face was stern. He had also guessed this possibility. After all, even with the auxiliary enhancement potion, it is impossible for a person under 20 years old to reach the prideful sun level. During this process, Roland also persuaded your father to marry Blanche to Ronan. Just imagine. Why would he work so hard on his grandson, who had accomplished nothing? Moreover, Ronan officially entered the public's field of vision only after the marriage was basically confirmed. Baron Layson moved to the Swamp Castle, wiped out the port bandits, conquered the Rapids Island, killed Count Orson, and now eliminated the alien race. Garrett looked at Ferenz and lowered his voice slightly. "What do you want to say?" Ferenz shrugged and spread his hands. "It's simple. Roland can't forget this hatred and has launched a careful plan for it. If anything happens to your father and you in the future, the kingdom of Alduin will have no direct heir. Ronan will use the name of his and Blanche's child to get his hands on the throne. This is the real reason why Roland brought Ronan and Blanche together." Garrett's heart trembled. Although he did not express any opinions, he somewhat agreed with this explanation in his heart. Hee. What kind of accident can happen between me and my father? Could it be that Ronan is still thinking about assassinating me? Ferenz said as a matter of course, why not? Even if he doesn't have the strength now, he can wait another 10 or 20 years. He can become a rising star at the age of 20. Can he become a legend at the age of 30? When he reaches the height of Emperor Orlan? Do you still think there is anything he can't accomplish? Garrett stopped talking. He even began to think that these words might be the real purpose of the Wushan family's actions. He couldn't help but feel frightened. How much endurance does a family have to lie dormant for 30 years? And Ronan? who is so good at acting at such a young age, is also very scary. Such a family and such an enemy are really scary. So, you want to deal with Wushan and get rid of Ronan? Yes. Ference admitted without any hesitation. You also saw yesterday's competition. Although we lost, we still have a chance to deal with him. But if he breaks through again in the future, even if we have more people, we can't do anything, he said firmly. If we want to defeat him, we must do it before he becomes strong. Although the combined area of Wushan Territory and Moonlight Valley is not small, they are surrounded by us. As long as we work together, we can completely pincer attack them and kill them. Garrett also thought of this possibility, but shook his head after a while. Father has decided to use honor, power, and status to bind Ronan and Alduin. It is impossible to make him change his mind and attack Wushan Territory and Moonlight Valley. Ha ha. Ference sneered. My elder brother is sometimes meticulous, but sometimes naive like a child. Imagine a powerful man who is invincible in the world would be attracted by the title of Marquis or Duke? Would he be bound by honor? You know, history always favors the strong. What good ideas do you have? For Garrett, getting rid of Ronan is not only in the interests of the Alduin family, but he can also use this opportunity to seize a more effective potion to make him stronger. This is a very valuable thing. It's very simple. I hope you can command all the nobles on behalf of your father and solve the huge danger of Ronan while the kingdom of Trisha is still in a turbulent period. Ferencz's eyes suddenly condensed, and the aura on his body also fluctuated violently. Even the might of the Silver Moon Knight was involuntarily emanated, stirring the surrounding airflow into a bit of disorder. Chapter 472 Choice. After hearing this, Garrett smelled a very dangerous breath. He looked at Ferenc vigilantly and sneered, My dear uncle, is your brain filled with pig manure? How dare you say that I should kill my father? Garrett knew Bruno's character quite well. Although his father might only be a silver knight in this life, he had his own insistence in politics. As mentioned before, almost no one would persuade Bruno to change his decision. Now, Bruno chose to believe in Wushan Territory and chose to restrain Ronan with honor, power and status. Unless the latter really showed signs of betrayal, he would not risk both sides to deal with Ronan. As long as this situation is maintained, as long as Alduin's rule is maintained, the next thing is a matter of time. Although Ronan is powerful, his lifespan is limited after all. After all, in history, didn't the first generation of Orlant the Great disappear in the long river of history? The royal family can survive a proud son, or even a legend in 3 generations at most. Therefore, in Garrett's view, there is only one way to kill the king and then take the throne himself. Although Garrett is conceited, arrogant, and even a little extreme in character, he still attaches great importance to the honor and face of the Alduin royal family. If he really kills his biological father in order to inherit the throne, it is equivalent to smearing the royal family. He could even imagine that once he did this, it was very likely that after successfully killing Ronan, people like Ferenc would use regicide and patricide as an excuse to say that he was not worthy of inheriting the throne, and then jointly attack him. Faced with Garrett's dirty words, Ferenc was not angry, but waved his hands repeatedly. No. 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 You misunderstood. I never told you to do such a thing. He explained. It is not necessary to kill your father to command the nobles of the kingdom on his behalf. Historically, it is not uncommon for the king to be unable to handle government affairs due to illness or other things, and thus hand over government affairs to the crown prince or the king. Garrett said in a cold voice, After all, isn't it for me to bear the infamy of framing my father? If you want, I can do this for you. Ferenc said. You are betraying me. No. I am doing this for Alduin, so that we will not be threatened by Wushan Territory. Ferenc suddenly said loudly, Lulansi is vindictive, and Ronan is insidious. They will definitely take back what we did to Wushan family 10-fold or 100-fold. When that happens, Alduin, and I, who changed my surname to Gregor, will all be unable to escape the fate of being destroyed by them. But your father chose to believe in such a person. His actions will only destroy Alduin's hundreds of years of foundation and bring us a devastating disaster. He looked at Garrett seriously. His expression was extremely sincere. For Alduin, I am willing to bear such a bad name for you. Garrett threatened in a low voice. Aren't you afraid that I will tell my father what you said? Let him join forces with Ronan and flatten your principality of Ferenc first. No. Ferens raised his hand and patted Garrett on the shoulder. I know you regard your honor and the rise and fall of the kingdom above all else. And even if you tell my brother about this, I will still say the same thing. For Alduin, I will not regret it. Garrett fell into a long contemplation. After a while, he swept Ferens' arm away. I will not agree with your approach. If you dare to use conspiracy against my father, I will never let you go. As for Ronan, I will become a Knight of the Sun soon. The Wushan family is not as terrible as you say. He turned around and issued an order to expel him. Go away. I will pretend that you have never been here today. Ferens stared for a long time, then sighed sadly. It's up to you. Anyway, I have said and done what I should say. If one day you and your father follow in Jesus' footsteps, don't regret it. And don't blame me for not reminding you. He turned around and turned his back to Garrett. But if you figure it out, you can come to me at any time. Of course, before Ronan becomes a legend. After saying this, Ferens strode away without looking back. No matter what Garrett thought, at least the seed had been planted in his heart. Whether it would sprout or not, it was up to fate. Garrett looked at Ferens' back. He stood there for half an hour, and finally shook his head and left the training ground. No matter what, I will never allow this to happen. With my own strength, I can also find a way to balance the Wushan territory. On the other side, after Ronan sent Duke Varghese away, he also started his return plan. First of all, the Griffins. The Griffin nest built in Shanlin town has been basically completed. Although it is a bit crude, it can already allow them to live. Therefore, Ronan contacted Brawl and Missy and asked them to prepare to transport the Griffins to Hillwood Town. As for the hundreds of professionals involved in the breeding and care of Griffins, Ronan asked Carlos to return to Wubei territory. In addition to picking up Elrin, he also notified Knight Reese to sail from Wubei port to Nyoji Bay to pick up these hundreds of people to Hillwood Town. 2 days later, Duke Varghese's manor. Haha. I didn't expect Mr. Elrin to look so young. But he is already a magician. Varghese warmly welcomed the arrival of Ronan and Elrin. He didn't expect that Ronan would let Elrin come in such a short time. May the light protect everyone. Elrin greeted politely. Lord Ronan has told me about the Justana family. I hope I can help you on this journey to the west. This voice made Varghese feel like spring breeze. He even wondered if the magician with light attribute was born with the ability to relax people. The Principality of Varghese is thousands of miles away from the capital. Although we return on Griffins, it will take 2 or 3 days. This journey, I'm sorry to trouble you. The magician. Ronan could see that Varghese was very respectful to Elrin, who was highly expected. He smiled and said, in that case, I will go back first. Elrin, you should try your best to help the Duke find the cause, and do your best to solve any abnormalities. Elrin bowed slightly. Don't worry. Sir, I will do my best. On the way here, Ronan explained to Elrin. This time, if the trouble is really solved for the Justana family, then there is no need to be polite to ask for cooperation, so that Wubbling can have a breeding base in the Principality of Justana specifically for cultivating flame grass. This base is provided with technical support by Elrin, and the Principality of Justana provides personnel. After the breeding is successful, the flame grass in the base will be directly handed over to Wubbling, instead of being sold to the royal family. As for the share, Ronan was not stingy. 80% or 70% would do. I believe Duke Varghese would not be too stingy. Of course, if this trip did not achieve anything, Elrin would also solve the problems caused by the disease for Duke Varghese's son and grandson, and try to help them recover their health. Similarly, Elrin would also take the opportunity to ask for cooperation on Ronan's behalf. But the difference was that he would give more benefits. Chapter 473, Take Refuge. The Guardian Knight of the Kingdom. The Marquis of Moonlight Valley. The powerful Knight of the Prideful Sun. In the Iron Hoof Castle of the Horse-Herding City. Viscount Marvin looked at the intelligence letter in his hand, and kept exclaiming in amazement. I really didn't expect Ronan to grow to this point now. He vaguely remembered the first time he entertained Ronan, who was still the Baron of Shanlin Town, in the Horse-Herding City. At that time, the other party was guarding a poor territory, and many people even suspected that the other party would never leave Shanlin Town in this life. Who would have thought that Ronan could become the shining star of the kingdom in such a short time? Yes, father! Moss Ironhoof was amazed by Ronan's strength, and at the same time, he was impressed by his father's wise decision. It was a very wise choice for you to let Ronan follow Ronan. Ha ha ha. Marvin couldn't help laughing. Every time he thought about it. He was moved to death by his own cleverness. That's necessary. Sometimes choice is more important than strength. Moss also laughed and said, I don't know when my brother will become a baron with his own territory. Moonlight Valley is probably very short of people now. Marvin is optimistic about this. The reason why Ronan was promoted so quickly is that in addition to the support of Lord Llewellyn's, he also made meritorious deeds and has extraordinary strength. Although Ronan is now a bronze knight, he is far behind Ronan. Since you are an ordinary person, you can only rely on long-term contributions to accumulate trust and merit in exchange for the status of a noble. Look at Kabir. He has been married to McKinney for so many years. And he only became a baron not long ago. Moss nodded. Yes, but Rodna is also very good. At least he is trusted by Ronan and can access the resources of Wubei territory. He was able to successfully become a bronze knight because he entrusted Rodna to buy auxiliary enhancement potions. Speaking of resources, I envy Sander's son Yusuf. The identity of a magician is very popular in Wubei territory, Marvin said, looking at his eldest son Moss, and pondered. You just said that Moonlight Valley is short of people. I plan to let you follow Ronan to gain experience. Like Reese in the Pointed City. What do you think? Moss's face showed a pleasant surprise. I'm very happy to do it. As the news that Ronan became the Marquis of Moonlight Valley spread throughout Wushan territory, the nobles here basically wanted to give their sons and daughters to Ronan like Marvin, saying it was for training. But in fact it was also to seize the rare opportunity. On the other hand, after Ronan finished his trip to the capital, he sent Roland's back to Wushan Castle, and then took Carlos back to Wubei territory. Although the wedding was imminent, Moonlight Valley could not be left alone. In the absence of manpower, he could only transport Wilson, his capable general, and some of his assistants to Moonlight City first. On the way, he also thought about whether to confer titles on his subordinates. After all, the territory is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more subordinates. Appropriate canonization will help improve cohesion and motivation. When he first crossed over, he didn't like this division, but as his strength increased, he found that this world was different from Earth. This is a world with extraordinary power, and the stronger he is, many things can no longer restrain him. It doesn't matter whether it is divided or not. What matters is that all territories must change according to his will. For example, a set of laws is implemented from top to bottom, and local lords do not have the right to formulate special legal provisions. For example, when Ronan is ready to abolish slavery, which deprives human rights and restricts the development of productivity and social progress, all lords under him must unconditionally execute it, etc. In a word, it can be divided, but there must be some changes. And then, the existing system will be changed little by little in a more appropriate direction over time. It is unlikely for Ronan to enter the modern society from the current stage at one time, and all aspects do not allow it. Master, we have arrived at Swamp Town. Okay, I will trouble you to make a few more trips in the next few days to transport people to Moonlight Valley. Leave it to me, Master. I am more than happy to help you. Ronan stood up and jumped off the back of the dragon. After a few steps in the air, he landed in the Swamp Castle. The knights, servants and magicians of the Swamp Castle had noticed Carlos's figure long ago, and knew that the Lord had returned, and they all ran outside to wait. Although Ronan's becoming a marquis had little to do with most of the servants here, they could still feel proud. The servants of the Earl were at a different level from the servants of the Marquis. As soon as Ronan landed, he was greeted with grand congratulations and greetings. He responded and encouraged them before returning to the hall. Ronan summoned all the magicians and knights and talked about the personnel transfer. First of all, the magicians would not move, which would affect the production of magic potions. Now that Elrin was away, this matter was handed over to Jenny, with Irene and Yusef helping out. And the junior magicians introduced by Breton were responsible for the initial processing of materials. Secondly, the knight squad formed by Rig would not move. After all, there are now more than 100,000 people living here. If there is no military deterrence, there will be problems. As for the defense force of Moonlight Valley, Llewellyn said that he would let Rydell bring the 3 knights of Wushan Castle to station there. So Ronan did not need to worry about this for the time being. What Ronan needed to take away was the transport officer Ragna and his transport squad, as well as Wilk and other civil servants. to help him deal with the government affairs of Moonlight Valley first, and to transport enough supplies and other urgent issues, so that this disaster-stricken land can be stabilized as soon as possible. After some arrangements, it was already evening. Ronan came to the top of the tower of the swamp castle and looked at the swamp that had been developed into farmland in the distance. Before we knew it, it was already October. The rice this year was growing well and had been harvested, leaving behind more seeds. Luoning believed that after a round of sowing next year, rice would become more common. As for potatoes, the route between Jilia Island and Wubei Territory was now open. Even if the potatoes in Wubei Territory were not sown, a large number of potatoes from the island could be transported here. There was no need to wait until next year, as this kind of food was already on the table. This town is getting more and more lively. He had been traveling around this year, and had not been in the territory for a long time. Every time he came back, he would see that several towns had more people. New houses had been built, and so on. The changes were very obvious. "Sir," Ragna's voice sounded. Ronan turned around and asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" Ragna bowed and smiled. "I have something private to ask you." Ronan was a little confused. Ragna and Kurami were already married, and the latter was pregnant. They had settled in Wubei Territory. Could it be that he asked Ragna to go to Moonlight Valley this time, and the latter was not convenient? "Is it inconvenient to leave Wubei Territory?" Ronan asked. "Indeed. Kurami is pregnant and does need someone to accompany her." "Sir, you misunderstood. It's not this matter," Ragna hurriedly explained. "Kurami is only 2 months pregnant. It's still early for her to give birth, and I have also found a servant to take care of her, so there is no inconvenience." "Oh, what's that?" Ragna smiled and said, "It's my brother Moss. He also wants to train with you like Reese, so he asked me to ask if it's convenient for you." Ronan was a little surprised, but he thought it was natural. "Is he in Swamp Town?" "Yes. He has been here 3 days ago." Ronan smiled. "Then let him come to see me. I just need help with something." Ronan had known Moss before. Although he was not as good as Ragna in cultivation, he was specially trained by Marvin in territory management and was a qualified heir to the title. What Ronan lacked now was such a person. Chapter 474 Treatment. The sky on the plateau was as blue and deep as a wash, as if the purest picture of nature was spread out before our eyes. Elrin and Duke Varghese' team rode on griffins, and after more than 2 days of flying, they finally crossed the border of the Principality of Justana. The scenery here is really spectacular. Elrin looked ahead, where there were mountains and peaks, and some of the peaks were covered with snow, shining in the sun. The scenery of the snow-capped mountains is very good. If you have enough time, we can go and have fun. In the past 2 days, Varghese has learned a lot about the magician in front of him, and also felt the extraordinariness of Ronan through Elrin. Therens and Andrea have made profits in various places over the years, but this time, they may be defeated in Wishan territory. I must go up and take a look if I have a chance. Elrin had a smile on his face, which made people feel like spring breeze. Even if the light attribute magician did not deliberately, he would always exude an aura that made people around him feel at ease. The griffin flew over the grassland below and began to go deeper, and the environment gradually became dry. If you keep going inside, the air will gradually become thinner, and some people may not be able to adapt. Fortunately, Gizdan Castle is not too far from the border. After flying for 20 minutes, Elrin saw a majestic castle standing on a high mountain, with a camel flag on it fluttering in the wind, as expected of the Duke's castle. When Elrin landed on the griffin platform, he felt that the dry air was gone. The environment in the castle was very pleasant, and there was even the fragrance of some unknown variety of flowers floating in the air, which was very fresh. Varghese led Elrin away from the griffin platform and asked as he walked, "Did you find anything wrong?" Elrin shook his head. Before landing, he used his mental power to sense the castle, and did not find anything wrong. Perhaps the so-called curse did not exist at all. A trace of disappointment flashed in Varghese' eyes, but he recovered quickly. "Don't worry. It will be dark soon. After dinner, let's have a good rest for a night, and talk about it tomorrow." As the two walked and talked, they heard the sound of running fast in front of them. "My Lord Duke, you are finally back." A young man in light armor ran over, looking surprised but anxious. This is the castle's guard officer Yulon Weiss. Although he is only 30 years old, he is already a golden knight, and has a good talent for cultivation. Valgis introduced. If you have any problems in the castle, you can find him. Elrin nodded in greeting. Yulon also bowed deeply. And after sending his greetings, he said to Valgis anxiously, My lord, Lord Paradru is ill. Your grandson, Master Ganua, is also lying in bed with a fever. Varghese was about to say something about the castle, but was shocked by this sentence. Then he suddenly woke up. Come on. Hurry up. Take me to see it. He strode forward, and was dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Suddenly he thought of Elrin and turned around and said, Mr. Elrin, I have to ask you for help this time. Come on. I'll go with you to see it. The castle was very big, but both of them were level 8 transcendents. Even though Elrin was a magician, he was not slow when casting the Aurora Shadow. The depths of the castle were shrouded in a tense atmosphere at this time. The nobles of the Principality of Justana knew what the Duke's family was going through. If Paradru and Ganner died, Varghese would be left alone. When the Duke dies, the duchy will most likely be taken back by the kingdom, because there is no direct heir. This kind of thing has rarely happened in history. Now Paradru and Ganua are both in a coma, and the only one who can take charge is the Duke's daughter-in-law, Mrs. Stacy Rhodes. She invited a famous doctor in the city, but after a round of bloodletting and medication, there was no effect. I can't do anything. The hot Nina Dart maid shook her head regretfully. Although my magic potion can improve spirits, I can't deal with their coma of unknown cause. Stacy's face was pale. Could it be that her husband and son would follow in the footsteps of her eldest brother's family? Just when she was desperate, a tall figure rushed in. What happened to them? Father, you are finally back. Stacy felt that she had found a life-saving straw, and Nina also simply greeted the Duke. As soon as Varghese came in, he saw the father and son unconscious on the bed. His face solemn, and then turned around nervously to look at Elrin. Sir, please help me. This scene immediately aroused the curiosity of Nina and others. They couldn't help but look at Elrin. Why did this man who looked like he was in his 20s or 30s be so valued by the Duke? Elrin nodded slightly and came to the bedside. As the mental power and light elements condensed, a faint light sprinkled on the two people on the bed. Light attribute? Magician? Nina's eyes flashed with surprise, wondering when such a new face appeared in the kingdom of Alduin. In the nervous and expectant eyes of Varghese and others, a faint black light emanated from Paradru and Ganner. It works. Varghese felt trembling all over. He had asked many magicians for treatment, including those with light attributes, but none of them had such an effect. Magician? It's really different. Elrin frowned slightly. I sensed a special extraordinary energy in them, which is somewhat similar to the power of witch souls, but it carries a sufficient breath of death. Varghese's face darkened. The aliens came to my castle? Yulon. The guard strode into the room. My lord. From now on, you are only allowed to enter the castle but not leave. In addition, let the knights be on guard. Yulon didn't understand, but he didn't question it at all and immediately went down to execute it. Elrin removed the light and directly used the 8th level magic evil purification. He used it to treat Rulons. The powerful essence light sprinkled on Paradru and Ganner, and the undead power on them was evaporated inch by inch and disappeared in the air. The two people on the bed hummed and moved their eyeballs. With an immediate effect, Varghese and Stacy were surprised, especially the latter, who almost cried with joy. As the light faded, the magic time ended. How is the situation? Varghese asked nervously. Elrin smiled slightly. Don't worry. I have purified the energy in them, but they have been tortured for a long time and lost a lot of blood, so they are very weak now. He couldn't help but sigh that the bloodletting treatment method was no longer used in Wubei territory, and he didn't expect that the Duke's family still believed in it. Let the kitchen prepare some broth and feed them to replenish their bodies. Good. 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 Varghese was very happy, and he was also very fortunate that he had approached Ronan with a try-it attitude when he was in Jinyu City. If he had left the capital directly at that time, his son and grandson would probably be gone again. At this time, Nina picked up the bottle on the table and asked, Mr. Mage, I wonder if I can feed them this magic potion. Elrin took it with some surprise. Tonic? No. It's a magic potion, Nina said with some pride. I used the lotus on the snow mountain and the flame grass, a specialty of the desert, to mix it. Varghese hurriedly introduced. Nina Dart, like you, is also a powerful mage. Elrin hurriedly shook hands with the other party. According to Ronan, any high-level extraordinary person is worth winning over. I don't know the specific effect of the spirit potion, but I also have a magic potion made from flame grass, which is irritating. Therefore, it is recommended not to use it on two such weak people. You are also a pharmacist? Nina was a little surprised. Varghese smiled and said, Mr. Elrin is not only a powerful magician, but also a pharmacist who can make special magic potions that enhance the strength of knights and awaken people. Nina's eyes were full of brilliance. The Principality of Justana was good in everything, but there was no one to communicate with. But she was unwilling to go to the Earldom of Amethyst. I didn't expect you to have such a high level of attainment in magic potions. Nina asked tentatively, I have many questions here. I wonder if it is convenient to ask you. Of course. Elrin agreed without any hesitation. But I have to wait until I finish dealing with the Duke's affairs. Although the father and son of Paradru were cured, if the root cause is not found, it is estimated that they will repeat the same mistakes. In order to promote the cooperation between Wubei Territory and the Principality of Justana, Elrin naturally has to try his best to solve this matter perfectly. What do you want to do? Varghese asked. He also knew the importance of finding the root cause. Elrin frowned and thought for a while, and said after a while, there is no good way. So let's gather all the people in the castle and check them first. Chapter 475 Dead Book. When the news of possible existence of aliens spread in the castle, the atmosphere of tension and fear enveloped the castle of Justana. Some people even worried whether they would be driven by aliens like Jesus. Fortunately, Elrin checked again and did not find any suspicious points from any knight or servant. Time passed quickly, and soon it was late at night. Perhaps it was because of the thin air on the plateau, which made the stars and the full moon in the sky brighter and more brilliant. Even if the castle did not use magic lamps, the environment under the night sky could be seen clearly by starlight and moonlight alone. Okay, let's go! Elrin waved his hand tiredly and dispersed the last group of people to be checked. He still didn't get anything. Perhaps there are no aliens in the castle, he said. Varghese frowned. He hoped to find one, so that the family crisis could be completely solved. Now nothing has been found. Where is the source? He suppressed his anxiety. Mr. Elrin, it's late today, and your magic and mental power are also very much consumed. I think it's better to stop here. Elrin sighed. It can only be like this. After so many hours of inspection, he was indeed a little tired. Accompanied by Varghese, the two walked through the front yard and headed for the arranged residence. But when they passed a flower bed, Elrin's footsteps suddenly stopped. He clearly sensed that there was a special energy fluctuation in the middle of the flower bed in front. This fluctuation was extremely obscure. If it weren't for Elrin's keen perception of the energy, he really wouldn't have found it. What's wrong? Varghese wondered. Elrin didn't answer, but cast the light of exploration, and a strange dark breath immediately appeared in his vision. The breath seemed to sense the danger and suddenly shrank back, and everything returned to calm. Elrin's mouth curled up slightly. My lord, I think I should have found the source of the so-called curse. Varghese was refreshed. Surprised. Really? Elrin walked to the flower bed, pointed to the ground under his feet, and said, the strange dark breath comes from the ground under his feet. Varghese was a little confused. This flower bed. Memories flashed through his mind. It seemed that it was indeed from the decoration of this garden that his children and grandchildren had problems one after another. The most important thing is that they all like to come here to play and walk. Damn it! Varghese flashed an angry look. Guards, let Yulon bring the knights over and dig up this land for me. Elrin originally wanted to rest, but now it seems that he still has to wait. He was very curious why this energy did not look for other people, but specifically for members of the Justana family. From the spouse of Duke Varghese to his grandson, they were all core members. Could it be that someone was deliberately targeting them? Soon, Knight Yulon led a team of people, holding tools such as pickaxes and shovels, to remove all the flowers in the flower bed, and then dug down 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, until they dug down for a full 6 meters. A strange and manic fluctuation came from below. Varghese shouted lightly, and the aura on his body burst out. The power of the Silver Moon Knight directly calmed the restlessness. Keep digging. The knights continued to dig. When they dug 10 meters, the monster below seemed to know that it could not escape this time, and it let out an extremely sharp roar. which made all the knights present look dazed and forgot to swing the pickaxes in their hands. Even the golden knight Yulon, who was standing above to command, was briefly absent-minded. At this time, a huge pale virtual spirit sprang out of the soil and roared towards the outside of the garden. How could Varghese let the other party leave? He took a big step and stopped him. You almost caused the destruction of my family. And you still want to leave? He slapped out with his palm, and the fighting spirit turned into a palm print and crushed the virtual spirit, breaking it into pieces. The void screamed, but gathered itself together again, trying to escape from another direction. This is a dead spirit, a special creature made of energy. Elrond performed a purification spell, and the light enveloped the whole body of the dead spirit, instantly drying it into powder and disappearing between heaven and earth. Dead spirit? Varghese was surprised. Is it similar to the Wuhuan tribe? That's not the case. Elrond explained. When the dead souls do not completely dissipate, they absorb the dark power of heaven and earth, and then they will form this special creature. As he spoke, he came to the bottom of the pit, picked up the iron pick and turned it over twice. And soon, a skeleton appeared in front of everyone. Even though it was a skeleton, everyone felt fear when they looked at it directly. Varghese was stunned. What on earth is this? His castle has existed for decades, and this skeleton is not only not rotten, but also preserved so well, which is too incredible. More importantly, this thing can disturb his mind. Elrond didn't say anything. He bent down and picked up the black book next to the skeleton. The skeleton pattern on the cover looked gloomy and terrifying. Dead book. His memory began to surge. This is the body of the Lord of the Dead. Kreen. More than 1,000 years ago. Elrond exclaimed. He is one of the demon kings under the demon god, and his strength has reached the sage level. Vajires took a breath. How could he die here? Shouldn't he be in the crescent continent that Sophia mentioned? The war thousands of years ago has already affected the two continents. Elrond used magic to purify the dark aura on the dead book. This book does not record any text information, but 6 pages of summoning arrays. When activated by necromancy, it can summon silver, gold, meteor, silver moon, scorching sun, and legendary skeleton warriors. This summoning is equivalent to an additional 1 and does not occupy the quota of the necromancer. The Lord is getting married soon, and I haven't prepared any gifts yet. It's just right to give this dead book to the Lord's wife. As Elrond thought, he explained to Varghese, there was a flame expeditionary army, and its founder, the flame god of war, came from the Orland continent. I heard that the flame god of war killed the Lord of the Undead. Maybe this is the battlefield of that battle 1,000 years ago. The flame god of war is also Ryder's teacher. The undead just now was born from the corpse of the sage and has a certain wisdom. So it set its sights on the owner of the castle. It's just that its ability to control people is too crude. It didn't control the puppet well, but killed 1 or 2 people one after another. As for why Duke Varghese is fine, the answer is simple. The old man is a Silver Moon Knight, and his strength and will are too strong. Not only did the undead not dare to control it, it was afraid that it would not show up where Varghese appeared. Varghese was stunned. His castle was actually the battlefield of the war between gods. Who would believe it if he told others? But looking at the bones under his feet, it seemed that this was the only explanation. Right, Mr. Magister. In your opinion, can I still live here? Elrond smiled and said, I will continue to inspect the entire castle in the next 2 days. When I leave, I will take the skeleton back to Wubei territory for research. It should not be a problem for the castle to continue to be used. The remains of the sage. This is a treasure. Although Elrond did not study it deeply, Sophia had a rich knowledge reserve, and she should be able to use it. A dead book, plus a sage-level remains. Ronan asked Elrond to come to the Principality of Justana to help. This trip was not in vain. Oh, by the way, Elrond smiled. Ronan told him to discuss cooperation with Varghese. It should be absolutely no problem. Elrond thought about it, and thought of a sentence that Ronan mentioned when he talked to him. If they can find a way to pull the Principality of Justana to the camp of Wubei territory, then they will have the power to deter the Principality of Farens. Thinking of this, Elrond smiled and said, My Lord Duke, I have a little advice for you about Master Gunua. When it comes to his children and grandchildren, Varghese dare not neglect it at all. Please speak. Chapter 476 Steam engine started. Moonlight Castle. Ronan didn't expect that this luxurious castle built by Jesus, with a lot of manpower, and material resources would fall into his hands. Fortunately, the battlefield of the Moonlight Valley battle was mainly at the city gate, and the castle did not suffer too much damage. Even though the knights caused some damage when they came in to plunder, it was not a big problem. It would take some time to arrange some craftsmen to repair it, since Ronan led Wilson and others into the Moonlight Valley, and the two knights of Rydar and Sophia did a good job in the security of various towns. This post-war land began to enter the rhythm of recuperation. The large population gap caused by Mephisto cannot be filled in a short period of time, and there is no way to make up for some abandoned land. We can only wait until more people come and gradually recultivate it. During this period, Ronan inspected 3 mines in Moonlight Valley, 2 of which are iron mines, and 1 is a copper mine. Bruno is right. The scale of the iron mine in Red Maple City is very large, at least 10 times that of Chishan Town. Moonlight Valley not only has such a large iron mine, but also a medium-sized iron mine and a medium-sized copper mine in Shanquan City. Now it seems that although Jesus is an earl and his territory is not large, this land has food and mineral veins, and it is very rich. He didn't manage such a good territory well, always coveting the shore city with no special products, and blindly pursuing the size of the territory and expanding outward, which inevitably led to a fall behind and a waste of this land. Now that Ronan has obtained these mines, his territory's demand for steel resources has been completely met. After Ronan settled in Moonlight Castle, nobles from surrounding territories visited him one after another, basically to maintain the previous iron or trade with Jesus, in order to resume the mining of minerals as soon as possible and to pursue a larger mining volume. Ronan proposed a cooperation method of exchanging iron ore for the labor of these nobles. For the nobles, labor is not very valuable. Even if there are few people in their territory, they can still squeeze in. Moreover, these laborers only work in Ronan's territory, and the money and resources they earn are allowed to be taken to their territory to spend. This is a business that will not lose money. After a few days of consideration, these nobles wrote to Ronan and agreed to this way of cooperation. So, in the next 2 months, Red Maple City and Mountain Spring City in Moonlight Valley welcomed a large number of laborers. Although these people make money from Ronan, they also eat, drink, defecate, and consume in Moonlight Valley. Maybe some people think that life here is not bad, and they may want to immigrate here. In addition, the 100,000 people promised by His Majesty the King have also set sail one after another. 40% of them migrated to Moonlight City via Dennisport, and the remaining 60% went northward through the Howling Sea to Wubei Port, becoming the main force in the construction of Wubei City. Moonlight City can be regarded as the second important city of Ronan, and Wubei Territory, as the rear area, is the foundation of development and also needs a landmark city. Winter came in a blink of an eye. In the courtyard near Wubei Port, a huge steel lump was erected 1 or 2 meters above the ground. Ordinary people standing in front of such a cold steel creation, even if they know it is a dead object, they still feel awe. Simon's big hand slapped on the steel, and his face was full of uncontrollable excitement. After so many years of manufacturing, I never thought that one day I would be able to make something so big and so precise. Although he was only responsible for the production of part of the structure, it was still something worth showing off. Steam engine. Right, Ronan. I can't wait to see the result. I am looking forward to it too. Since Sophia joined Wubei Territory, Ronan took her to make the core components of the steam engine whenever he was free. After nearly 8 months, the two of them relied on their super high mental power and the ability to control flames to cooperate in making cylinders, flywheels, pistons, and other structures. These components are not only very precise, but also very strong, which can meet the needs of steam engines. Carlos, please light the fire. Ronan pointed to the boiler. The dragon blinked its huge eyes. It also contributed a lot to this iron lump. It was also looking forward to seeing the operation of the steam engine. Puff! The hot flame spewed out from its bloody mouth. After being controlled by Carlos, they were all concentrated under the boiler. Control the temperature. Don't melt the furnace, Ronan reminded. Carlos quickly lowered the temperature of the flame. Soon, the water in the boiler began to boil. The high-temperature steam overflowed from the sealed boiler, entered the cylinder along the pipe, gradually accumulated, expanded, and began to push the piston. It moves. Sophia could feel the piston in the cylinder moving. Woo! Soon, accompanied by a low roar, the steam engine slowly woke up and began to show the endless power hidden in it to the outside world. A powerful steam broke through the pressure and gushed out, turning into a cloud of white mist, filling the air. As the steam was released, the axle of the steam engine began to turn, although it looked slow and heavy at first, as if an old man was taking a difficult step. But gradually, the flywheel rotated faster and faster. The power became stronger and stronger, and the clanging sound of the axle became louder and louder, like a war drum, shocking people. Simon was shocked by this scene. Although I had expected such a scene, the reality was even more shocking than I expected. Sophia also said, "This is not the power of magic. This is the power from nature." Both of them are knowledgeable people who know the principle of the magic power of the Dawnbreaker. So after seeing the flywheel spinning, they knew that if this movement was applied to the giant wheel, they would no longer have the problem of insufficient magic crystal energy. After all, boiling water, even though Carlos is now spitting fire, it can also be replaced with firewood, or the coal mentioned by Ronan. But it will take a little longer to start. Ronan, I think with this, the sails on the ship can be removed. Sophia expressed her thoughts. Even the Dawn has 3 large sails erected on it, which is a preparation for energy shortage. But once there is steam power, the sails can be removed. Of course, Ronan agreed. Sailboats will soon become a thing of the past. In addition to using steam engines on ships, I also plan to use it on land. Steam engines are very useful, such as transportation, textiles, forging, compression pumps, and even power generation. Most of the fields that require a lot of power can be used. Of course, for Ronan, the first thing he wanted to use was transportation. Whether it was Moonlight Valley or Chishan Town, the iron ore mined in order to be transported out relied on manpower and horsepower, which was too inefficient. If there were steam trains, combined with the laid railway tracks, a large amount of transportation would be possible. Sophia, Simon, next I want to optimize the steam engine and use it for land transportation. Ronan signaled Carlos to stop spitting fire, while pulling Sophia and Simon to start the next plan. I plan to pilot in Wubei territory, build a railway line, and use steam engines to transport the coal resources mined in Swamp Town to Wubei port. Railway? Simon's tone was doubtful, but his face was very excited. He was very interested in creating new things. This is a new word. Just hearing this word, I became very interested in it. Ronan, tell me, what do you need me to do? Ronan used his mental power to control the sand on the ground to float up, and in a few breaths, it formed the shape of a railway and a steam train. I am going to appoint you as my chief mechanical engineer and design a railway line covering Wubei territory, Wushan territory and Moonlight Valley for me. He began to talk about the basic principles of the railway and the great role it would bring after it was built. The more Sophia and Simon listened, the more shocked they were. Even in the City of Dawn, their transportation still relies on livestock power, and magic power has not been widely promoted. But it is obvious that if Ronan's railway is built, it will be a tool that can be widely promoted. At that time, not only nobles, but also ordinary people can use it. Sophia exclaimed, Ronan, I am sure that your invention will change the world. This time Ronan was not modest. He invited with a smile, then let us use the power of steam to liberate the productivity of this world. My chief designer and chief engineer. Sophia and Simon looked at each other, and then nodded solemnly. Chapter 477 Prelude to the Wedding. The Kingdom of Trisha. Molten Principality. Ever since the Holy Storm organization, which had emerged as a new force, occupied this principality and swallowed up some of the nearby noble territories, the organization renamed this area Holy Court of Flame. The holy capital of the Holy Court of Flame is Molten City. As the supreme ruler and judge of the Holy Court, the envoy of Flame, Flame Wing, and the envoy of Storm, Thranduil, live in Molten Fortress. Their identities are the same as Mephisto. Both of them are the spokesperson sent by the demon god to the Orlan continent. In the temple of Molten Fortress, the tall and burly Flame Wing frowned and said to the woman beside him with a gloomy face, Mephisto is dead. Yenne's body was already very tall, and under the background of a set of golden armor, it gave people a full sense of oppression. And Thranduil in front of him looked a little like a little bird. But no one in the Holy Court dared to question this woman. Her cruelty was as exquisite as her beauty. Humph! I told him a long time ago not to go north with us. But he didn't listen. Thranduil sat on a chair beside him angrily. He died now. And it's the price he should pay. Jinyu turned around and sat in his seat. And the spacious iron throne was occupied by his body. Although Mephisto has a weird personality. As one of the three gods. His death makes me sad. Thranduil, you shouldn't have such a big hostility towards your deceased companions. As the leader of this operation and the highest decision maker of the Holy Storm organization, Jinyu still has some prestige. Okay, Jinyu. You are right. I should no longer be prejudiced and hostile to him. Thranduil sighed and began to seriously understand the matter. We all know Mephisto's ability. With the blessing of the Witch Soul Orb, it is very difficult to kill him. This is also the confidence for him to go north alone. She asked in confusion, so, how did he die? Jinyu waved the letter in his hand. This is the intelligence set over there. There are two people who need our attention. And one of them is an old friend we are familiar with. Who? Thranduil was curious. Princess Sophia of Dawn City. She came to the kingdom of Alduin. Thranduil was stunned for a moment. And then he roughly knew why Mephisto died. The leader of Dawn City was born a magician. And the things he invented in recent years have brought us a lot of trouble. Among them is the instrument for locating the witch soul beads. Mephisto probably didn't expect them to come. Then who is the second person? It's a native named Ronan Wushan. Jinyu looked at the letter in his hand and introduced. This person is less than 20 years old. But he is already a knight of the prideful sun. And there are many strong people around him. Even Sophia and her group have joined his camp. Mephisto died at the hands of this person. Thranduil was also slightly surprised. A sun knight under the age of 20. Such talent is rare even in the Crescent continent. Since Sophia has recognized him, it is estimated that it will be difficult for us to cooperate with him. If nothing unexpected happens, this Ronan will definitely become our powerful enemy in the future. Yes. Flamewing flicked his fingers. And the letter in his hand was burned by flames. Fortunately, Sophia did not get the support of the kingdom of Alduin. Otherwise, the war between the two kingdoms would be set off immediately. But as long as time goes on, she and Ronan will always have the possibility of causing trouble for us. So, we must go north as soon as possible. Thranduil frowned slightly. It should be the Trisha kingdom heading north. If we take the initiative to go north, we will be caught between the two parties. Jinyu laughed. Don't worry. The turning point will come soon. Oh! Thranduil's eyes turned. And he probably guessed something in his heart. It is estimated that the Trisha royal family will reach a cooperation with them to jointly resist the powerful enemy that may go south. Ronan only felt that time passed quickly when he was busy. Before he knew it, it was the end of December. And it was the annual festival again. But this year's festival was different from usual. This day was his wedding day. On the morning of the 28th. Before dawn, Wushan Castle was already brightly lit. Bella, the personal maid, also made a rare trip this time. She came to the Marquis Castle from Wubei territory with Diane. At this moment, she and the maids in the castle were dressing Ronan carefully. Ronan looked at himself in the mirror, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. At this moment, he was wearing a gorgeous robe carefully tailored by Wushan Castle. Bella introduced that this robe used high-grade velvet and the most exquisite silk in Wubei territory. And it was extremely valuable. In addition to the robe, he also wore a jeweled belt, a precious pearl bracelet, an exquisite necklace, and a wide-brimmed top hat. Overall, he looked both glittering and gorgeous, and not lacking in elegance and demeanor. It's better to wear casual clothes on weekdays. Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Diana, who was supervising on the side, smiled and said, after all, this is your wedding. And it is also the most important day for the royal family. We can't lose face. Brendan gave a thumbs up. Brother is so handsome. Ronan couldn't help laughing. Turned his head left and right. And couldn't help smacking his lips. It seems to be really handsome. After a busy time, the sun rose at dawn, and the sky gradually brightened. On the square in front of Wushan Castle, the giant dragon Carlos had already been lying there, swallowing and spitting out the elements of heaven and earth, forming a special scene of alternating wind and fire. This scene made people feel both terrified and awed. The nobles who came to Wushan Castle stood in the distance, sighing, especially those who had seen the dragon. They didn't expect Carlos to be so big. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, Lillands, Wiggins, and others surrounded Ronan and came to the front of the square. Lillands, dressed in a gorgeous dress, was in high spirits, smiling and relieved. Go. Go quickly and come back quickly. In the past 2 months, the royal family and Wushan Castle have discussed many times. And at the same time, under Ronan's suggestion, they finally determined the process of picking up the bride. As a representative of the royal family, Blanche's wedding often has extremely high political and symbolic significance. At the same time, in order to highlight the authority and glory of the royal family, according to custom, the wedding will be held in the royal hall. Ronan did not raise any objection to this, but only made some changes to the dinner at the Golden Feather Palace. So, he would arrive at the Golden Feather Palace in the morning and hold the wedding in the royal hall at noon. After the lunch, he would return with Blanche and hold a celebratory dinner at Wushan Castle. Ronan nodded, strode directly to Carlos's back. Let's go! Carlos spread his huge wings, which immediately covered the sky and the sun. A huge pressure was released from him, making the legs of the people watching from afar tremble. A strong wind swept across the city, and the man and the dragon went away at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, only a small black dot was left. Lu Lanzi looked at the sky, his mouth slightly raised. The news that Ronan had a giant dragon had spread. But most of the nobles had never seen a real giant dragon, and they didn't know what kind of sensation Ronan would cause if he arrived at Jinyu City in such a posture today. Lu Lanzi suggested that Ronan not use a giant dragon, but a griffin instead. After all, there were many griffins in the family. But Ronan didn't agree. For him, how could such a major event in life not be made lively and grand? Chapter 478 A Cool Wedding. The royal capital Jinyu City is especially lively during the annual celebrations. This year, the princess is getting married. The atmosphere of joy is overflowing inside and outside the Jinyu Palace, as if even the air is filled with sweetness and blessings. Blanche is wearing an exquisite lace dress, the hem of which is as white and flawless as a blooming lily, inlaid with pearls and gems, shining under the light. Her hair is carefully braided into a complex braid, embellished with several jewelry carefully made by craftsmen, making her face even more beautiful. In a few hours, she will leave this palace where she has lived for 20 years to live in a strange land. Blanche is very nervous about this, but also very much looking forward to it. What she was worried about was that she would face a completely unfamiliar environment. But what she was looking forward to was that she would live with her beloved. When will Ronan come? She couldn't help but look up at the sky outside. She knew the process of the wedding, but she was always worried that there would be some accidents on the long road from Wushan Castle to Jinyu City, which would cause delays. Don't worry. He will be on time. Night Missy smiled and said. You just need to be a beautiful bride. Thank you, Missy. Blanche smiled sweetly. You were the one who accompanied me to Wushan Castle. I didn't expect that my marriage with Ronan would be settled like this. Now thinking back to the experience in Wushan City, it is also an extremely beautiful memory. Yeah. Time flies. Missy couldn't help but sigh. The Baron is now a marquis of the kingdom, and some big figures in that experience, such as Count Orson and Jesus, were all defeated by Ronan. Ronan is powerful, but also the wisest and gentlest noble she has ever met. No one is as attentive to civilians, and even slaves as Ronan. This is what she saw and heard recently in Wubei territory. Roar. The roar is low but seems to have a strong penetrating power, which makes the busy people shocked. Blanche was overjoyed. Ronan is here. Missy also smiled and said, I heard that he will ride a dragon here today. I didn't see him when I went to Wubei territory a while ago. Today is a good time to see him. You will be shocked. Blanche blinked and said, Really? High in the sky, Ronan rode a giant dragon at a very fast speed across Wushan territory, across the Howling Sea, and arrived at Jinyu City. Ronan patted Carlos on the back and said, Get the atmosphere going. So there was a scene of Carlos's long cry. The sound penetrated the sky and reached Neojiao Bay and Jinyu City below. Even though it was thousands of meters away, the sound could make people frightened, and even the birds in the forest took off in panic, not knowing where to flee. Here comes Ronan. Bruno stood up with a smile. As the king of a country, he personally greeted him, which was a great honor. The people in the Golden Feather Palace, who were celebrating and bustling, all stopped talking and walked out of the auditorium to look into the sky. They knew the dragon would come, and they all wanted to see its true appearance. Bruno was able to walk out, mostly for this purpose. In the crowd, Myron looked up at the sky. He knew about the dragon from Patrick, who said it was several dozen meters long. He was very skeptical about it, and thought Patrick was trying to save face for his failure. Today he was able to see it. And Duke Ferens, Andrea and others were mostly thinking about evaluating and using this to evaluate Ronan's strength in detail. Roar. There was another dragon roar. This time closer. And everyone's mind was lifted. And some ladies even changed their faces. Crown Prince Garrett narrowed his eyes, feeling a little unhappy. It's fine if there's a dragon. But who are you going to show off this big show to? The third dragon roar sounded like thunder exploding in the sky, making people look terrified. Here it comes! Everyone could see the black spot on the horizon, which was enlarging and enlarging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh! My God! Is this the dragon? How can it be so big? Its wings should be more than 100 meters long. Right? Countless screams of panic sounded, and all the nobles were shocked by this scene. Even Garrett, who had just been disdainful, changed his expression at this moment. Ronan! He gritted his teeth. At this moment, he found that even if he became a Knight of the Sun, there seemed to be an insurmountable gap between him and Ronan. This huge guy with a body length of more than 50 meters and a wingspan of more than 100 meters gave people a great sense of oppression. This gap made him feel powerless and desperate, and he hated Ronan more and more in his heart. In fact, it was not just him. Ferens, Andrea, Melon and others all changed their faces. No wonder Patrick lost. Melon's face showed fear. Facing such a behemoth, the warships on the sea could only be slow-moving targets. As for the magic cannon and magic arrows, Melon looked at Carlos's steel-like scales. Can these combat equipment really work? Bruno was a little scared. But fortunately, he changed his strategy in time, and got along well with Ronan. If the situation continued to deteriorate, not to mention the knights in Wishon territory, the behemoth in front of him would be enough to give him a headache. Okay, Carlos. Restrain your momentum a little. Don't scare the guests. Ronan communicated with him mentally, and gave him some instructions. Carlos said he understood, restrained his momentum and wings at the same time, and his shadow, that covered the sky, and the sun slowly landed on the square. Ronan pays homage to his majesty. Ronan stood on Carlos's head and bowed. And this scene brought a strong visual impact. Bruno swallowed his saliva secretly. As a king of a country, he could still maintain his composure. He smiled heartily and said, Come on, Ronan. You and Blanche will be the protagonists today. Ronan stepped on the void, and came to the crowd in a flick. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. He smiled and greeted everyone, and then walked into the auditorium under the leadership of Bruno, while the nobles greeted them one after another. They also looked at the huge creatures crawling on the square from time to time. Today will leave an indelible scene in their hearts. For a long time in the future, whenever they mention this wedding, they will probably sigh. This is a good show of force. Ferens and Andrea gathered together, and the tone of their conversation was more solemn. Until now, they knew how confident Wushling was in attacking Moonlight Valley. If you were asked to deal with this dragon, how confident would you be? Ferens asked in a low voice. Andrea frowned and shook his head helplessly. Judging from its size and momentum, its strength is definitely more than level 7. And it is likely to be a level 8 magic beast. Any level 8 magic beast is very powerful, and it is difficult for the Silver Moon Knight of the same level to deal with it without some real skills, let alone the dragon in front of them. If you are well prepared, you should have a chance to bomb with high-powered magic cannons such as Piercing Hard Wave and Flame God's Roar. Andrea whispered his thoughts. Being big also has big disadvantages. At least it is easier to aim. Ferens hummed. Although we can fly through the air, we can't catch up with its speed. If we can solve the problem of flying in the air, maybe the two of us can work together to severely damage it. Or even kill it. Although the two said that they had a way to deal with it. They knew in their hearts, even if they could really kill the dragon, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. But in this case, what is the value of their victory? For a moment, they didn't know how to deal with the dragon next, and how to target Ronan and Wushling. Chapter 479 Magical Cooperation. The detailed process of the wedding was arranged by the special palace staff, and Ronan only needed to follow the process. Although there was no church or other organization in the kingdom of Alduin, there were related ceremonies witnessed by the 7 gods. However, it was not troublesome. The MC solemnly read the lines, and then His Majesty the King gave his blessing. Then, there was a lively banquet. Ronan held Blanche's hand, and accepted the blessings of many people. After 2 or 3 hours of tossing, the matter at the Golden Feather Palace came to an end. Okay, Ronan, you should take Blanche back. Bruno raised his glass and said the last blessing, I wish you happiness. Other nobles also raised their glasses and said similar words. Thank you for your blessings. Ronan and Blanche drank the wine in their glasses, and then handed the glasses to the waiter beside them. Let's go, Blanche. Ronan smiled and directly carried the bride horizontally. Blanche's cheeks were slightly red, and she buried her head in Ronan's arms. Ronan laughed and jumped onto the back of the dragon. Carlos let out a cheerful neigh, then slowly spread his wings, soared into the air under the awe and envy of everyone, and returned to Wushan Castle at a very fast speed. Bruno watched his daughter go away, and a look of relief flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't care what kind of life his daughter would live after marrying Ronan at the beginning of the marriage, he cared about what he could get. But now, he can see that Ronan and Blanche have feelings for each other, which is a good thing. Your sister should be very happy. Bruno smiled and said to Garrett beside him, I can feel that Ronan is an upright, kind and trustworthy child. Cheers to Ajuin and the Wushan family. He raised his glass and clinked it with Garrett. Cheers. Garrett's smile was a bit far-fetched, and he just took a sip symbolically. At this banquet, he heard too much praise for Ronan, and even vaguely heard others comparing him with Ronan, which made him very uncomfortable. Now that Ronan is gone, his father is still praising him, which makes him feel a little resentful. He can see that his father is very satisfied with this marriage, and the other party has repeatedly mentioned that the alliance with the Wushan family is the most correct political choice Bruno has made in all these years. High in the sky, Ronan and Blanche embraced each other, and soon came to the vast howling sea. Ronan, I have been dreaming about our wedding recently. I didn't expect that this day has finally come, but I feel a little unreal. Blanche snuggled in the arms of her beloved, hugging her waist, feeling like she was hugging the whole world. What's unreal? Ronan stroked the other's long hair, his voice full of joy and doting. Maybe it all happened too quickly. I didn't expect my husband to be the strongest man in Aljuin, and I never thought he would come to pick me up on a dragon. Blanche looked up at Ronan, with a gentle light in her eyes. This is all like a fairy tale described in a book. Ronan kissed Blanche's forehead gently and smiled. Life is originally a story. If you describe it with your heart, it will naturally be as beautiful as a fairy tale. Yeah. Blanche nodded heavily. Carlos soared in the blue sky, and the sea breeze with a salty and humid breath blew in his face. But it did not reduce the warmth between the two at all. In less than an hour, they crossed a distance that ordinary people might not be able to cross in their lifetime. When the dragon descended on the square of Wushan Castle again, the band and drummers of the Marquis Castle began to play cheerful music, and the nobles gathered in Wushan Castle came out to greet them. Ronan stood up holding Blanche's hand, tidied her clothes and hair, and then the two jumped down and started the second grand banquet. Unlike the wedding banquet at the Golden Feather Palace, most of the guests at Wushan Castle were nobles and knights of all sizes in Wushan territory. Among them, Ronan's subordinates, such as Retta, Elrond, and McKen, also took time out of their busy schedules to come. Of course, there were people from outside, such as the Grand Mage Bellola Silva of the Amethyst Earldom. Ronan originally thought Bellola would ask his grandson Randall to come, but he didn't expect that the Grand Mage would not only come in person, but also come to Wushan Castle, not the palace. How do you feel? Bellola looked at the newlyweds with a smile. In fact, he didn't want to attend the wedding, because in this scene, he would think about his life. He was also young, had a lover, and had children. But as time went by, he witnessed the death of his lover and children. And now even his grandson has begun to grow old. Sometimes, a long life can also bring troubles. In order to relieve this worry, he could only devote all his attention to magic research. Ronan shrugged. To be honest, Blanche and I are not very used to this kind of occasion. Getting married is always a little tiring, Belora said, taking out a crystal pendant from her arms. This is a little thing I made myself. For you, beautiful lady. Thank you. Blanche took it with a smile. This seems to be a magic pendant. Grandpa Belora is really meticulous. It is engraved with the Wall of Size spell, Belora introduced, but with Ronan here, you may not be able to use this thing in your life. Right. Young, peerless, strong man? The two looked at each other and laughed. Since the wedding, many people have given gifts to Ronan and Blanche, including jewelry, dresses, war horses, etc. The most valuable ones are Sophia and Elrond. The former gave a small space ring and a newly made magic carpet, and the latter brought the dead book dug out from the castle of Justana. This dead book is in line with Blanche's attributes, and with her current strength as a senior magician, she can barely summon the silver-level skeleton warrior in the dead book. Ronan feels that there is no need to assign personnel to do security for Blanche. Mr. Bellola, I actually have something I want to discuss with you, but I don't have time to go to your castle. Oh! Belora was a little curious. I would like to hear about this. You may have already known that Sophia from the Crescent Continent joined the Wubei territory, but you may not know that she comes from a real magic family, and has a reserve of magic knowledge far beyond the Orland continent. The Fleming family also calls itself a magic family, but its strongest is only a great magician. The Sears family, where Sophia is now led by a sage-level magician. This alone shows that its foundation is very rich. Ronan said, there's a gap in our magic knowledge here. So she wants to spread this magic knowledge throughout Orland, so that more people can devote themselves to the study of magic. Bellola's eyes became brighter. He had lived longer and understood more. This continent did have the fault that Ronan mentioned. So you want to? I plan to set aside an area in Wubei territory to establish a magic academy to spread Sophia's magic knowledge. He looked at the great magician in front of him. At the same time, I want to hire you to be the honorary dean of the magic academy, and I hope you can provide me with some magician resources. I will hire them as lecturers at a high salary. No problem. Bellola agreed without thinking much. But I have a condition. Please allow me to study the magic knowledge that Sophia brought. Of course. Ronan smiled and suddenly whispered, in fact, there is a special place in Wubei territory, where there is a mysterious teleportation array. If you are interested, maybe we can study it. Space magic? Bellola was surprised. Over the years, he had only heard of space magic, but had never seen it with his own eyes. After all, generally speaking, only legendary magicians have the ability to dabble in space magic. However, this does not mean that research and related knowledge cannot be carried out in advance. Now, Bellola is more interested in Wubei territory. Magic research is a time-consuming and mentally exhausting thing, although Ronan can also study it. The speed of one person is a bit slow. That's when I thought of Bellola. Moreover, the Amethyst Earldom is a famous magician's holy land in the Orland continent. Being able to reach cooperation with them will be of great help to the development of Wubei territory. After all, the materials for magic potions are no longer a problem. But magicians are lacking. Once this gap is filled, the production of auxiliary potions will increase sharply. As for Bellola, he may know that helping Ronan will weaken the status of Crystal City, but he doesn't care much. And he also knows that he can't stop it. Ronan himself is a great magician, at the same level as him. And there is also Sophia, who is far ahead in magic knowledge reserves. Instead of doing some thankless work, it is better to cooperate with Ronan. Chapter 480 Planning. The night was dark. Wushan Castle, which had been bustling all day, finally quieted down. And so did Roning's wedding room. Blanche had fallen asleep in Roning's arms. Although she was a high-level magician and a transcendent, the physical fitness of a magician was not very strong. In addition, after a busy day, she was already too tired to open her eyes. Ronan felt the smoothness against his body and looked at the exposed shoulders. The passionate scene just now emerged in his mind, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He kissed the other person's forehead gently, then gently stood up and walked to the window. The starry sky outside was bright, as if it was within reach. Luo Ning took a deep breath, feeling the coolness of the night and the faint fragrance of flowers in the air, and a sense of pride surged in his heart. Now I have completely established myself in the other world. Although his strength has only reached level 9, it is at least impeccable in the Orland continent. In addition to his strength, he not only has the status of a Marquis of the Kingdom and the King's son-in-law, but also has allies who support him. Needless to say, the nobles of Wushan territory are unwavering supporters of Lu lands. Now that Lu lands fully supports Luo Ning, they are no exception. Although the small nobles surrounding the Moonlight Valley have a good relationship with nobles such as Farrens. Sitting on the fence is always the characteristic of small nobles. As long as there is no major change on Ronan's side, they will not easily tear their faces with Ronan. After all, who would have trouble with money and resources? As for the top nobles, Ronan also has supporters and collaborators. First, the kingdom's most powerful magician, Bellora, has agreed to cooperate with Wubei territory, and even revealed the idea of going to the Crescent Continent, the City of Dawn, in the subsequent conversation with Sophia. Second, thanks to Elrond's visit, the Principality of Justana has also reached a joint planning of flame grasp project with Wubei territory. And under Elrond's suggestion, Duke Barghes has agreed to give his frail grandson, Ganner, to Elrond for personal care, and arranged for several knights to go to Wubei territory to take care of him. This operation means revealing to the outside world the closeness of the relationship between the two parties. Under these circumstances, the Principality of Farens, the Principality of Vera, and the Screaming Island will probably no longer act recklessly as before. With the situation stabilized, Ronan can devote himself to development. In the early days, he focused on porcelain and silk. Now these two things have appeared on many occasions, and have won the favor of the nobles. He can completely leave the promotion and sales to the business officials in the territory. At this stage, compared with these commercial things, Ronan is more concerned about the use of steam engines. This is the foundation of the Industrial Revolution and the beginning of the industrialization of the territory. In addition to steamships, steam trains, and transportation railways, which have already been determined to be built, the application of steam power in textiles, mining, metal smelting, etc. also needs to be explored. Not everything needs to be done by Ronan himself. After all, the idea has been made, and the first steam engine has also appeared. Simon, Sophia, and even the magicians and scholars from Crystal City can all propose transformation suggestions on this basis. Most of the lower-class civilians are illiterate, but the upper-class elites still have brains. However, the only problem is that the core components of the steam engine can only be made by Ronan, Sophia, and Carlos at present, and Simon or other craftsmen cannot process them precisely. We have to wait until the craftsman's technical level and manufacturing equipment are available before we can liberate Ronan and others. In addition to development, preparations for war must also be put on the agenda. For Ronan, sending troops to the Kingdom of Trisha is not only to upgrade his title to gain attribute points and lay the foundation for building a kingdom in the future, but also to eliminate the aliens who have already taken root in the enemy country. In order to deal with the latter threat, Ronan has had a detailed discussion with Rydar and Sophia, and decided to let Knight Harmon, who has a hidden whereabouts and is good at collecting intelligence, leave Moonlight Valley and go to the Molten Principality to investigate the specific situation, and at the same time establish the intelligence network of Wubei territory in the Kingdom of Trisha. In this way, if there is a real situation, Ronan and others will not be completely in the dark and rely entirely on the royal family for information. Lelancy has suffered from false information once, and Ronan does not want to suffer a second time. Ronan, why are you still not sleeping? What are you thinking about? Blanche called softly to pull Ronan's attention back from his thoughts. He turned around and saw the beauty on the bed sitting up, exposing a large area of snow-white skin that was particularly attractive. I'm thinking, when can we have a child? Then he walked over. How about we work harder? Blanche lowered her head shyly, pulled the sheets and said, I'm a little painful. I can't do it anymore. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow? Ha ha ha. Ronan returned to the bed and hugged the other person to lie down. I was just teasing you. There is a long time to come. Wait until you recover first. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning after breakfast, Diane took Blanche and the butler to count the gifts sent by the nobles. Ronan always gave this kind of work to the officials of the territory, and he only knew the final result. But now there is a mistress in the territory. It is also right for her to ask about financial matters. And Blanche was born as a royal princess, and received an education that was many times higher than that of the outside world since she was a child. Her abilities in all aspects are definitely not better than those of Wilson, Chahar, and other people who changed their careers halfway. She was willing to take care of these things, and Ronan was relieved and happy. Ronan, accompanied by Lu Lands, held a territory meeting at Washenbeo Fortress. Speaking of which, the banquet last night was not only to celebrate the marriage of Ronan and Blanche, but also to build a platform for many nobles in Wushan territory to communicate with Ronan. All they wanted was to cooperate with Ronan. After all, Moonlight Valley was so big, with so many idle lands and houses. Ronan could open his arms to other nobles for cooperation, and he would not exclude the nobles of Wushan territory. Ronan naturally agreed to this. For him, whoever he cooperated with was not cooperation. Anyway, What he ultimately needed was more food and more labor. As long as the people arranged by the nobles could obey his command and mobilization, there would be a basis for cooperation. After some negotiations, Ronan felt that the situation in which the nobles controlled all affairs and even population in their respective territories had restricted his development. Imagine how good it would be if the population of all towns in Wishan territory could be moved at will. In the final analysis, it was the mode of noble fiefdom that restricted the operation. So Ronan thought about it and decided that if there would be fiefdoms in the future, some power would not be delegated. It would be best to adopt the fiefdom system, giving nobles or meritorious officials a certain amount of land, so that they could enjoy the benefits of the land, but not have the political ruling and management rights in the area. However, reform is not something that can be done overnight. At present, Ronan can only follow the existing social framework and gradually promote these deep-level changes when his strength is more stable in the future or when he establishes a country. Anyway, time is very abundant for him. After all, the prideful Sun Knight theoretically has a lifespan of 2 centuries, so he is not in a hurry for success. Chapter 481. The first knights are formed. With the end of Ronan's wedding, Wubei Territory, Moonlight Valley, Rapids Island and Purple Thunder Territory are all busy. The construction of Wubei Port, the reclamation of fields and spring plowing, as well as the mining, smelting and transportation of minerals, and other engineering projects are all proceeding in an orderly manner. Almost all the people in his territory who can contribute are busy all the time. Although it is hard work, most people are happy to be busy, at least compared to 3 years ago. As long as they are more diligent, they will basically not starve. Some civilians can even indulge themselves and eat the coveted white bread. Now that life has a goal, enthusiasm can be mobilized, especially after a series of stimulating policies such as land and fertility were introduced and strictly implemented in Ronan. Everyone's enthusiasm for having children has become extremely high. After all, more children can earn more grain and build an extra house of about 20 square meters. Isn't the enthusiasm high? Therefore, according to the estimate of Population Officer Omer, the population of the territory will have a large increase this year. It just so happens that 2 new crops, potatoes and rice, can also be widely planted, and the food produced is enough to cope with the explosive population growth. Compared with the busy people in the territory, Ronan has become idle. During this period, he mainly took Blanche to travel around various territories, allowing the latter to understand the industrial structure of the territory and also get familiar with the main persons in charge of each place. Blanche is a princess after all, so she should have a group of knights with her. But Bruno may think that Ronan is strong enough and does not need knights, so he only sent a few maids to serve him. Fortunately, Missy is training griffins for knights in Wubei territory, and Blanche has an acquaintance. Time flies, and it is the end of May in a blink of an eye. Since the honeymoon of Ronan and Blanche ended, the two have lived here most of the time. On the one hand, it is because there is a lot of work to be done here, and on the other hand, it is also at Blanche's request. She wants to help Ronan govern the territory, but she only has theoretical knowledge learned, and she needs a place to try it out. Ronan, the remaining 40,000 people my father relocated to you have all arrived at Moonlight Valley. According to your previous arrangement, they were assigned to 3 places: Nazca Town, Pisa Town and Tars Town. Blanche rode the magic carpet back to the castle from the Government Affairs Office and saw Ronan drawing a design on the table. What are you drawing? Although she didn't understand it very well, she thought the things in the picture were very powerful. Ronan put down the pen in his hand and said with a smile, "This thing is called a bicycle. It is a simple means of transportation that can facilitate people's travel. Although there is no ability to make pneumatic tires at this stage. Other structures are easy to make. Although they are a bit hard, they can still be used." Blanche was very curious. Since she had been with Ronan day and night, she found that her husband had a lot of ideas in his head. Although he couldn't understand the things he drew, he always felt that he was very powerful. After the two of them were intimate for a while, Blanche took out a stack of books from the space ring. This is the population registration book of the latest batch of people. Wilson didn't have time to come, so he asked the knight to send it to the Government Affairs Office and asked me to pass it to you. Ronan's eyes lit up. There should be more than 30,000 people coming this time? Counting it up, there are only 20,000 left of the 100,000 people your father moved to me. The 40,000 people from Wubei territory had been transported not long ago. But Ronan had not received the population registration yet. However, even without Wubei territory's population register, the registered population in his territory could exceed 500,000 people just based on the number of people arriving in Moonlight Valley today. Just as Luo Ning saw the statistics, a line of text appeared in front of him. Prosperous population achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 10,000. Energy essence plus 20,000. This is the 8th level of the prosperous population achievement, which means that there is only one level left for this achievement. Luo Ning took a look and saw that the reward was 30,000 attribute points and 60,000 energy essence. But the required population must reach 1 million. To meet this condition, it is no longer enough to just move people from somewhere. Ronan can either expand outward and occupy more cities to gain population, or wait for the population of the territory to explode. According to the estimated 15% explosive population growth rate, there will only be more than 85,000 people in the territory every year. If he can maintain this growth rate, he will need to wait at least 4 or 5 years to reach a population of 1 million. The time is not long, but compared with the rapid progress in the previous 3 years, his strength improvement has slowed down. With the accumulation during this period, plus the reward for this achievement, Ronan has accumulated 14,448 attribute points, all of which have been added to the knight's progress. Now the progress is only at the sun level, 19460/20,000. And his magician level progress is still at the grand mage, 4,000/30,000. To become a legend, he still needs more than 26,000 points. According to the speed of the Marquis sign-in, it will take nearly 4 years. Luo Ning glanced at the achievement task interface. The next easy achievement to complete is Siege. But even if he gets 8,000 attribute points as a reward, it only shortens the time by 1 year. If he wants to be faster, he must either become a duke or kill a legendary extraordinary unit. Luo Ning, I heard that many of the 2 groups of people recently are illegitimate children of nobles. And some are even impoverished nobles. Will they bring trouble if they join our territory? Blanche was a little worried. These people must have families or forces secretly supporting them. And you value these knowledgeable people and even use them. Will they do something unfavorable to us in the end? Blanche has been considering issues from Ronan's perspective since she got married. Especially after this period of experience. She has a lot of issues to think about. For the nobles, the people who are used are basically trustworthy. On the contrary, those who are not trusted and whose background is unclear will be arranged outside the core circle even if they are capable. For example, Karada, who is excellent and has potential, not only cannot join the Griffin Knights, but also the Royal Knights are excluded. Things like what you said may happen. But that's only in general. Ronan smiled and held her in his arms. A traitor may change the situation, but a strong man can completely turn the tide. This is true on the battlefield and in other fields. Also, although I used them, I didn't let them get involved in key positions or core technologies, so the disadvantages they can cause are very limited. In fact, Ronan also welcomes the continuous support of the people behind these people, which can be regarded as a disguised way of bringing resources to the territory. These people will even work hard to gain Ronan's trust, which is more beneficial to the development of the territory. Knock. Knock. The door was knocked, and Tom's voice came from outside. My lord, Commander Rydell is outside, and he wants to see you for something. Blanche stood up from Ronan's arms and said with a smile, I'll go take a rest, and I won't disturb you. Go ahead. Ronan smiled. Soon, Rydell strode into the castle study. Since Rydell has more and more people under his command, the commander of Shanlin Town has gradually regained the aura of the commander of the Flame Expeditionary Army in the previous life. The heavy armor, steady steps, resolute face and sharp eyes make people know at a glance that he is a battle-hardened general. What's wrong? Rydell? You have time to come here in your busy schedule? Rydell touched his chest and saluted. Smiling, Sir, your first knights have completed the expansion and training, and have a certain combat effectiveness. Now Ronan's status and prestige in the kingdom of Alduin are different from the past, and there are many professional knights who come to join him. In addition to the use of awakening potions, the number of junior knights under his command is very large, and he has even reduced the remuneration of junior knights. A general knight group has 120 professional knights, 360 cavalry, 100 archers and 600 infantry. Ronan expanded these categories to 200, 800, 200, and 1,500 people respectively. Therefore, it took Rydell nearly half a year to form and train. Harmon recently sent back new intelligence that the Kingdom of Trisha and the Molten Principality occupied by the Holy Storm organization have stopped fighting. The specific situation is not yet clear, but it is certain that the other side has not reduced its defense on the border between the two countries. Ronan said, although Crown Prince Garrett has been requesting to send troops to raid the Fog City, His Majesty the King has suppressed it on the pretext that he is still preparing, so that now the clouds of war are always there. But the time of the actual war is uncertain. Many people speculated that Bruno was waiting for Ronan's knights to arrive. Rydell nodded. My lord. Despite this, I think we can go to West Wind Hill first and deploy defenses in this stronghold in advance. West Wind Hill is a military strategic point that Bruno arranged for Ronan to garrison. Now a knight group of the royal family is stationed there. Ronan only needs to go there to change guard before the end of the year. He thought for a while and said, how is the formation of the second knight group going? The number of professional knights, cavalry, and infantry has reached the standard, but the selection of archers is still in progress, and it is estimated that it will take about a month. If the training time is counted, it is estimated that it will not have initial combat effectiveness until November. Then wait a little longer. Ronan said, I will notify your majesty in early August, and you can set off for West Wind Hill around mid-August. During this period, you can just explain the relevant matters of the second knight group. Rydell nodded slowly. That's good. I can conduct intensive training for the professional knights of the first knight group for a period of time. Chapter 482 Targeting from Garrett. 34 years ago, the Kingdom of Alduin and the Kingdom of Trisha fought a war in Misty City that lasted for several years in order to claim orthodoxy and try to destroy each other. The battle was very tortuous, and the final result was that the Kingdom of Alduin lost Misty City and retreated 100 miles to the north to establish the current defense line. This defense line starts from the Misty Mountains that run from north to south on the west side and stretches eastward for hundreds of miles. In recent years, the nobles have sent knight squads or knight groups to the defense line to perform defense tasks, and the great nobles have their designated areas of responsibility. For example, the Twin Peaks Canyon of Count Ibn Talansi, the Scarlet Front of Duke Andrea, the West Wind Hill of Moonlight Valley, and so on. However, there are also some special ones, such as Wushan Castle. In the battle more than 30 years ago, the Wushan family suffered heavy losses. At that time, King Alduin IV Klinsman did not know whether he was sympathetic to the Wushan family or felt guilty. So he did not assign Lowlands a responsible area, but asked Wushan Castle to transport a certain amount of food and supplies to the front line every year instead of military operations. Located in a red pine forest, Red Pine Castle is not only the middle area of the defense line, but also the command post of the entire defense line. It is guarded by the royal knights all year round. Since Crown Prince Garrett came to the front line, Earl Ivan has been focusing on the defense of the Twin Peaks Canyon, and Red Pine Castle was handed over to Garrett. In name, Garrett was already the commander of the entire defense line. At this time in Red Pine Castle, Garrett was listening to his intelligence officer Matt Romero about the mobilization of the noble army. That is to say, Ronan's knights will be able to reach West Wind Hill in 10 days at the latest? Garrett was a little surprised. According to his expectations, Ronan might not come until the end of this year. But he didn't expect to come in August. How many people came? Matt replied, there is no detailed data, but from the intelligence sent by the nobles passing by, Ronan's troops should have 2 knights. 2 knights? Garrett frowned, then shook his head disdainfully. I admit that Ronan's personal strength is good, but the 2 knights he put together temporarily are probably just for show. As for their combat effectiveness, there was dissatisfaction and contempt in his words, as if he was completely unconvinced by Ronan's military talent. Your Highness, although his team's combat effectiveness is not very good, Ronan himself and his dragon are very terrifying. If a real fight breaks out, Viscount Placido, the enemy of West Wind Hill, probably won't be able to handle it. When mentioning the dragon, Garrett's face became solemn. Since he saw Carlos in the capital last time, this behemoth has left an indelible image in his heart. So much so that in the past 6 months, he often dreamed of Ronan's dragon spitting fire on him. This is simply a nightmare. Placido is just a meteor knight, although he has been in the battlefield for a long time and has a wizard to help him. He is still not enough to fight against Ronan and his dragon. Garrett slowly got up and paced around the room, finally stopping by the window and looking into the distance. Once the battle starts, West Windhill should win if nothing unexpected happens. Thinking of this, Garrett felt a little unhappy. He always felt that Ronan's journey was too smooth. If it goes on like this, it is estimated that in a few wars, his father will promote Ronan to the Duke in order to consolidate the relationship between Alduin and Wushan. He knocked on the windowsill, thinking about how to suppress Ronan's development. With Ronan's strength, actions against him personally would definitely be ineffective. Even if he really wanted to assassinate him, he couldn't find a suitable killer. Therefore, if you want to suppress Ronan's development, you can only consider weakening his subordinates. It's not easy to do it in the territory, but now on the battlefield, there are suitable conditions and environment. Garrett turned around and waved to Matt to come over. He whispered, "Didn't you play someone with Placido? Find a way to reveal Ronan's information to him, and let him know the details of his opponent." Matt was stunned for a moment. "Your Highness, is this appropriate?" Garrett snorted coldly. "Matt, watch your attitude. Never question my decision." Matt immediately lowered his head, patted his chest and said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't question your decision." Garrett patted the other's shoulder and said slowly, "A person who is too powerful is dangerous to the kingdom. You should understand this." Matt raised his head and nodded slowly. He seemed to realize the key. Garrett waved his hand. "Go. Oh, by the way, when Ronan arrives at West Wind Hill, let him come to Red Pine Castle to see me." "Yes, Your Highness." After watching Matt leave, Garrett suddenly felt a little happy. He didn't know whether Placido had any information about Ronan, but if he notified him in advance, he should be prepared. Apart from other things, there would always be more magic cannons and magic arrows. Right? Even if he couldn't deal with Ronan and his dragon, he could at least eliminate a group of knights, so that Ronan could spend a lot of money to reassemble the team. He suddenly understood what his father said. A Sun Knight might be able to conquer a territory by force, but to rule well, he still needs a group of qualified subordinates. If Ronan's subordinates are broken up and weakened, it will also be of great help to the stability of the royal power. "Father still doesn't trust me enough." Garrett's tone was somewhat complaining. A while ago, the kingdom of Trisha was in civil strife. He had requested to take the initiative to attack many times, but Bruno suppressed them all. As a result, the enemy country seemed to have stabilized and missed the opportunity to attack. Now that Ronan has arrived at the front line, I should be able to ask for permission to go to the front again. Shouldn't that be a problem? He quickly returned to his chair and sat down. He took out a pen and paper and began to write a new letter of request for battle. He once again wrote in detail the favorable conditions and emphasized Ronan's role, hoping to take the initiative to cancel the peace agreement signed with the Kingdom of Trisha and advance in an all-round way. Garrett folded and sealed the letter he had written, and held it in his hand with a look of contemplation. "Father, if you agree this time, then it's just as I guessed. You haven't taken action yet." Waiting for Ronan, he put the letter on the table, and he began to feel unhappy again. He had always been trusted and relied on, but he didn't expect that an outsider would steal the limelight. "Mika," he called out. The herald pushed the door open. "Your Highness, what do you want?" "Take this letter to the capital and give it to my father," Garrett earnestly instructed. "Return as quickly as possible. I hope you can bring back satisfactory news this time." Mika had delivered letters many times, and he roughly guessed the content of the letter without reading it. He quickly put the letter in his arms. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I will be back in 5 days at the latest. I hope Your Majesty can respond to your determination to strengthen the kingdom this time." Chapter 483, Change of Guard. On the winding road, an army that stretched for miles was marching forward in a mighty and unhurried manner. Odoro Flammel rode on a warhorse and walked at the front of the team. The ancestors of the Flammel family were once honorary knights of Wushan territory, but after several generations of decline, when Odoro was born, there was almost no property, only a noble title. Although Odoro is now 40 years old, fortunately he has gold-level strength and is doing much better than his father and grandfather. It's just that the family's foundation is gone, and everything has to start all over again. After years of wandering around, he has entered Lulan's sight. It was Lulan's introduction that allowed him to join the First Knights of Ronan, and after passing the assessment of Rydar, he temporarily took over the position of deputy leader of the First Knights of Moonlight Valley. For Odoro, This was like a pie in the sky. And therefore, he took the task very seriously. A scout cavalry galloped back from the front. Deputy Leader. The camp of West Wind Hill is 3 miles ahead. Okay. Let's get to the camp before sunset. West Wind Hill is called a camp. But in fact it can be regarded as a relatively concentrated town. In addition to military soldiers, there are also ordinary people, and even merchants, who come here to do business. It's just that due to the special nature of this place, it hasn't developed much. The troops gradually moved forward, and soon everyone saw this camp. It is located on a small hill, surrounded by temporary wooden fences, and has relatively simple fortifications. The sun shines through the sparse clouds onto the hard ground, reflecting a golden color. Odoro looked up and saw a blue-bottomed golden griffin flag flying on the hill, which is the flag symbolizing the kingdom. At this moment, a group of people and horses rushed down from the hill, raising a cloud of dust. Is it the team of Marquis Ronan of Moonlight Valley? Odoro rode forward and responded slightly respectfully. Yes. I am Odoro Flammel, the deputy leader of the First Knights of Moonlight Valley. May I ask if you are Lord Denny Torres? Denny Torres is a viscount of the kingdom stationed in West Wind Hill for many years, and is also a battle-hardened meteor knight. To be honest, Odoro was a little weak in momentum when standing in front of the other party. After all, he was weaker than the other party, and his status was not as high as the other party. But overall, his performance was also remarkable. The man exclaimed softly, looked at Odoro in surprise, and frowned slightly. Didn't you say that it was Retta Main who came? Odoro explained, according to the previous plan. The leader should be here soon. As he was talking, a cry was heard. It was Rydell, who was riding a griffin. The snow-white griffin stopped in front of the team, and Rydell jumped off it. Sir Denny, I am Rydell Main, the commander of Marquis Ronan, and the leader of the First Knights of Moonlight Valley. I have come to take over the defense line of West Wind Hill. This is the proof of the change of defense. Denny could feel the faint and strong aura of Rydell, and knew that the other party was not weak. He turned over and got off the horse, laughing, welcome, Rydell, and all the brave warriors. His Majesty will be proud of you. After some politeness, the two exchanged defense proofs. My knights will evacuate tomorrow. But tonight, please set up camp outside with your team and spend the night. There are houses in the camp, but they can't evacuate at night. No problem. Rydell smiled and replied. Odoro, you go and arrange it. Okay, Commander. Denny extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation, inviting Rydell to the hall of the camp fortress. According to the handover arrangement, he needs to explain to Rydell the defense situation and precautions of West Wind Hill. Rydell listened and thought, combined with the scene he saw when he entered the camp. It seems that the atmosphere here is not tense, but relaxed, and the soldiers are not very disciplined. I think that they have relaxed their vigilance after so many years without war. After the story, Denny smiled and said, with your strength, it should be no problem to guard West Wind Hill. But I suggest that before you arrange the garrison plan, there is a place you need to go first. He paused and explained, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent me a letter a few days ago, asking Marquis Ronan to go to Red Pine Castle. Now that the Marquis is not here, you should go on his behalf. After all, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is our commander-in-chief here. Retta stood up and shook hands with the other party. Thank you for your notice. I will go there. The handover of the change of guard has been completed, and the rest is to move in and evacuate in an orderly manner. It can be seen that Dennis had made some preparations. He packed up almost everything the next morning. After lunch, he led the knights to leave West Wind Hill and head towards Red Pine Castle. The 7th Knights of the Kingdom led by Dennis will be directly under the command of Garrett. After a short period of emptiness, the camp welcomed a new team, under the command of Odoro. Cavalry, infantry, etc. were successively assigned and arranged. After a busy period, it was already evening. Commander, many houses in the camp have been damaged by human beings, and many of them need to be repaired before they can be moved in. I have arranged for the logistics staff to do this. Before they can be repaired, we can only squeeze in. Odoro was a little angry. We are all fighting against the enemy. Why do they do this? Rydell hummed. There is no way to investigate this kind of thing. But he didn't know whether the destruction of the house was ordered by Denny or the soldiers under him did it on purpose. Just arrange the repairs. You go and inform the captains of the 10 knight squads. I need to arrange a defense plan to prevent the enemy from taking the opportunity to attack. He had already inspected the surrounding environment during the day, and combined with Denny's instructions, he made a preliminary defense plan. In the next few days, he needs to carefully survey the surroundings, and even be prepared to spy on the enemy camp. As for Denny's instructions to ask Rydell to go to Red Pine Castle to meet Garrett before deploying the defense, he had forgotten about it. For him, meeting the so-called commander-in-chief was not as important as settling down on his own side first. Moreover, according to Ronan's arrangement, the land of West Wind Hill could not be used as a camp. Anyway, they would be stationed here for a long time in the future. Instead of constantly transporting food to the front line, it would be better to transform this place, build a frontline base, and start implementing the military farming system. For this reason, Ronan had applied to His Majesty the King for the management rights of West Wind Hill for 50 years, and obtained the other party's approval. There was no need to worry that the construction would be abandoned suddenly due to transfer, or the next owner would get a bargain. Red Pine Castle. Garrett's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out, and he was in a very bad mood. This Retta dared to openly ignore my orders. He slammed the table heavily, and the books and letters piled on it flew up. It would be fine if Ronan didn't give him face. After all, his identity and strength were there. Now, the commander of Moonlight Valley, who was neither a noble nor had any identity background, dared to disobey the order of him, the pre-war commander-in-chief. This was completely ignoring him. Go. Notify that Retta immediately, and let him arrive at Red Pine Castle tomorrow morning. Tell him that if he doesn't come again, he and Ronan will be responsible for the serious consequences. Chapter 484 High Quality Clay. On the third day after the first night successfully stationed at West Wind Hill, Ronan rode a giant dragon to the military camp. West Wind Hill can be regarded as half of his enclave. He came here mainly to investigate the surrounding environment and resources. As for the enemy situation, the main forces of the Trisha Kingdom were stationed opposite the Red Pine Castle, and there was only one knight's order defending West Wind Hill. Retta was fully capable of handling it. Accompanied by Retta and Odoro, Ronan inspected the main defense points and watched the soldiers' usual training. He also said a lot of encouraging words. In addition to the extra subsidies for the members of the army stationed at the border, they will also receive rewards such as money, equipment, porcelain, silk, and fields for killing enemies. These rewards are not just verbal. Ronan has asked Rydell and others to discuss and formulate appropriate clauses and make them public to all knights and soldiers in the territory. For most people, it is almost difficult to become an honorary knight or even a baron. However, killing the enemy and earning rewards is much easier. Therefore, the implementation of this measure can indeed stimulate the enthusiasm of the soldiers. My lord, the terrain of West Wind Hill is mainly small mountains and forests. There is a flat area after crossing the small hill in front, and the watchtower is 30 miles away. According to the information provided by Viscount Dennis, the commander of the watchtower is Viscount Placido Carmen, who has the strength of a peak meteor. The three of them quickly came to the top of the hill. Ronan's eyes swept across the valley plain below, and he could vaguely see the watchtower of the Kingdom of Trisha. Meteor Peak. A good talent. Ronan smiled and said, if we go to war later, we will recruit talents like this if we can. Our final enemy is in the Crescent Continent. As long as these knights can be used by me, we can let them live. Of course, if they are confirmed to be in collusion with the Holy Storm organization, there is no need to stay. Retta nodded. I understand. Ronan retracted his gaze. Are there any other valuable specialties in West Wind Hill? Retta looked at Odoro. The latter immediately became more energetic, facing this young but powerful noble in front of him. He was a little nervous in his 40s. Sir, the commander has asked me to do a detailed survey and statistics. No special minerals have been found here, and even stone mines are rare. However, there is a lot of clay here, which was made into bricks by Viscount Dennis and others. Many houses are made of earth bricks. There are still bricks in this world, and Ronan has seen a lot of them. But compared to using clay to burn bricks to build houses, they prefer to use wood directly, or pile up stones with mud. What kind of clay? Ronan asked. Speaking of which, the kaolin in Huetu village is also a kind of clay, and its value is not low. It's different from kaolin. Rydell smiled and said, I've seen it. It's a red clay. If you want to know more, you can follow me. Then take me to see it. As they said, The two of them stepped into the air and left. This scene made Odoro feel awe and yearning. With such a lord and commander, how could they lose the battle on the border? Under the leadership of Rydar, Ronan came to the western forest and saw many dug red clay pits. It seemed that the scale of the clay was very large. Ronan made a detailed survey. The clay here is not kaolin, so porcelain cannot be made. However, the quality of the clay is high, so it is no problem to make high-quality pottery. Moreover, with the research on steam power, Ronan can make crushers and grinders to crush stones, iron ore, etc., so as to produce cement. The stone mines in Boulder City are rich in variety. With the clay here, as well as iron ore, gypsum, etc., cement can be produced. Cement? Rydar was puzzled. A good building material. Ronan smiled and explained. It seems that West Wind Hill is not a barren place. I didn't waste the management rights I applied to His Majesty the King for. Rydar smiled and said, your ability in territory construction is no less than your talent for cultivation. In my experience, I have never been as knowledgeable and wise as you. Ronan laughed. When did you speak so nicely? Well, I'm just stating the objective facts. As the two talked, two figures quickly shuttled in, led by Odoro. Ronan didn't recognize the burly man behind him. My lord, Commander, Viscount Denny said he wanted to see you for something important, Odoro reported. Rydar was a little confused and didn't understand why the other party came here again. Dear Marquis of Moonlight Valley, Denny Torres greets you. While greeting, Denny looked at Ronan. He had been stationed at the border for a long time and had never seen this legendary figure. Today, he saw him, and he looked younger than he had imagined. Nice to meet you, Viscount Denny. What do you want to talk to us about? Denny glanced at Rydal and said with a smile, when I left, I told Rydal that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was waiting for him at Red Pine Castle. I didn't expect that His Excellency the Captain hadn't been there for the past few days. He spread his hands and said the following words apologetically. His Royal Highness was very angry. So he asked me to come and inform Rydal that he must arrive at Red Pine Castle today. Otherwise any consequences will be borne by His Excellency the Captain and you. Rydal did not defend himself, but admitted that it happened. I was dealing with the defense of West Wind Hill these days, so I was delayed. He did not expect that Red Pine Castle would send someone to urge him. Ronan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in surprise, You are so anxious to find Rydal. Does His Royal Highness the Crown Prince have any combat missions arranged recently? Ronan frowned slightly. He did not receive any notice to attack the Kingdom of Trisha. Denny was stunned for a moment. Well, I haven't heard of this. But I think His Royal Highness wants to find you for something else. Right? Ronan nodded slightly. In that case, Rydal, you go with Denny to see what arrangements His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has made. Yes, sir. Denny was surprised. Is the Marquis not going with us? Ronan shook his head. I have handed over the defense of West Wind Hill to Rydar. He can make the decision for me. I have other urgent things to do here, so I won't go. Ronan's relationship with Garrett is not very good. At the wedding at the end of last year, the other party only said a symbolic blessing in front of everyone, and there was no communication in private. According to Blanche, it is probably his rise that made Garrett unhappy. Ronan thought he had done nothing wrong to Garrett, but gave him enough face in many things. But he didn't expect to be treated like this in return. The other party was eager to ask Retta to go when there was no war in the near future. Perhaps he had something to tell them, but he might also be showing off his power by taking advantage of his position as the commander-in-chief. Therefore, in order to avoid direct friction, it was better for Ronan not to go, even if it would still make the other party unhappy. Denny was confused. He didn't know the relationship between Ronan and Garrett, but he knew the temper of the Crown Prince. If he knew that Ronan came to the front line but didn't visit him, the Crown Prince would definitely be very unhappy. However, he couldn't persuade him. After all, Ronan's status was there, much higher than his. And this time, the higher-ups only asked him to invite Retta to Red Pine Castle, and didn't mention Ronan. Okay, then, Retta, let's go now. He smiled and said, if everything goes well, we can return in the evening. Retta bowed slightly to Ronan, and then he and Denny left the forest and rode the griffin to Red Pine Castle. There shouldn't be any trouble. Right? Ronan muttered in his heart. Odoro, there is something you need to arrange for someone to do. Odoro bowed and said, My lord, please give me your orders. Go find a few people to dig a dozen buckets of this clay. I will bring it back for use. Chapter 485 The Tempting Reinforcements. After Rydar left, Ronan also ended his inspection. He had 2,700 official members of the Knights Order here, and almost 3,000 logistics personnel. When there was no war, these logistics personnel and soldiers could lay down their weapons, implement his farming system, and grow food on this land. He didn't know why he liked farming. Maybe he had a deep love for the land in his soul. There was nothing wrong with this. Ronan used the wind shadow technique to come to the sky above the watchtower and observe the situation of his opponent. His mental power radiated out, covering more than 13 miles in radius. It can be said that the entire watchtower was within the range of his mental coverage. There are quite a few people in the watchtower. Ronan roughly counted the number of enemies through his mental power, and the number should be around 6,000, which is not much different from the number of his troops. To be honest, if a war really breaks out, he can cast the 9th level magic destruction storm or fire rain starfall, and the group of people below can't stop him at all, even if there are survivors. The knights stationed in the West Wind Hill will come up and harvest and quickly control this camp. Ronan has already felt the deterrence brought by the absolute strong. The opponent must either bring out opponents of the same level as him, or send out enough professional knights and magicians, and equip them with a large number of extraordinary equipment, so that they can be qualified to compete. But obviously, Watchtower has neither of these two things. I am only a 9th level extraordinary person now. Once I become a legend and master the power of the extreme element, even if they use human wave tactics and take out a large number of extraordinary equipment, it will still be useless. Once Ronan becomes a legend, he may follow the example of the first generation of Emperor Orlin and force all nobles to bow their heads by force, so as to become the common lord and establish an empire. Now Ronan's knight training progress has been completed, and the magician training progress has reached 5368/30,000. It will take at most 4 years to break through the legend, if his kingdom has not been established at that time. Can he follow the example of Emperor Orlin and directly force the nobles to surrender by force, and then be crowned as king? In contrast, Ronan still prefers to conquer with the army, because in such a confrontation, a large number of nobles in the old order will be eliminated, thus reducing the difficulty of establishing a new order. If all of them surrendered voluntarily because of his strength, it would be much more difficult to deal with these people than to fight on the battlefield. Of course, all this has to wait until the Holy Storm organization is completely eliminated. Huh? Ronan sensed that a large number of troops were marching towards the watchtower 13 miles away. Logistics? Or support? He drove the wings of wind and approached, and the area covered by his mental power also extended to that side as he moved. This team has at least 6,000 people, equivalent to the strength and logistics of 2 ordinary knights. Ronan was sure that this team should be the reinforcements of Watchtower. It seems that the other party should know that West Wind Hill was handed over to me to defend, so they sent more troops. But, do 2 knights want to compete with the Knights of the Sun? Ronan lowered his altitude with doubts, and used the light refraction spell scroll to observe this team carefully. You don't know until you see it, and it's a bit surprising. The team wearing robes should all be magicians. TSK. 12 magicians. This is a big deal. Oh, and 1, 2, 3, a total of 7 magic cannons. There is also a group of magic archers. Ronan took out the sensing device made by Sophia from the space ring and found no special fluctuations, which means that there is no alien energy similar to the power of the witch soul nearby. So this group of people is safe. If this group of people can all surrender and be accepted by me, it will be of great help to me. He turned his eyes to the 12-member magician team. There is never too many magicians. In this case, he was very reluctant to use magic to blow this group of people to death. Wait for Retta to come back and discuss how to eat this group of people with the least loss possible. On the other hand, Rydal and Dennis each rode on a griffin, and soon arrived at the Red Pine Castle area. Looking down from the air, the scenery formed by the red maple leaves was very hot. Such scenery was very attractive to Rydal, who had short red hair and fire attributes. If possible, he wanted to walk around in this forest. Red Pine Castle is located in the center of the forest, covering a very large area and relatively luxurious. It probably took a lot of effort to build it. We're here. Dennis led Rydal to land on the griffin platform. Let's go. Rydal, I'll report first. You wait in the hall for a while. No problem. Retta responded politely. The two came to the fortress hall, and Denny went to report. Retta sat alone on the bench, waiting quietly. There was no tension here that a war was about to start. He predicted that the Crown Prince's request for him should not be about this. Perhaps he just wanted to meet. In the backyard, Garrett's study, Denny had long expected that the Crown Prince would be unhappy. As soon as he finished talking about Ronan, the latter's face became gloomy, and he seemed to be angry. You mean Ronan came but didn't come to see me? Yes, Your Highness. Denny could only nod his head. He didn't want to offend Ronan, but he didn't want to upset the person in front of him. Marquis Ronan must have something urgent to do, so he can't spare the time to come. Garrett sneered. What urgent matter is there in that broken place? Okay, you can leave. He waved his hand. Denny touched his chest and saluted, ready to leave, but stopped after taking 2 steps. Then there is Retta. Garrett looked up and glanced at Denny indifferently. You don't have to worry about this. As you wish. Watching the other party leave, Garrett clenched his fists. He is the Crown Prince, the Commander-in-Chief of the front line, and Ronan's uncle. He should come to pay his respects no matter what. Now the other party actually let a commander with no identity come. But he would rather hide in the broken place of West Wind Hill than come to experience the beautiful environment of Red Pine Castle. This is clearly looking down on him. In the past, he didn't hate and resent someone like he does now, and the outside world only felt that he was arrogant and conceited. The appearance of Ronan released Garrett's narrow-mindedness, extremism, and even stupidity, and it became worse and worse. Rydell waited and waited in the hall, from morning to noon, then to afternoon, and finally to sunset. He didn't see Garrett. Are you trying to show me your power? Rydell's temperament was very calm, and he didn't get angry because of this. However, being luckier for most of the day was already his limit. He stood up, walked out of the hall, and said to the guard next to him, if His Highness Garrett asks, just say that there are things waiting for me to deal with in Westwind Hill. If you have anything to tell me, just write a letter and have someone send it to me. He was loyal to Ronan, and even though he was the commander-in-chief, his orders were discounted. It was very respectful that Rydell could wait for so long. Before the guard could respond, he saw Rydell take a few steps and fly towards the Griffin platform. However, just as Rydell was about to board the Griffin and leave, Garrett's figure landed on the platform. Why, Rydell? I allowed you to leave? Behind him came 3 tall knights in heavy armor, who looked quite powerful. Rydell put down the reins of the Griffin and handed it to the guard beside him. Your Highness, I have been waiting here for most of the day, but you ignored me. As the commander of Westwind Hill, I have the right to be responsible for my troops and defenses, not to waste time here. Garrett's eyes flashed with anger. As the saying goes, like the master, like the followers. Ronan was rude to him, and so was this Retta. Besides, how could a commander without identity be so calm in his base camp? I asked you to come here. This is a military order. Garrett narrowed his eyes. You left without my consent, which is a violation of the military order. In my place, anyone who violates the military order will be imprisoned, fined, or hanged. Have you thought about the consequences? Hearing this, the 3 people behind him looked joking. They knew that His Highness was going to establish his authority. I wonder how His Highness is going to punish me. Rydell was not angry, nor did he show any fear. He glanced at the 3 people behind Garrett. Are you going to join forces with the 3 people behind you to kill me here? Disobeying military orders and acting so relaxed and indifferent. Is this the level of Ronan's commander? Garrett sneered. Today I will let you know the consequences of disobeying military orders. Before he finished speaking, he waved his hand violently, and the 3 heavily armored knights behind him immediately stepped forward and surrounded Rydell. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Chapter 486, The Fourth Attack. Why did Garrett target Retta? One of the reasons was that he was humiliated by Retta when he was in Shore City. And of course more of it was revenge for Ronan's rude attitude towards him. Although he should not do anything to Ronan, Retta was just his follower. Apart from his good strength, his background was relatively simple. He could find an excuse to vent his anger on Retta and give Ronan a warning to let him know his identity. As for any retaliation, he was not worried. He would not do anything to Ronan easily. And similarly, he believed that Ronan would not do anything to him easily. Retta looked around at the 4 people around him. He only knew that Garrett was a Silver Moon Knight. He did not know the strength of the other three. But as generals stationed on the border, their strength should not be too bad. Your Highness, if you really think that force is necessary to solve this problem, then I have nothing to say. If you want me to give up resistance, then I'm sorry. I can't do it either. Rydar's tone was full of determination and courage. He drew the long sword from his waist, pointing the tip of the sword to the ground. But there is one thing I need to tell you in advance. If you really want to start a war, don't blame me if you get hurt. Arrogant! Garrett was completely enraged by Rydar's attitude. He drew his sword brazenly and shouted loudly, "Catch this guy who disobeyed military orders." Swoosh, 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 accompanied by the rapid sound of breaking through the air. 4 people attacked Rydar from 4 directions. Although they didn't kill him or attack his vital parts. Swords have no eyes. Who can control the strength perfectly when fighting? Rydar stood tall. And because the enemy's strength was unknown, he chose to treat it with caution. But he couldn't deal with this conflict by killing the enemy. After all, he had to consider Ronan's situation. If he killed or maimed a few people before the war with the enemy country, Ronan would have a hard time explaining it. As the distance between the two sides quickly closed, the air seemed to solidify. The almost materialized fighting spirit on the 5 people condensed into fighting spirit armor, colliding with each other, stirring, making the surrounding atmosphere solemn. The guards and knights waiting on the side immediately avoided it when they saw the scene. If the battle between the strong was too close, they would probably die if they were affected. It should be 2 meteor class, 1 Silver Moon class, and Garrett, who is Silver Moon class. Rydar judged the strength of the 4 people from their momentum. He flashed and appeared in front of a meteor knight like a ghost, and punched him directly on the chest armor. The huge force hit, and the meteor class knight was beaten away like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily under the Griffin landing platform, making a bang. Garrett and the remaining 2 saw this, roared and raised their long swords, and the 3 sides surrounded Rydar. Let go! Rydar's long sword stirred, and it was pulling, forcing the 3 swords to change direction. At this moment, Garrett and the other 2 only felt a huge force that made it difficult for them to control their swords, especially the meteor knight. When Rydar shouted, the sword in his hand flew out of his hand, fell far away, and nailed to the ground. With a bang, Rydar kicked the meteor knight and kicked him directly, hitting the wall. However, at this time, Garrett and another Silver Moon Knight also hit Rydar with their fists and feet. He could have dodged and defended, but he still took the move. The power collided, and the 2 sides were shaken apart and retreated, pulling away. The Dochi armor on Rydar's body shook, but soon recovered, and his body quickly stabilized. Instead, Garrett and the Silver Moon Knight staggered back several steps and stopped. Rydal fought 1 against 4, but he was not at a disadvantage. Your Highness, force cannot solve the problem, Rydal advised. We have both advantages and disadvantages in this brief confrontation. I think it is better to stop here. If you have any defense arrangements, please tell me. Within the scope of my duties, I and the soldiers of West Wind Hill will fully cooperate. Garrett did not expect that the siege that was bound to win would end like this. Such a scene, coupled with Rydal's tone, reminded him of the scene in the Golden Feather Palace that day when he, Varens and Andrea fought with Ronan to decide the outcome. Ronan could fight 3 people at once, but his subordinate Rydar could fight 4 people at once? Garrett couldn't help but wonder, could this person in front of him be the prideful Sun Knight? Ronan was not only the prideful son, but he also had the prideful Sun Knight under his command? Yuga, show us your special moves. Let's test his strength. Garrett's anger and injustice surged in his heart, and he controlled the thunder fighting spirit and condensed it into a roaring tiger. Yuga Kasai hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed the order of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The wind-attributed fighting skills condensed into a cone-shaped sharp weapon on the long sword. The violent whirlwind stirred the surrounding airflow, echoing with the sizzling sound of thunder, and was extremely irritable. The killing moves of the 2 Silver Moon Knights. Rydal did not dare to underestimate them. He quickly activated the Burning Heaven secret book to purify the fire attribute fighting spirit. The surging power surged around him, and the momentum of the Sun Knight gushed out. The 2 injured meteor knights, who wanted to participate, were stunned and dared not move. Piercing wave. Thunder roar. Garrett and Yuga shouted in horror, and the killing moves were released. Wherever they passed, the ground cracked and the soil turned up. With an amazing momentum, Burning Heaven's sword. Rydell swung his long sword, and the Burning Heaven fighting spirit condensed into two huge sword shadows that broke through the air and collided with the attacks of the other two with a powerful posture. Rumble. The sound of thunder resounded throughout the Red Pine Castle, and the ground shook in an instant. The surrounding griffins were terrified, and one or two broke free from the reins and flew into the sky. Under the huge shock wave, the landing platform was in a mess. The three-color fighting skills collided with each other, and finally Rydar's attack broke out strongly, carrying the remaining force and hitting Garrett and Yuga heavily. The two vomited blood and flew out with heavy injuries. Suddenly, the whole Red Pine Castle sounded a loud horn, and a large number of knights rushed in this direction. What the hell is going on? Outside the castle, a man wearing heavy armor and as tall as a grizzly bear cursed angrily, stepped off the Warcraft mount and ran towards the castle. The smoke and dust cleared, and Rydar stood in the center of the battlefield. The fighting spirit armor on his body slowly dissipated. He did not suffer any damage in the previous fight. Your Highness, let's stop here, Rydar said in a deep voice. The Wushan family and the Alduin family have a close relationship. I don't want to destroy this friendship because of myself. Garrett's arms were covered with blood, and his expression became very ferocious. There is no doubt that the man in front of him is the Knight of the Sun. How many things did this Ronan hide? Rydar, you think that hurting me? This matter can be ended with just a few words from you? Garrett was unwilling. Rydar narrowed his eyes. Although he was calm, it did not mean that he was not angry. The attack just now was not my strongest move. If we continue to fight, I am not sure that you will only be slightly injured like now. Ha ha ha. Arrogant! Garrett roared. All knights listened to my orders. Instantly, the knights who surrounded him roared. They did not know the identity of Reda, and thought that the enemy had rushed into the base camp. However, even if they knew the identity of Reda, they would obey Garrett's orders. Reda looked around. If all the enemies here were the Soul Knights, he would have killed them long ago. But this is Red Pine Castle, the army of the kingdom. Continuing to expand the matter will only cause greater trouble, and Ronan will have to bear it in the end. Reda frowned. At this point, in order to avoid escalation, he could only look for an opportunity to withdraw first. Chapter 487 Alarmed. The fierce battle alarmed everyone in the Red Pine Castle. All the knights stationed nearby rushed to the Griffin platform and surrounded the place in 3 layers, making it impossible to get through. Under Garrett's shout, the knights in the inner 3 layers drew their swords one after another, and their bodies were flashing with fighting spirit. Most of them were middle and high-level knights, and some were even silver and gold level. With so many people attacking together, if Reda didn't resist, he would have been in trouble. However, just when Garrett wanted to lead this group of people to fight, a deep voice like thunder resounded throughout the Red Pine Castle. Everyone, stop it! The voice echoed for a long time, and all the knights who had taken action were shocked and extinguished the fighting spirit on their swords. At this time, the tall figure flew in the air and fell heavily between Rydar, Garrett and others. His burly figure made people feel terrified. How could a person grow so tall? The man looked around, and his fierce eyes swept over Rydar, and then fell on Garrett, Yuga and others. Your Highness, can you tell me what's going on? The anger on Garrett's face did not dissipate. He stood with his sword. Gushin, tell me, if a person violates the military order, not only does he not accept the punishment, but also attacks me, how should such a person be dealt with? Gushin Solo, once the commander of Red Pine Castle, is now the deputy commander of Red Pine Castle. He has a very high prestige in the border army, and his strength has long reached the Silver Moon level. His Majesty the King has given him the title of Barbarian Knight in view of his bravery and outstanding achievements. Gushin did not respond directly to Garrett's words, but turned to look at Rydell. Who are you? Seeing that things seemed to be easing, Rydell did not think about leaving immediately. For him, it would be best if he could resolve this dispute here, so as to avoid trouble with Ronan later. Kingdom Guardian Knight, follower of Marquis Ronan, commander of West Wind Hill Defense. Rydell Main. Oh! Gushin nodded suddenly. Although he had never heard of Reda's name, Ronan's name has been well known recently, so it's hard not to know it. He turned around and looked at Garrett, and asked, Your Highness, what military order did he violate? You don't need to know this. Garrett refused to answer. Gushin, Now I order you to capture this rebel, and wait for punishment. Gushan looked at Garrett. Yug, Laozhan, and Kubi, 2 silver moon level, and 2 meteor level besieged Retta. But these 4 were injured, while Retta stood here like nothing happened. This is enough to show that this Retta is very powerful. He secretly guessed in his heart. Could it be another prideful Sun Knight? Your Highness, since Retta is a knight of Marquis Ronan, if he really disobeyed the military order, he needs to discuss with his master before punishment. Gushan said, even if you are the commander-in-chief, you should do so. If it was an insignificant knight or soldier, it would be fine if he was beaten or captured. But he didn't understand what Garrett was doing with such an important person. Faced with such admonition, Garrett did not agree. What if I must capture him today and let him accept the punishment? Gushan said in a deep voice. Then do you want our soldiers and knights to die in the civil war before the war starts? The atmosphere was tense in an instant, as if even the dust in the air solidified. A hint of sinisterness flashed in Garrett's eyes. Gushan was not a person who would obey him in everything. If it weren't for the restrictions of this deputy commander, even without the king's order to start a war, he would choose the right time to take the initiative. Now, in front of so many knights around him, Gushan dared to not give him face like this. And he was very angry. Deputy Commander Gushan, don't forget your identity. Garrett deliberately lowered the volume, which made his voice even deeper and more dangerous. As the deputy commander, you should obey my orders unconditionally. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I respect your position, but I am more loyal to the peace and justice of the kingdom. Before this matter is investigated clearly, any reckless action may become the fuse of civil war. Gushan's voice was firm and unwavering. He knew the purpose of His Majesty the King placing him here, and the duties he had been given. Please allow me to temporarily detain Rydar, and have someone contact Marquis Ronan as soon as possible to discuss this matter together. The knights around looked at each other. Many of them were Garrett's subordinates, but many of them had followed Gushan. The confrontation between the upper classes made them dare not act rashly. Rydar, do you have any opinions? Rydar frowned. Although things had taken a turn for the better, Ronan was still involved, which he did not want to see in this situation now. Although he could forcibly leave, if so, it would seem that he really violated some military order. Let Viscount Dennis go to West Wind Hill again, if the Marquis is still there. Gushan nodded slightly, and looked at Garrett. What do you think, Your Highness? Garrett knew that it was obviously impossible to continue to take action. In this case, he could only sneer. Then do as you say. I want to see how Ronan will protect his subordinates. After saying this, Garrett took Yuga and the other 3 and left here quickly. Gushan gave Dennis a look. Please go again. Denny spread his hands. It's the only way. He climbed onto a griffin and flew towards West Wind Hill. Dennis had not expected that after he had asked Rydal to come over in the morning, something like this would actually happen. He knew the character of the Crown Prince. After losing so much face today, he would probably be even more dissatisfied with Marquis Ronan. He didn't know what would happen in the end. Don't let it be as Gushan said. Before attacking the kingdom of Trisha, they would be in chaos. Gushan walked steadily to Rydal and asked in a half-affirming, half-inquiring tone, Knight of the Prideful Sun? Rydal did not answer directly, but smiled and said, Thank you for your mediation. Otherwise, I really don't know how this farce would end. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to answer, Gushan did not ask any more questions. Let's go. I'll sit with you for a while. Wait for Ronan to come over and see how to deal with this matter. He smiled and said, If you want to end it early, I suggest you admit your mistake later. I will say something nice in the middle, and this matter will be over. Gushan glanced at Retta and smiled and said, Sometimes strong strength cannot solve troubles. Retta nodded slightly. Thank you for your reminder. I will consider it. At this time, Ronan was counting the clay dug out by Odoro and his men in front of the West Wind Hill fortress. More than a dozen baskets of clay. The quality is very good. Jim will definitely be able to make excellent pottery. Okay. That's all. Ronan clapped his hands. Odoro, go back and check how much clay there is in West Wind Hill. I will need it later. Okay. Sir. Odoro bowed and said, The kitchen has prepared dinner. Sir, it's time to have dinner. Ronan nodded, looked at the sky that was about to get dark, and was a little confused. What happened to Garrett? Why hasn't Retta come back for so long? He was not very worried about Retta's safety. After all, The latter was a knight of the prideful sun. If he couldn't beat him, he could at least escape successfully. Just then, a griffin landed. Denny? Ronan frowned slightly. What happened? My lord Marquis. Deputy Commander Gushin would like to invite you over. Dennis got off the griffin and said bluntly, something went wrong with Retta. Ronan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Garrett had caused some trouble again? What happened? Denny had no choice but to tell him what happened in Red Pine Castle. The more Ronan listened, the worse his expression became. When he first met him, he just thought Garrett was a little arrogant and conceited, which was easy to understand. After all, he had been the youngest genius in the kingdom, like a star since he was a child. But after several incidents, he became more and more impatient and less like a crown prince. I didn't expect that this time they would directly target Retta. If it was not Retta who was here this year, but Mackin, the latter would have to bear this unprovoked disaster. Ronan's mind moved, and a roar came from the hill not far away. Then, Carlos's huge figure appeared above the West Wind Hill camp. When Denny saw this scene, his face changed on the spot. The dragon that shocked the four directions at the wedding. This was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. He was a meteor knight after all, and faced with such a powerful pressure, he actually had the idea of being unable to resist. My lord, please don't mess around. Denny couldn't help but persuade, everything can be discussed. Ronan sneered and jumped onto the dragon. Lead the way, Viscount Dennis. Okay. He climbed onto the griffin nervously, and his griffin also flapped its wings tremblingly, and flew in front to lead the way. Denny wailed in his heart, oh my god. What should I do next? Chapter 488, Nose Step. As Carlos's huge body slowly rose into the air, Ronan stood on the dragon's back, staring at the West Wind Hill camp that was gradually shrinking below, and an indescribable anger surged in his heart. He knew Retta's character. If there was a choice, the latter would definitely avoid the sharp edge, and would not have a direct conflict with Garrett and others. In this situation, although Denny said that Retta violated some military orders, in Ronan's opinion, it was most likely that Garrett found a random reason to deliberately make things difficult, and force Retta to resist. Fortunately, Retta was strong enough, and did not suffer any loss. During the flight, Ronan closed his eyes and thought, and the response strategy flashed through his mind quickly. He knew that as a lord, protecting the rights and dignity of his subordinates was also protecting his own dignity. If he didn't act strong enough, others would think that his subordinates were easy to bully, and then it would be difficult for Rydar and others to carry out their work. However, Ronan also knew that it was not a good idea to fight Garrett directly with real swords and guns. He needed a plan that could not only solve the problem, but also make Garrett restrain himself. Soon, the outline of Red Pine Castle gradually became clear. Carlos's huge body hovered over the castle, and the low dragon roar caused an uproar below. The horses, livestock, and even soldiers were all terrified, looking at the huge beast in the sky. Their throats tightened, sweat dripped from their foreheads, and their thighs trembled. The Marquis has arrived. Rydar stood up from the fortress hall and walked out quickly. Gushan followed closely behind and saw the huge beast in the sky at a glance. I heard that the Marquis' dragon has a wingspan of 120 meters. But it seems to be more than that today? His feeling was not wrong. Ronan fed Carlos 30,000 energy essences in the past 6 months, which greatly improved the latter's strength. And the dragon's body also became larger. Carlos is now 65 meters long, and has a wingspan of nearly 160 meters. While Rydar and Gushan were staring at the dragon, Garrett and his subordinates also walked out of the room. They were also nervous about the dragon. It's getting bigger again. Garrett looked embarrassed. Although he didn't think Ronan would do anything to him, he felt very uncomfortable with the suffocating feeling of not being able to control the situation. Yugger, do we have any way to deal with this dragon? Silver Moon Knight Yugger looked embarrassed. Excuse me, Your Highness. The kingdom has been established for more than 200 years. We have had experience in air combat, but we have no record of fighting against legendary creatures like dragons. He looked up at the huge wings that covered the sky. Generally speaking, the wings of flying monsters are relatively fragile, and the same may be true for dragons. If we can pierce its wings with a sharp spear, so that it cannot fly freely and falls to the ground, then it will be easy to solve. Garrett shook his head. The power of the machine that launches the spear is limited. Once the dragon increases its altitude, The spear will not be a threat. Only our Silver Moon Knights can step into the air and throw the spear ourselves. While the two were talking, Carlos in the air suddenly raised his head and screamed, "Awoo!" accompanied by this sound that shook the universe. A strong flame gushed out of Carlos's bloody mouth and filled the entire night sky. At this moment, the night instantly turned into day, and the whole sky was illuminated by the fire, just like the clouds of fire at sunset. Magnificent. Garrett's face changed greatly. This elemental fluctuation was too strong. If the dragon had not spit it towards the sky, but towards Red Pine Castle, this place would definitely turn into a purgatory on Earth, with countless casualties. "Ronan, are you threatening me?" Garrett knew it in his heart, but he didn't expect the other party to be so blatant. Ronan stood on Carlos's back, overlooking the Red Pine Castle below, but his heart was calm. He did this to threaten and warn Garrett to put away his little thoughts. "Go down." Ronan patted Carlos's neck gently, and the dragon immediately folded its wings and quickly landed on the huge open space in the castle, raising a pile of dust. "My lord, you are here." Rydar came forward. "I am sorry to cause you trouble. This matter is not your fault." Ronan looked at Rydar and was relieved to see that he was not hurt. "Tell me, what happened?" Rydar told him about his experience in coming to Red Pine Castle. In fact, the whole thing was not that complicated. The conversation between him, Rydar, and Garrett was less than 10 sentences. Ronan sneered. "Viscount Dennis, please ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to come out. If he continues to waste our time like he did during the day, I will not wait for him for hours like Rydar did." Viscount Dennis smiled awkwardly, then ran to inform. Gu Shan came forward with a smile. "Marquis Ronan, welcome to Red Pine Castle. Seeing you with my own eyes, I know that you are more brave and powerful than the legend." Facing Gu Shan, Ronan maintained the proper courtesy. After all, in the previous conflict, the other party did not stand on the side of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Not many people can do this. The deputy commander in front of him is obviously not afraid of offending Garrett. The two of them exchanged polite greetings while walking into the fortress hall. This time, Garrett came very quickly. He arrived almost as soon as the three of them sat down. "Ronan, you are so powerful?" Garrett said in a sarcastic tone. "You just let the dragon come. Are you trying to cause panic in Red Pine Castle? Or are you demonstrating to me?" Ronan did not get up, sitting on the bench, and said with a smile, "Haha. Compared with you, my little prestige is nothing? After all, I dare not let a Sun Knight waste most of the day waiting in vain." Garrett was silent for a while. He didn't expect Ronan to not even stand up in front of him. He snorted and walked to the opposite side and sat down. "Ronan, your knights not only violated my orders, but also injured me and my men. How should this matter be resolved? Letting someone wait in the hall, is this considered a military order?" Ronan shook his head. "Rydar is one of the few Sun Knights in the kingdom. Even if he follows me, I have to treat him with courtesy. Although I don't know and don't want to know why you are targeting him. You want me to take a step back on this matter." He paused, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and slowly uttered 3 words. "No. Impossible." Rydar originally agreed to Gu Shan's operation method, looking for an opportunity to apologize and settle this matter. He didn't expect Ronan to be unyielding from the beginning. In this case, if Rydar still insisted on apologizing, it would be a bit inappropriate. Knights should still act in accordance with the Lord's actions. Garrett narrowed his eyes and asked in a suppressed voice, "What is your attitude? Ronan? Do you want to betray the kingdom? If I remember correctly, this is the second time you have said such a thing." Ronan restrained his smile. "Although you are the Crown Prince, you are only the Crown Prince. At least for now. The only one who can represent the will of the kingdom of Alduin is your father, His Majesty Bruno. In addition, I need to remind you that any noble has the right to denounce the unfair treatment they have suffered. This is a right granted to nobles by the laws of the kingdom." Garrett's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip. He did not expect Ronan to be so tough and even directly cite the laws of the kingdom to refute him. "Ronan, do you think you can compete with me with a dragon?" Garrett's voice was low and dangerous, and his eyes flashed with unquestionable authority and anger. Ronan smiled slightly, and that smile was both confident and a bit sarcastic. "The dragon is just one of my partners, but not my only support." He looked directly into Garrett's dangerous eyes and did not give in at all. "Ronan, Believe in a principle that I will not offend others unless they offend me. If you think I am provoking you in this matter today, I can tell you clearly that I, Ronan, never engage in meaningless disputes. But I will not let others bully me. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat frozen. Seeing that the conversation had reached a deadlock, Gushan laughed. I think both of you should stop being angry about this matter. Today's incident was just a misunderstanding. Although the process was not very friendly. At least one good thing is that we have one more night of the prideful sun. He started to smooth things over. I think your highness can apply to His Majesty the King to start a war. I believe that with the participation of Rydar, we will be able to wash away the shame of more than 30 years ago and take down the Fog City in one fell swoop. Garrett lowered his head and remained silent. No one could see his expression. Ronan gave Gushan face. For military actions, as long as they are not deliberately targeted, I will let Rydar respond with all my strength. This is my responsibility as His Majesty's vassal. Gushan nodded with a smile. Your Highness, you are the Commander-in-Chief of the defense line, and this matter still needs your decision. Chapter 489 Extremely Paranoid. As Gushan changed the topic, Garrett chose to take advantage of the situation and did not continue to punish Ronan and Rydal according to his expected script. At this moment, he finally saw clearly that Ronan's respect for the royal family was only superficial. But then again, in the extraordinary world, after reaching a certain level of strength, it is difficult for the noble circle to restrain the strong. This is like Bellola. This great magician has ignored the royal family for many years. Instead, Bruno would send people to the Amethyst Earldom to greet Bellola every once in a while. After a brief discussion, Ronan took Rydal back to West Wind Hill. My lord, Commander, you are back. Odoro came forward. He was really worried just now, fearing that he would lead the army to attack Red Pine Castle before the war with the Empire started. Now seeing the two of them return safely, he finally let go of his hanging heart. Odoro, go ask the kitchen to prepare some food. I am not like Carlos, who can survive hunger by consuming energy every day. Okay, Lord. Ronan and Rydar walked into the hall. My lord, the Crown Prince seems to have a lot of opinions about you. Rydar showed a worried look. I am afraid he will take action against you or your territory. Maybe? Ronan was not very worried about this. However, as long as His Majesty Bruno is still here, no matter how tense the relationship between Garrett and I is, there will be no real war. Dealing with Ronan is not in Bruno's interest. Moreover, if the other party really wants to deal with him with all their strength, it will undoubtedly give Farron's and others an opportunity. Weakening the Wushan family and fattening Farron's, who is eyeing the throne, will still be a thankless task in the end. Rydal continued to express his concerns. Now Garrett is not your opponent, and he cannot represent the royal family to deal with you. But once he inherits the throne, it will be hard to say. That will be a long time in the future. Ronan motioned for Rydal to sit down as well. Our king is a silver knight, and he is not yet 60 years old. He can live for at least another 20 or 30 years. What will happen in 20 or 30 years? Who knows? After hearing this, Rydar nodded. He had personally witnessed Ronan grow to his current height in less than 4 years. He dared not imagine what level he would reach in another 20 or 30 years. Moreover, in 20 or 30 years, he believed that Wubei Territory and Moonlight Valley would definitely have a very good development, and the overall combat power would definitely be very high. Sir, when you are not here, how should I deal with the orders of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Rydar was a little embarrassed, mainly because he was worried about causing trouble for Ronan. You can do whatever you want, as long as the other party does not target us. Act normally. As for whether you are worried about offending Garrett, you don't need to think too much. Given his character, it is unlikely that we will be forgiven. Okay. Rydar only hoped that Garrett would restrain himself after this experience. Ronan came to the table, flattened the map on it, and said, after you left today, I went to investigate the watchtower across the street and found that not only were they increasing their troops, but the new team members and equipment were also very gorgeous. He told Rydar what he found. If I just wanted to occupy the watchtower, it wouldn't be difficult to do. However, what I'm thinking about now is how to annex as much of this force as possible. Not just killing people. Ronan proposed his idea to Rydar. Think about it. What should we do? Rydar pondered for a while before slowly speaking. Before the Trisha Kingdom shows any signs of defeat, the possibility of them voluntarily surrendering is very low. If you want to annex them, defeating them on the front battlefield is an indispensable step. He said here, and then changed the subject. But since you want to absorb them, we can express this attitude in advance, and at the same time show them your strength to exert great psychological pressure, and let them know the consequences of not surrendering. Ronan listened and nodded. This two-pronged approach will disrupt their mentality, and weaken their momentum to resist even if the other party does not agree to surrender in the end. Then starting tomorrow, I will let Carlos fly back and forth over the watchtower twice a day, and then go talk to them. Red Pine Castle, Garrett's bedroom. At this time, he was panting. His eyes were red. He was angry. The pain in his arm kept stimulating him, forcing him to think about what happened today over and over again. Ronan's arrogant face, which did not give any face at all, seemed to be lingering in front of his eyes. Except for the first time he met Ronan in the Golden Feather Palace. He had the upper hand. Since then, in the Shore City, Moonlight City, at the wedding, and until today in the Red Pine Castle, he was at a disadvantage 4 times. Garrett even began to suspect that the first time Ronan surrendered, he was not afraid of his strength, but intentionally. When he thought of this, his emotions fluctuated violently, and even his breathing became disordered. Garrett was a peak knight of Silver Moon after all, and his control over his body was close to the extreme. But he still behaved like this, which only showed that his psychological quality was very poor. Ronan, Dragon, Retta, Lilans, Malonica, Sophia, McKin, Elrin. The Wushan family unknowingly has so many high-level extraordinary people. But Ronan has never taken the initiative to reveal what he is doing. The more Garrett analyzed, the more worried he was about this newly rising Marquis. Not only that, he has a good relationship with the Grand Mage Bellola, and also with Duke Varghese. This is all information known to the outside world, and Garrett and the royal family are naturally aware of it. In the past, he was worried that the Principality of Farens, the Principality of Vera, and the Screaming Island would unite to weaken the status and power of the royal family. But now, compared with these 3 families, the Wushan family makes him more worried. The key is that Ronan is growing too fast. If he is left alone like this, Garrett doesn't know how big the other party will grow in a few years. The prideful sun level can still be dealt with. Before he rises, we still have a chance to unite and eliminate him. At this moment, Garrett seemed to be standing at a crossroads. He did not choose the wide road, nor even the narrow path, but chose to use his body to pass through the thorn forest. But my father will never allow me to do this. Is Bruno not worried about Ronan? Of course he is worried, but he knows that if he deals with Ronan, it will definitely be a tragic civil war. In contrast, he is more inclined to use the emotional card to maintain his relationship with Ronan. After all, Ronan is his son-in-law. It is impossible for him to betray openly or even kill his father-in-law. Right? What's more, once the strength of the extraordinary is very high, he will gradually look down on worldly power. Just like the Grand Mage Belora, it was enough to have a territory that was not under the jurisdiction of the kingdom, and there was no idea of expanding the territory. Bruno also had this consideration, and he even thought that if he could really reunite the entire continent and establish an empire, why not carve out a grand duchy or even a kingdom for Ronan on the empire's territory? Father's idea is too naive. Not only does he not understand the danger of Ronan, he will also stop me. Garrett became more and more extreme as he thought about it. And finally, the face of his uncle Farens appeared in front of him. At this moment, Farens seemed to have transformed into a devil, waving to him and opening his arms. Chapter 490 Appointment. In the Golden Feather Palace, His Majesty King Bruno was summoning several ministers of the kingdom, and several special officials of the great nobles, who stayed in the Golden Feather City to discuss the matter of tearing up the armistice agreement and attacking the kingdom of Tricia. After all, it is easy to tear up a peace agreement, but if the situation is not right, and you want to re-sign it, it is not a matter of a word. Although the intelligence said that the Molten Principality returned to the embrace of the kingdom of Tricia after some turmoil, easing the internal strife of the enemy country. But Bruno was very confident in the battle to retake the Misty City. On the one hand, he had been preparing for nearly a year, and on the other hand, and most importantly, Ronan's army had arrived at the border. With this Sun Knight and his dragon, the balance of victory has tilted towards them. Under Bruno's proposal, there was no opposition. and more people were discussing the preparations before the tearing. Once the war starts, in addition to the defense line of Misty City, the brown forest front of the Principality of Farens and the scarlet front of the Principality of Vera also need to cooperate. So before Misty City takes action, at least it needs to be confirmed with these two principalities. Don't let them start fighting here. And the people on both sides don't know what's going on. In addition to this matter, there is the issue of the commander-in-chief of the front line, which is a point of disagreement. Some people thought that the crown prince should still be the commander-in-chief, while others hoped that the more experienced Earl Gushan would be the commander-in-chief. And some even wanted Ronan to be the commander-in-chief. The reason why Ronan got in was mainly because he had caused too much shock at the wedding and attracted some little fans who admired him very much. A few days later, the general arrangements had been finalized, and the special officials of the nobles who stayed in Jinyu City had returned to their respective territories with the final mobilization order of the royal family. Bruno was also writing a letter to Red Pine Castle. In this war, Garrett was the commander-in-chief, Earl Gushan was the deputy commander-in-chief, and Ronan served as a military advisor. But the letter was not finished yet, and Mel brought the letter sent by Gushan into his study. After reading it, Bruno's expression was solemn. After a while, he sighed again. Garrett is really confused. Bruno knew his son's character very well. In order to ease the conflict between him and Ronan, he often communicated with Garrett during this period to make him change his attitude towards Ronan. For the current kingdom of Alduin, Ronan is a sharp sword and should be used well. For this reason, even if there are some minor conflicts, they can give in. But he didn't expect that Garrett's character would be so extreme. Not only did he not listen to his words, but he took the initiative to cause trouble for Ronan on the front line. He turned his attention to the second half of the letter, where Gushan emphasized the strength of Rydar. This unknown knight was actually also a sun-level warrior. In other words, 2 sons on the front line. Although Ronan's power did bring potential risks to the royal family, their common enemy was outside the kingdom of Trisha. At least at this stage, Ronan and Rydar were 2 swords that were very beneficial to Alduin. After a long moment of contemplation, Bruno raised his pen and erased what he had written before. He took out a clean piece of paper and rewrote it. This time, he asked Gushan to be the commander-in-chief, and Ronan to be the deputy commander-in-chief in the name of learning and adapting. And his son Garrett was recalled to the Golden Feather Palace in the name of important matters to discuss. The notes on the letter paper gradually dried up, and Bruno's eyes flashed with complex emotions. He knew that this decision was not only about the outcome of the war, but also about the stability of the kingdom and the future inheritance. Pushing Earl Gushan to the position of commander-in-chief was out of consideration for the overall situation, and letting Ronan participate as a deputy was to take this opportunity to further observe and use this powerful general. It was also a kind of protection for Garrett to prevent him from making irreparable mistakes under impulse. Fortunately, Garrett has always obeyed his orders. Bruno secretly calculated in his heart. He recalled Garrett this time not only to let the latter learn how to govern the country, but more importantly to let him learn how to work with the strong and understand that the true way of the king is not only to conquer by force, but also to be wise and broad-minded. He sealed the letter and handed it to Mel. Let Matt take it back to Red Pine Castle and let Garrett read it. While discussing at the Golden Feather Palace, Carlos had been flying around the watchtower for several days. The huge shadow was like a dark cloud, always covering the castle below. Viscount Placido, wearing black armor, had not slept much in the past 2 days. He always felt that there was a sharp sword hanging over his head at all times. If he was careless for a moment, he would be stabbed to death by this sword. Damn it! He walked up to the city wall, looked up at the huge black shadow in the sky, and couldn't help cursing. My dear sister, how are you preparing over there? Are you sure you can deal with this dragon? Melis, wearing a gorgeous blue magic robe, was a little tired. We have prepared everything we need. We have prepared magic arrows and spears, magic cannons and magic scrolls, she said, spreading her hands helplessly. But brother, you should know that the initiative is in the hands of the other party. We can only passively defend. And to be honest, I don't think the equipment and personnel added by the kingdom can help us resist this dragon and the young Sun Knight of West Wind Hill. Alas, we have to stop it even if we can't. Placido was determined. Our Carmen family's property is here. Once it is lost, we will be finished. Excuse me, but we should transfer the industry as soon as possible. At this moment, A low horn sounded from the city wall, which made the two tremble all over. Placido unconsciously glanced at the dragon in the air, and the other side did not show any signs of attack. He couldn't help but curse. Who is blowing the horn randomly? Do you want to die? My lord Viscount. There is a situation. A guard ran down from the city wall and reported, someone is coming from West Wind Hill. Placido was a little flustered. Did they attack? He didn't receive any news of the enemy's attack. Logically, there should be internal intelligence. No. There are only 6 people coming. Placido was stunned for a moment, and strode up the wall to see what was going on. Sure enough, under the hillside in front of the watchtower, 6 people rode slowly towards the watchtower. Who are they, and what do they want to do? Placido was very confused. Sir, should we shoot arrows? A guard asked. Not yet. There are only a few people on the other side, so they should not attack us. Placido hurriedly stopped them. But let everyone prepare for defense. But don't act rashly. Although the other side only had 6 people, there was still a dragon in the sky. For a while, the entire watchtower began to mobilize nervously. All the magic cannons were pushed out by the soldiers, and the middle and high-level knights with wind attributes also picked up longbows and prepared magic arrows. The magician team also came out one after another and took out spell scrolls. When they were almost ready, Ronan, Rydar, and others had already arrived at the watchtower. Placido was about to ask loudly, but he found that a folded letter paper floated up gently, flew towards the top of the city wall, and finally hovered in front of him. This. Placido's eyes widened. His sister Melis said in surprise, there is a magician among them. Chapter 491 Confused Mind. There are 2 strong men in the Carmen family. One is Placido, the owner of the watchtower, a long-established Meteor Peak knight. The other is his sister Melis, who is very accomplished in magic and is now a magician. Therefore, Melis knows magicians very well. When she saw the paper floating over and hovering in front of him, she knew that there was a magician on the other side, because only an 8th-level magician can use mental power to control physical objects. Hearing this, Placido trembled all over and his face stiffened. In other words, the other side not only has a sun knight and a dragon, but also a mysterious magician. Oh my god! Nethergard Castle has been responsible for containing only one knight group of the other side for many years. Why is it suddenly facing such great pressure? Why didn't the Wushan family, with such a strong lineup, go to Red Pine Castle, but chose such a small place? Placido carefully took the letter, and he could feel that the power controlling the paper disappeared. He slowly unfolded it, and saw that it was written, Dear Viscount Placido, I am the guardian knight of the Kingdom of Alduin, the Marquis of Moonlight Valley, the Earl of Wubei Territory, Ronan Wushan. I have no ill intentions in coming here today, but I just hope to have a friendly meeting with you. If you also have such a wish, please come out of the castle and talk to me. To show my sincerity, I will let my knight retreat a few miles. This. Placido was stunned. He couldn't help but look at the 6 people on the slope outside the city wall. The young man in the lead should be Marquis Ronan. As if he noticed his gaze, Ronan nodded to him, and the 5 people around him rode back. And in the blink of an eye they were already in an unclear position. Do you want to go? Placido hesitated. Although the other party was only one person, he was a knight of the prideful sun, and one person was enough to fight against 10,000 people. Go! Melis suggested decisively. People like him also have to save face. It is impossible for him to openly do such a despicable thing as tricking you out of the city and arresting you. Placido pondered for a while. With the current lineup of both sides, the other side obviously has the advantage, and Ronan really doesn't need to use such dishonorable means to deal with him. Okay, I'll go. Placido is also a courageous person. He stuffed the letter into Melis's arms. Be prepared. If Ronan is really shameless, don't worry about me, and resolutely defend the watchtower. Melis nodded. Don't worry. The north gate of the watchtower slowly opened, and a warhorse galloped out, with the tall figure of Placido sitting on it. Ronan was a little surprised. He didn't ask the other party to come only one person. Placido could bring more people out. It can be seen from this that the master of the watchtower has a lot of courage. The warhorse galloped to Ronan, and Placido dismounted. I didn't expect to meet you here, respected Marquis Ronan. I have heard of your glorious deeds a long time ago, and I am very happy to meet you. Ronan also dismounted. walked up and shook hands with the other party. I admire your courage very much. And I am very happy to meet you. After a brief greeting, the two got to the point. I wonder what you want to talk to me about. Placido asked, do you want me to take the initiative to open the gate of the watchtower and surrender? Although the atmosphere just now seemed like a meeting between friends. When it came to specific issues, the atmosphere began to become a little sharp. In any case, they are in a state of hostility. Since you already know my intention, I won't beat around the bush. Ronan said, the Carmen family made their fortune here. And Watchtower is undoubtedly your ancestral home. I don't know if you have other territories and industries in the kingdom of Trisha. But at least there are here. Once the war starts, your foundation in Watchtower will be completely destroyed. Even if you survive in the end, your family will suffer a heavy blow. Placido sneered. Although you are a Knight of the Sun, and there is a dragon and a magician in your team, Watchtower is not completely without defense forces. To be honest, the kingdom has sent me reinforcements, and they can deal with you and your dragon. Don't fool yourself. Viscount. Ronan smiled and said, the reinforcements you mentioned are the knights, magician team and several magic cannons that arrived at Netherguard Castle not long ago. Placido, who was suspected of self-encouragement, finally changed his face after knowing that his details were seen clearly by the other party. Why did you? Ronan laughed. I already knew their whereabouts on the day they came. To be honest, this support is not enough. At least, the kingdom of Trisha will send you enough Dragon Eagle Knights. Placido remained silent. He also wanted a team of Dragon Eagle Knights. But the conditions did not allow it. The kingdom's Dragon Eagle Knights were probably still near the Molten Principality. Surrender? Ronan got straight to the point. I admire your courage and strength. And I also admire these elites in the Watchtower. Be loyal to me, and you and your Carmen family will have greater glory. Impossible. Placido refused directly. You are asking me to betray my country. I absolutely do not agree. Country? Ronan shook his head. As far as I know, the kingdom of Trisha has cooperated with the Molten Principality occupied by the Holy Storm organization. Do you know this organization? Placido hesitated for a moment. Do you understand? Of course I do. Ronan smiled and said, if you are willing to listen, I am willing to tell you this confidential information. Please go ahead. In fact, Placido was also very curious about this emerging organization. Before the defeat of the Molten Duke, he had never even heard of this name. Ronan did not hide anything and told all the stories of the Holy Storm organization in Mephisto. Your king has cooperated with aliens and has stood on the opposite side of humanity. If you continue to be loyal to such a country, you will eventually become an alien. Just like Count Jesus on our side. Imagine your parents, your wife, your children, your relatives and friends all lost themselves and became minions and puppets of the devil. What would that feel like? Placido couldn't help but take a few steps back, shocked by Ronan's words. No. Impossible. These are all your guesses. This subversive information made Placido's head a little confused. How did the royal family become an alien race? Ronan did not argue. This information was all sent back by Harmon, and there was no doubt about its authenticity. Placido probably also knew that the royal family had cooperated with the Holy Storm organization of the Molten Principality. But they didn't know the inside story, and didn't know that this organization was a demon alien race from another continent. He got on his horse. The war has not started yet. You still have time to inquire and confirm. And time to think. But the war is coming. And you don't have much time to think. Think about it, Placido. Choose to fight with me or choose to surrender to me. These will be two completely different paths. Placido looked at Ronan's departing back, and his heart seemed to be suffocated by a huge stone. Honor and loyalty are very important to the border viscount. But the future of the family and the safety of relatives are also burdens that he cannot ignore. What if it is really as Ronan said? The royal family has become the claws of the demon god. Then my loyalty is to the Trisha family or the demon god. The shocking secrets about the cooperation between the Holy Storm organization and the Trisha kingdom kept echoing in Placido's mind. We must find out the truth as soon as possible. He turned his horse's head and returned to the watchtower. On the wall, Melis was relieved when she saw Ronan leave. Sure enough, the latter still wanted to save face, and would not use such despicable means. She hurried down the wall to find out the content of the conversation. Red Pine Castle. Matt, who rushed back from the Golden Feather Palace, handed the king's letter to Garrett. Garrett, who was in a bad mood, had a distorted expression on his face after seeing the letter. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Why? Why did my father do this to me? Garrett stared at the words on the letter. Although Bruno's words were very tactful, he felt that they revealed distrust everywhere. He kept asking in his heart, just because Ronan is a knight of the sun and can help you build an empire, you are partial to him in every way? Just because he is so powerful, you not only deprive me of my position as the commander-in-chief, but also directly transfer me away from the front line and return to Jinyu City? Although Bruno gave him the right to appoint Gushin and Ronan, which made him somewhat respectable, but Garrett didn't think so. In his opinion, it was a shame to let him return to Jinyu City when the war was about to start. He couldn't accept such a thing happening at all. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Matt asked with some concern. Garrett's violent aura made him very uneasy. It's okay. Garrett took a deep breath and calmed down. Your Majesty agreed to let us go to war. I was just excited about it. Really? Matt's eyes lit up. That's great. After so many years of confrontation on the border, we can finally take action. Uh-huh. Yes. He waved his hand. You are tired too. Go down and rest. Remember to keep this information confidential for the time being. Also, come to me tomorrow morning. I have something to arrange for you. Matt bowed respectfully and left the room. The door closed gently, and Garrett was the only one left in the room. He looked at the letter again, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Father, although you no longer trust my ability, I will prove you wrong with the next great victory. You are old, and your vision is no longer as wise as before. He murmured, don't blame me. Chapter 492 Turmoil. The candlelight in the watchtower was bright in the middle of the night. Placido was in the study room, thinking with his eyes closed. The information revealed by Ronan echoed in his mind, and he was thinking about what choice he should make if this situation really happened. Should he stick to his beliefs and risk his family's wealth to carry out this battle that is likely to fail, or bear the infamy and join the enemy's camp? His hands tapped the table, as restless as his heart. In the past few days, he has sent messages to family members in the royal capital Dragon City. It should not take long for him to bring back news. Duh. A burst of rapid horse hooves disrupted his thoughts. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was a bit unusual to hear such a rapid sound of horse hooves at this time. Placido came to the window and saw two knights dismounting and saying something to the guards at the door. And then a guard hurriedly ran towards the tall building where he was. It's the messenger from the Misty City. Placido frowned. Is there something urgent? He did not delay any longer and hurried out of the room, just in time to meet the guards who came. Tell them to come to the hall to see me. Soon. The two sides met in the hall on the first floor. My lord Viscount, I am the messenger knight Landon under the commander of the Misty City defense line, Count Ural. I came here to convey the Count's order to you. As he spoke, he took out the letter from his arms and handed it over respectfully. Placido did not expect the battle to come so hastily, and he was anxious and took the letter quickly. His sister Melis also walked into the hall at this time and sat quietly aside. It seems that it is time for the Carmen family to make a decision. But as Placido finished reading the contents of the letter, his face became very ugly, and he slowly sat down on the chair. What's wrong? Melis asked with some confusion. Even if Count Ural ordered them to attack, his brother would not show such a complicated expression. Placido said with some difficulty, His Majesty Tamriel died. Melis raised her hand and covered her lips. How could it be? Placido handed the letter to his sister, and he looked at the messenger. Knight Langdon. What's going on? Although His Majesty is not strong, he is also a golden knight. He is only over 60 years old this year. How could he die of illness at this age? 60 years old is still considered a prime age for a golden knight, especially for a leader of a country with very favorable conditions. In theory, living to 100 years old is not a problem at all. But now, such a strong majesty is dead, and he died of illness, which makes Placido doubt the truth behind it. He immediately thought of Ronan's statement that the kingdom has established cooperation with the alien Holy Storm organization of the Molten Principality. Then, the target of cooperation is not His Majesty Tamriel, but His Royal Highness Taro, the current heir to the throne? This? I am not sure either. Langdon was just a messenger knight under the Earl. He only knew that the king died of illness. As for what disease he had, and whether there was any inside story, he was also unaware. My Lord Viscount, I have conveyed the order. My Lord Earl asked me to remind you that after learning this news, the Kingdom of Alduin will most likely take advantage of the situation to attack the Mist City. You must be prepared for a fight to the death. In addition, His Majesty Taro has sent new reinforcements to the front line. I hope you can hold on until then. Placido looked bitter. Didn't the Earl receive my letter? The Marquis of Ronan is stationed on the opposite West Wind Hill. He is not only a Sun Knight, but also has a magician in his team. At the same time, there is a terrifying dragon in the sky. With such a huge gap, how can you let me delay until the reinforcements arrive? He paused. At least, you have to support me with a Silver Moon Knight. Right? Landon looked embarrassed. He also knew that the gap was big. But the order was like this. The Earl received your letter. But the defense line is under pressure everywhere. And he can't support you anymore. The knights and magicians he gave you a while ago are the biggest reinforcements he can send to you. Langdon said. The Earl said that he and you have been defending the line for so many years. And both he and his family have been taken care of by the kingdom. Now is the time to contribute. If we are defeated and captured, the kingdom will redeem us at all costs. If we die in battle, His Majesty Taro will also confer titles on our children, and will not let the heroes bleed and cry. Placido's face remained unchanged, but his heart was shocked. What does this last sentence mean? Is it a special reminder that his children are in Dragon City? He took a deep breath. I understand. Please go back and tell Earl Ural that I will defend the watchtower, and hope that he can arrange reinforcements as soon as possible. Langdon smiled. Then I wish you all the best. He and his companions bowed to Placido, then left the hall, left Nethergard in the night, and went to Misty City to reply to the order. Brother, what should we do now? Melissa put the letter aside. His Majesty Tamriel has always been in good health. It is impossible for him to suddenly fall ill and die. There must be a conspiracy. Placido nodded solemnly. It has always been His Highness Taro who has been in contact with the Molten Principality. And it is probably him who cooperates. His Majesty may. He dared not imagine. So, the information of Marquis Ronan is true and reliable? Maybe. I was originally going to wait for a message from my family. But now it seems that our people in Dragon City may not be able to get out. Melissa's beautiful face was a little sad. Then Robert and the others. Placido remained silent. His son and daughter were studying in Dragon City. He thought it was the safest place. But he didn't expect that there would be danger there. However, all this was just his guess based on Ronan's message. And there was no direct evidence. Placido picked up the letter and read it again. As far as I know, there are 3 Silver Moon Knights and several Meteor Knights in Misty City. Count Ural didn't even give me any reinforcements, and even threatened me with my children and family members. He undoubtedly wanted to sacrifice us, retain his own power, and buy some time. After a while, Placido made a decision. For Robert and everyone, we must fight Ronan. His fighting spirit burst out, and the letter in his hand was torn into pieces. In the entire watchtower, the strongest knight is him, a meteor-level knight, and the strongest magician is his sister Melissa. What can we use to fight? Even if the watchtower is solid and reliable, such fortifications are not very useful in the face of such a powerful transcendent. We must also prepare for the worst, he added. Melissa stood up. She already understood the other party's choice. No matter what happens, I will fully support you. Now, let's think about how to deploy our defenses. Let's call the leaders of the knights and the captains of the magician team for a mobilization meeting tomorrow. Placido nodded and took a deep breath. There is one more important thing. We need to find a chance to inform Ronan. Leave it to me. Melis is very confident about this. Chapter 493 Unanimous Approval. The King of Tamriel died, and it was public knowledge that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would inherit the throne. Over the years, Alduin and Tricia had business dealings after the truce, so the news quickly spread to the Alduin kingdom, and the first person to know was Garrett of Red Pine Castle. After all, the spies arranged by the kingdom, there would always pass on the first-hand information to him. This is an opportunity. Garrett's mood became very excited. He had made preliminary preparations in the past few days, and was looking for a reason to take the initiative to start a war. He didn't expect the other party to give him a reason. And this reason was so reliable. After all, when the previous king dies, There will often be a period of turmoil when the new king takes the throne. During this period, the border is the most likely to start a war. Matt, you immediately arrange to have the heads of the Twin Peaks Canyon, West Wind Hill, Gray Valley, Black Jade Bay, and other points immediately set off to Red Pine Castle and ensure that they arrive tonight. I have important military operations arranged. The key personnel at each point of the border defense line have flying mounts. If there are important combat operations, it is indeed convenient to summon them. Not long after, a Griffin Knight landed on West Wind Hill and brought Garrett's call. After sending the messenger away, Rydell understood that the horn of war had sounded. He couldn't help but look at the watchtower on the other side. Placido had a personnel transfer and training plan in the past 2 days. It seemed that he had the intention to defend the watchtower to the death, although Retta admired their courage. If there was no new assistance, Viscount Placido would still be defeated. My lord. Odoro walked into the camp hall. We caught a mysterious person in the West Mountain. He said he wanted to see the Marquis. Who is it? Odoro said. It's a woman with a black veil on her face. I didn't see her appearance. Retta was a little confused. There was no city nearby. Who would come here to look for the Lord? And the gender is female. Bring her here. And notify Tom to come see me. Because there are many things to deal with in Moonlight Valley. And Ronan also has his own industrial plan to deal with. He did not stay in West Wind Hill all the time. However, in order to facilitate contact, he asked his personal bodyguard Tom to stay in West Wind Hill. With the Griffin, it only takes 1 or 2 hours to get from West Wind Hill to Moonlight Valley. Commander, you are looking for me. Tom came quickly. Now he is not only Ronan's personal bodyguard, but also the captain of a night team. The immaturity on his face has long faded, and his strength has also been improved with the help of potions. Becoming a senior knight. With his salary, he could not buy many potions for mid-level knights. However, Ronan took special care of these old subordinates, selling some at a special price, and also introduced a form similar to loan to give them the opportunity to buy more. Red Pine Castle has sent a call for troops, which means that war is coming. You should convey this news to the Marquis immediately. Tom nodded solemnly. I understand. Let's go now. At this time, Odoro and several knights brought in the mysterious woman, who really covered her face with a black veil. Rydell waved his hand. Except Tom. Everyone else should leave. Since the other party is unwilling to reveal his true face, he naturally doesn't want more people to see it. The woman glanced at Tom, and it seemed that it would be better for this person to leave as well. Rydell explained. This is the personal guard of the Marquis. Knight Tom. You can rest assured. As he spoke, he stared at the other party's eyes. Although he had never seen this pair of eyes, he had some guesses about the other party's identity. Okay. The masked woman pulled off the veil on her face, revealing a beautiful but very pale and tired face. Hello, Commander Rydell. I am Melis Carmen, the sister of Viscount Placido of Watchtower. I came here to discuss something with the Marquis. The corners of Retta's mouth curled up slightly. He was just thinking about the Watchtower, but he didn't expect the other party to come here. Please sit down. Respected Ms. Melis. Retta gestured, and then said, I'm sorry. The Marquis is not in the camp for the time being. If you want, you can wait here. He should come tomorrow at the latest. Of course, if you are in a hurry, you can also tell us your ideas, and we will tell the Lord truthfully. Melis pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, I forced myself to use the Earth Walk spell scroll to come here. It consumes a lot of energy. I originally wanted to recover here for a while, so I'd better wait for Marquis Ronan to come. Some things are better for her to say directly. Rydell did not ask any more questions. Tom, you can leave now. Remember to tell the adults about this matter. Okay. Tom nodded and immediately set off for Moonlight Valley. Ms. Melis, I have other things to do here, so I will not accompany you for now. Rydell stood up. You can rest here, and if you need anything, you can directly call the guards outside for help. Merlis is indeed quite tired now, and as Placido's sister came to the camp, Watchtower should not have any intention of actively attacking. So Rydell left the camp with peace of mind. Please go ahead. Melissa didn't ask any more questions, just said politely, then sat there quietly and began to meditate and recover. Rydar gave instructions and rode the Griffin to Red Pine Castle. Although his experience in Red Pine Castle was a bit unpleasant last time, he didn't worry about being harassed again this time, because before he went there, He first went to Grey Valley, which was the camp in charge of Wushan. This place has broadleaf trees with gray skin, so it got this name. Now the person in charge of the Grey Valley camp is Malonica. After several joint combat experiences, the two are relatively familiar with each other. Sure enough, Malonica also received the order. The two were not in a hurry. They talked for a while, and Malonica asked a few questions about cultivation before they set off. When the two arrived at Red Pine Castle, many nobles had gathered here, in addition to the two Silver Moon-level Gushin and Yuga who Retta met last time. The most eye-catching one was the hook-nosed, somewhat feminine-looking man, Ibn Talansi, as the leader of the Royal Griffin Knights, the Earl of Schwangfingling. This young man was close to the Sun level many years ago. In addition to him, there are also Viscount Willis, who controls the Black Jade mine for making extraordinary weapons, the commander of the Duke of Vargi's Knights, and Maguro of Screaming Island and many other Meteor Knights. Since everyone is here, I won't delay any longer. Garrett strode into the fortress hall, glanced around, and frowned slightly. Marquis Ronan didn't come again? Rydar stood up. The Marquis has returned to Moonlight Valley, and he is not directly involved in the current war. Other nobles can choose not to come to the front line, and Ronan can do the same. Everyone looked at Rydar. They all knew that this young man was also a Knight of the Prideful Sun. Although he didn't have a noble status, he was very important. This time, Garrett didn't show any anger, but just nodded lightly. Since he's not here, you can tell him. As he said, he took out the letter and handed it to Gushin beside him. The latest information is that King Tamriel of Trisha has passed away, and his son Tyro has inherited the throne. This country has just experienced a rebellion in the principality, and the king has died of unknown reasons. It will definitely experience a period of turmoil. Garrett shouted, "Now is the best time for us to send troops," he said, looking at Gushin who was reading a letter, and then continued, "My father, Aljuin V, has appointed me as the commander-in-chief of the front line, Gushin as the deputy commander, and appointed Marquis Ronan as a military advisor. This is his letter." Although Gushin looked a little strange, the handwriting was indeed that of His Majesty Bruno, and there was also the private seal of the kingdom and the king. "Your Highness is right. That's true." He handed the letter to Ibn, who was standing beside him, and passed it to Retta and Malonica one by one. It not only mentioned the appointment, but also allowed Garrett to take the initiative at the right time, and specifically asked him to put aside his pride and listen to the opinions and suggestions of Gushin, Ronan and Ibn. Ibn said, "It is now early September, and the winter snow will cover the Misty City in another 3 months. So if we want to take the initiative to attack, it is best to do so before December." Garrett looked at his brother-in-law. "So, do you agree with my decision?" "Of course," Ibn smiled and said. "We have been preparing for nearly a year, and can start a war at any time." Viscount Willis of Hyawan stroked his beard. "This is indeed a good opportunity, and I have no objection. The territories of these two people are both on the border, and they have the need and motivation to expand outward. After preparing for a long time, they naturally hope to start the war as soon as possible. What is Earl George's opinion?" Garrett turned his eyes to the commander of Duke Varghese. George pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I agree. What about Viscount Maguro?" Garrett asked the heads of these major families one by one. Without exception, they all agreed. "Rydar, although Ronan is not here, since he has asked you to represent him with full authority, you can serve as a military advisor before he comes." Garrett's voice was no longer arrogant, and he seemed to have changed his attitude. "So, what do you think?" Rydar groaned slightly. This war was planned, and there was nothing strange about it. Now it is indeed as Earl Ivan said. If we don't fight in the next 3 months, we will have to wait until next year. From Ronan's point of view, he also needs to take advantage of the war to recruit the talents in the watchtower. Rydar nodded. "I agree." Garrett's mouth curled up. Although he forged the letter, as he expected, it did not arouse everyone's suspicion, because it has been arranged this way for all these years. Moreover, this feeling of no one opposing him really made him intoxicated. Chapter 494, Surrender. Melissa finished her meditation, and her exhausted magic and mental strength were restored. She opened her eyes and looked around the simple camp hall. It was very simple, just like the castle of a downtrodden baron. In terms of defense strength, West Wind Hill is not as strong as Watchtower, but once the two sides go to war, The battlefield will definitely not be here. But Watchtower. There is no need to discuss whether the defensive fortifications of West Wind Hill are feasible. As the commander here, Rydell has left the camp now. I'm afraid there is something urgent. She easily thought that the kingdom of Alduin might take military action. After all, something like this happened in the kingdom of Trisha. If she were in charge, she would not miss this opportunity. While she was thinking, she suddenly felt a palpitation and felt inexplicably blocked in her heart. Before she could think carefully, she saw a tall and handsome man walking in from outside, with a head of silver hair that was particularly eye-catching. Melis quickly stood up, bowed, and sent a sincere greeting. Melis Carmen of Watchtower. It's an honor to meet you. Respected Marquis of Moonlight Valley. Ms. Melis, welcome to your arrival. Ronan stepped forward and shook hands with the other party. I have heard that there is a young magician in the Carmen family of Watchtower for a long time. Today, I see that it is true. Compared to you, I am really nothing, Melis said modestly. The two exchanged pleasantries and sat down. Ronan took the initiative to ask, last time I talked with your brother Placido. Although we did not reach a consensus, we also retained room for cooperation. I wonder what news you will bring me this time. Melis took a deep breath. She had already preset this conversation many times in her mind, so she knew exactly what to say. 2 days ago, the commander of the Mist City, Count Ural, sent an order requiring us to defend the Watchtower with all our strength and delay as long as possible until the reinforcements from the kingdom arrived at the front line. Ronan was a little surprised. Did the Mist City arrange reinforcements for you again? Melis shook her head. There are no new reinforcements. Ronan laughed. Then how are you going to hold on? Melis sighed. And the next thing she said was the main topic, which was also the choice that completely changed the fate of their family. Now that she has come to this point, she has no hesitation. Melis repeated Count Ural's order and told her family about the situation in Dragon City. Sir, in order to ensure the safety of my family, please forgive us for not being able to surrender directly to you. And there are foreign knights in the Watchtower, which is not completely under our control, Melis said in a deep voice. So this battle is inevitable. Ronan understood that Placido wanted to surrender, but because his family and the defenders of Watchtower were not on the same front, he could not open the door to welcome him directly. Tell me, how are you going to fight? Ronan asked. Melis stood up and took out a large piece of paper from her arms. On it was a clear plan of Watchtower, with obvious markings. My brother and I have discussed the deployment plan. This is a detailed troop distribution map. Ronan walked over and looked at it carefully. It must be said that Placido's work on the map is very good. It can be seen that he has received professional training. Next, with Melis's introduction, Ronan had a comprehensive control of the overall deployment of Watchtower. Although Melis did not say it explicitly, Ronan had already heard that Placido had completely separated his own people from the Misty City Knights and magicians who came to support him in terms of defense. To put it simply, their positions were scattered from each other, and there was no cooperation between the two knights or knights and magicians. This was obviously done deliberately, and the purpose was self-evident. Melis was worried that Ronan did not see the trick, so she said directly, although this war is unavoidable, I still hope that you can take care of the team of Watchtower when attacking, and vent the fire of war on the knights of Misty City. Ronan laughed. You are going to use me to eliminate the uncontrollable power in Nethergard? Melis did not deny it. People will die eventually. I also hope that fewer of our people will die. This will also be beneficial to you. As for Rickard's knights, their leader Rickard did not come. The leader is just a captain of the Golden Knights, not even the deputy captain. In the beginning, they really believed the other party's lies that their leader Rickard would come before the war. Now it seems that the other party is impossible to come. Therefore, Ural has long been prepared to sacrifice Nethergard and the supporting knights and magician team. It was because Placido saw through this, and under the influence of coercion, alien races and other factors, that he finally chose to surrender and submit to Ronan. And this method is different from betrayal in the eyes of the outside world. If Placido opened the city gate and surrendered, he would undoubtedly be infamous for betrayal. If he was captured after being defeated and surrendered, his reputation would be better. But no matter which method, it would be difficult for their relatives in Dragon City to be saved. This was Placido's helpless move. He didn't know whether his son and daughter were still alive. What if they were already dead? And he and Melis were cannon fodder in this war. then the Carmen family would be completely extinct. He didn't dare to gamble. After listening to Melis's statement, Ronan nodded. I understand. But the war is ruthless. I can't guarantee that your people won't be killed. Melis bowed and said, It's already very good to be able to preserve our team as much as possible. Ronan sat down again. He was thinking about another question. I'm curious. Does your Carmen family have a grudge against Count Ural? He asked. Why would he rather let you be cannon fodder than support your troops or temporarily retreat? If it were Ronan, facing a situation with no chance of winning, he would let Placido lead the team to gather in Misty City and concentrate the troops to resist once, instead of letting Watchtower be cannon fodder. Of course, the other party's excuse is to delay the offensive of West Wind Hill. Maybe it can indeed delay for a day or two. But then what? Could it be that in 1 or 2 days, the reinforcements of the Kingdom of Trisha will arrive in Misty City? Melis shook her head. We and Count Ural are both vassals of the kingdom. Theoretically, we are independent of each other, and have no conflicts in recent years. She and Placido did not quite understand why the other party did this. And according to her understanding, several other positions have also received orders to hold on. But those positions have not yet become cannon fodder. After all, they not only have Silver Moon or multiple Meteor Knights in charge, but also do not have the terrifying Sun Knights and Dragons, which is much better than the situation of Watchtower. Ronan didn't figure out the key point. He couldn't help but carefully observe Melis's expression, wondering if the other party would hide something and play a trick of false surrender. What's wrong, sir? Melis was a little surprised by such a look. Could it be that the other party wanted to play a game between men and women? She heard that Ronan had just married the princess of the Alduin royal family not long ago. However, the party begging for surrender in the war is often accompanied by such transactions. And Melis was not surprised. Sir, please make any request. And the Carmen family, and I will try our best to satisfy you. Ronan retracted his gaze and smiled. Just do it according to your and Placido's plan. Although he could not see any signs of false surrender in the other party's expression, he could not relax his vigilance after the war started. And he had to fight as he should. Chapter 495 Preparations Before the War. After Ronan asked Tom to take Melis away to rest, he summoned Odoro. Although Placido decided to surrender and explained the way to surrender, Ronan was still prepared to follow his own ideas on some things. He picked up a pen and wrote a line on the paper. After the war begins, anyone who doesn't want to die can just put down their weapons and squat in the southwest corner of the watchtower to survive. After Ronan finished writing, he handed the paper to Odoro. Call Tom, and find a few people who can write, and copy hundreds of copies according to the content of this paper. Odoro glanced at the content and seemed to understand it. He couldn't help but praise, your method, sir, will definitely shake the morale of the watchtower. He didn't know that the woman just now was the sister of Placido of Watchtower. Ronan smiled and said, Go ahead. Remember to ask someone to write nicely for me. Don't write something you can't even recognize. I understand. Odoro was a little embarrassed. There were not many people in the army who could read, and even fewer who could write well, although hundreds of copies were a bit too much. If it really didn't work, he and Tom would have to write more. When Tom received this task, he was embarrassed. He felt that the Lord was making things difficult for him. After all, his handwriting was really hard to describe. But there was no way. He had been designated by the Lord, and he couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. So he could only hold the pen and write as neatly as possible. In the middle of the night, Rydar rode a griffin back to the West Wind Hill camp. When he learned that Ronan was coming, he came to report immediately. He told Bruno's appointment letter, Garrett, and the performance of the nobles. Ronan naturally had no objection to Rydar's statement. Going to war was in his interest. What he didn't expect was that Bruno would appoint him as a military advisor and serve as the commander of the coalition forces together with Garrett and Gushin. However, this appointment was obviously useless. In the subsequent battle plan, Garrett gave West Wind Hill the task of occupying the watchtower and then assisting the Malonica troops in Ashinville to capture the fiery fortress. There is nothing wrong with the problem. But in this case, Ronan will not go to the main battlefield. So what is the point of being a military advisor? This can be regarded as Garrett's deliberate arrangement. Ronan was too lazy to go. For him, it was enough to take what he should have and take care of the Knights of Wushan territory. The remaining people had no friendship with each other, and the other party did not show him the intention of needing support. If he took the initiative to go, People might think he was going to steal the credit. Since our commander-in-chief asked for an all-out attack the day after tomorrow, we should obey his orders. Ronan smiled and said, "Let the knights prepare for battle tomorrow. And I will also take some action." He didn't expect Garrett to change Bruno's decision. Not only him. Gushin, Ibn, Willis and others didn't expect it either. The reason was that Garrett had been in charge of the affairs of Red Pine Castle for many years, which made the nobles not consider this aspect. Moreover, they couldn't see any problem with a letter of appointment. Although His Majesty the King in the Golden Feather Palace was a little surprised why Garrett hadn't come back yet, considering that his decision would definitely affect the other party's mood. It was possible to walk slowly on the road, or even walk around. Just like the last time he came back from Moonlight Valley. It would only take half a day to ride a griffin. But Garrett walked for 2 or 3 days. The next morning, Melis, who had recovered her mental and magical powers, said goodbye to Ronan, wearing a veil. She activated the Earthwalk spell scroll again in the dense forest near the watchtower. In Ronan's perception, she entered the watchtower underground. This is a 7th level magic. Dean Miroslav relied on it to avoid the pursuit of Count Orson. If it weren't for the mental power, Ronan couldn't catch the opponent's trace even with the wind of detection. It can be seen that the Earthwalk spell is indeed unique in hiding and escaping. Back in the camp, Odoro and Tom had moved 700 or 800 letters of persuasion to surrender written overnight to the table, thanks to the paper produced in Shaolin Town. Otherwise, so much parchment would cost a lot of money. Ronan flipped through the stack and couldn't help but sigh. You still need to practice your handwriting. Look at what you wrote. It's like leaves blown by the wind. Tom couldn't help scratching his head, and could only laugh awkwardly. Okay. You two go down and help Rydar prepare for tomorrow's battle. There's nothing for you to do here. The two of them left as if they had been pardoned. Ronan put the letter into the space ring, then climbed on Carlos's back, and came to the watchtower again. The soldiers of the watchtower hadn't seen the dragon in the past few days, and the pressure in their hearts was suddenly reduced a lot. But now, the huge figure appeared again, and the fear that had gradually dissipated came back to their hearts. The war was coming, but the dragon had not left yet. In other words, their enemy was likely the big guy in the sky. Placido also walked out of the room and looked at the figure of the dragon in the sky. He didn't understand why he chose to surrender, but the other party still came to demonstrate. Could it be that they wanted to save the face of the Carmen family and play the show to the end? Melis appeared beside Placido at some point. Her mental state was overdrawn, and she was very tired at this time. What kind of person do you think Ronan is? Placido asked. Melis shook her head. It's hard to say, but I feel that he is different from any noble I have ever seen. He may have his own ideas. While the two were talking, papers were falling from the sky like snowflakes, scattered in every corner of the watchtower. Many guards and knights could not help but pick them up and examine them carefully. Placido was very surprised. He asked the soldiers to pick up a piece of paper. After seeing the words written on it clearly, he was stunned. After a long while, he smiled helplessly and said, "You are right. He does have his own ideas. He did not do it completely according to the way we agreed." Maris suddenly thought of the way Ronan looked at her carefully at the beginning, which now seemed to be quite scrutinizing. Could it be that he is worried that we are pretending to surrender? It is indeed possible. This young marquis is really cautious. Placido folded the paper and looked at it with some surprise. It was different from the parchment. It can be seen that he not only wants our people, but also the people of the Ricard Knights. Melis nodded after pondering. After what he did, many people may have lost their will to fight. I am afraid that as long as they are at a disadvantage, they will squat in the southwest corner. It's time to show our value. Placido's mouth curled up slightly. In this case, I must encourage the fighting spirit of the soldiers. At least when the battle begins, they still have the courage to hold the sword. Although Ronan's operation weakened Doji, it would also make the defeat of the Carmen family more reasonable. Placido not only told Count Ural about Ronan's method, but also told him how he encouraged the fighting spirit of the soldiers. In this way, his reputation of surrendering will be lower. After all, he has done what he should do. Right? Chapter 496, All-Out Attack. The letter dropped by Ronan in Nethergard had a great impact on the morale of the knights and soldiers here, coupled with the fear brought by the shadow of the giant dragon in the sky. Many of them had lost their fighting spirit. After Placido's impassioned speech, he let them know that the Lord of Nethergard would stand with them, which barely calmed people's hearts. In fact, It was easy to persuade these people. They only needed to see the Lord and the leader of the Knights charge, and they would follow. However, the content of the letter has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. There are always people who will always remember this choice. And once the situation is not right, they will squat in the corner to survive. While Westwind Hill and Watchtower were preparing for tomorrow's battle, other noble camps were also actively preparing. Ronan took time to go to Grey Valley to check on Melanica's situation. Although Rollans had already dispatched more knights and asked Baron Toru to assist, Ronan still suggested that Melanica and his men try to postpone the attack for an hour or two. In this way, he could also provide timely support after taking Watchtower. In addition to Grey Valley, other camps also made some moves. Since Twin Peaks Canyon and Black Jade Bay were far away from each other, Ivan and Willis directly dispatched their teams to those places. It can be seen that they have indeed prepared for a long time, and the army set out as soon as they said they would. However, in this way, the scouts on the side of the Mist City also discovered this situation, and sent this information back to the Mist City. They understood that the border between the two countries, which had been peaceful for 30 years, would soon usher in a new war. And it was not the Trisha Kingdom, which was stronger overall, that tore up the armistice agreement, but Ajuin, Misty Castle. Since the Trisha Kingdom won a great victory and occupied this city more than 30 years ago, Count Ural has been the lord of the city. In recent years, due to the trade between Ajuin and Trisha, the Mist City, as a frontline city, has benefited a lot. And now it has developed into a large city on the border. To be honest, Count Ural was quite resistant to this war. On the one hand, it cut off his income from the kingdom of Ajuin, and on the other hand, it would bring chaos to his territory. If not handled properly, it would cause huge losses, especially when he learned that the other side had Sun Knights and Dragons. He wanted to make peace. However, the arrival of his teacher, General Aruba of the Kingdom of Trisha, gave him strong confidence. Teacher, this is a letter from the Watchtower. That Ronan has spread this information. He is really arrogant. Aruba is a bit old and has wrinkles on his forehead, but he looks very energetic. This general was already a Silver Moon Knight a long time ago, and now he has entered the prideful sun level. Aruba took the letter and curled his lips slightly. Such a young, prideful son. If you were young, you would probably be more arrogant than him. That's true. Ural smiled and said, poor Placido is still actively mobilizing. His loyalty to the kingdom touched me. If he can survive this battle, I will definitely recommend to the Crown Prince. Oh no! To His Majesty the King, to grant him the title of Loyal Knight, and to promote the Carmen family to the new Earl. Aruba shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that he has no chance. With such a huge gap in strength, Watchtower cannot win. His death, their death, is not worthless, but will contribute to our victory. Both of them seemed to be very optimistic about this war. Aruba stood up and said with a smile, then, should I congratulate you in advance on becoming the Duke of the Border? Ha ha ha. Ural laughed. This is all thanks to the help of the teacher. My help is secondary. In order to implement the kingdom's plan, you are willing to let the Mist City suffer losses, which is worthy of His Majesty Taro giving you a dukedom. The reason why they did not give too much support to the Watchtower and other frontline camps was not because Ural had a grudge against them, nor because Aruba or the royal family wanted them to die, but because they had other purposes. Ural and Aruba were going to gather all the people in Red Pine Castle and the border of the kingdom of Ajuin in the shortest possible time and then annihilate them together. The purpose of sacrificing Placido and others was to lower the vigilance of the other Commander-in-Chief Garrett, so that this ambitious and self-proving Crown Prince would be overwhelmed by victory and fall into their trap. As long as all these people were dealt with, sacrificing some people was acceptable. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day in the blink of an eye. Under the command of Retta, Ronan's knights began to advance towards the Watchtower. Professional knights, cavalry, infantry, archers, etc. had their own positions, and young and strong logistics personnel pushed 7 magic cannons at the end of the team. Unlike the tense situation in Watchtower, the soldiers on Ronan's side all looked eager to fight. With strong strength as a backing, they were full of vigor. Here they come! On the wall of Watchtower, Placido looked at the other side nervously. He could tell from the well-organized formation of the other side that this Marquis, who rose like a meteor, was not only good in his personal strength, but also in the army of the other side. Although he had communicated with Ronan, Placido did not know how this battle would start, and how it would end. Because Ronan did not play according to common sense. The letter that was dropped yesterday was beyond his expectations. Soon, Ronan's troops arrived below the watchtower, 700 or 800 meters away from the enemy's city gate. Unless it was a powerful magic cannon, it would not be able to hit them. A fierce wind blew up on the battlefield, and Carlos' figure appeared again. It did not stop at all, flew directly at low altitude, and soon came to the top of the watchtower. When everyone was shocked, Placido raised his sword. Magician, prepare the magic cannon. Attack! The knights who controlled the magic cannon immediately came to their senses and injected the corresponding extraordinary energy into the magic cannon. In an instant, the muzzle lit up, and various magic skills rushed out of the muzzle and blasted towards Carlos. At the same time, a rain of arrows came all at once. Carlos was not afraid of arrows. Even the magic arrows could not break its defense and hurt its body. However, it needed to take a closer look at the attacks from these level 6 and 7 magic cannons. Woo! Carlos opened his bloody mouth, and the hot flames poured down from the sky like magma. The attacks of both sides collided in the air, making a deafening explosion. The battle began. Although the magic cannon defended against the flames, the dispersed flames fell like a rain of fire. At this time, the magicians of the watchtower showed their spell scrolls, and magic such as wind wall, earth wall, frost barrier, and protective armor lit up, blocking most of the rain of fire, leaving only the rain of fire that exceeded the range to fall on the roof and grass. And a fire ignited in an instant. Ronan stood on Carlos's back. Although he asked Carlos to restrain the power of his fire breath, the intensity was still very considerable. Placido could come up with such a way to block this wave of attacks, which made him look up to him. However, Carlos could spit out such fire dragon breath many times. How many rounds could their magic cannon fire? Taking advantage of the gap between Carlos's attacks, Rydar had people quickly push the magic cannon over a few hundred meters and enter the attack range. Fire! He drew out his long sword, and the light of fire flashed violently. Boom! 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 The magic cannon roared, and the flames and frost all fell on the top of the watchtower. Before the people above could celebrate that they had resisted the dragon's attack, they were shaken to the ground by the shaking. Some people were unlucky and were directly hit by the magic cannon, scorched on the spot and killed. Placido's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that Ronan would still launch such a fierce attack after notifying the other party. Keep firing. Attack their position. In order to set an example, Placido immediately came to a magic cannon and launched an attack. Seeing that the magic was about to hit the opponent's magic cannon position, Reda's figure suddenly rushed in front of the attack. A flash of fire flashed, and he actually directly blocked the attack. At this time, Carlos in the air turned back, and the second wave of attack came. Chapter 497, Victory on All Fronts. Only when people experience power and despair in person will they remember this feeling and try to stop themselves from falling into despair. Placido is the Viscount of Nethergard. Because of Ronan's power and the disparity in strength between the two sides, it is understandable that he chose to surrender. But from Ronan's perspective, if Placido is allowed to lead troops to fight in the future, will he surrender directly when facing a strong enemy? Ronan is interested in the other party's identity and strength as a meteor knight, and also in the other party's identity as a magician Melis. But as a lord, he doesn't want to see his subordinates rebel. He hates fence-sitters. So he needed to let the other party see how powerful he was, and personally feel the gap that could not be matched, so that he would think carefully when he might have the intention to betray in the future. On the wall, after seeing his level 6 magic cannon being eliminated by Reda's sword, Placido's face became more serious. Obviously, the knight on the opposite side was very powerful, at least at the same level as him. He could either jump off the wall immediately and choose to surrender, or hold on for a while and give up resistance when the fight was almost over. He glanced at the battlefield, and the knights, magicians, and soldiers showed no signs of squatting in the corner. As a lord, it seemed a bit inappropriate for him to squat in the corner first. The noble's pride prevented him from putting down his face immediately. He could only wave his sword and shout to fire again. But this time, the dragon's fire breath and the attack of the magic cannon on the battlefield came at the same time, making it impossible for Placido to take care of both. With the flames rising to the sky and the roaring sound close at hand, he felt that his eardrums were about to be broken, and the huge impact directly blew him away. If it weren't for the Dochi armor and the Black Jade armor to offset the impact, he would still be hurt by the fire breath. His situation was still acceptable. But the other knights, who controlled the magic cannon, were miserable. In addition to several people who were blown away on the spot, and didn't know whether they were dead or alive after falling off the city wall. The rest were all lying there in a mess, let alone controlling the magic cannon. It was hard to say whether they could stand up. No fight. Placido felt desperate and powerless. He knew that if Melis hadn't contacted Ronan and expressed their wishes, Ronan's attack would have been even more fierce. And he wouldn't have given them a chance to breathe like now. The long-range attack had come to an end, and Rydar raised his sword high. Charge. He leaped up and flew directly into the air. And in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the watchtower. Rydar punched out with a heavy blow that killed the sun-level undead skeleton that day. The huge penetrating power and destructive power directly smashed the heavy steel gate of the watchtower. Placido felt the impact, and his pupils shrank violently. Did the knight just now come from the air? He couldn't believe that besides Ronan, there was actually a Silver Moon Knight in West Windhill. He was the only meteor knight here. Not to mention Silver Moon. Whoosh, the air trembled. And Rydar's figure appeared in front of Placido. Placido's eyes flashed with panic. He didn't know Rydar. But in front of him, he unconsciously felt powerless. Knight, pick up your sword, Rydar said loudly, and rushed towards him. Placido gritted his teeth and used all his strength to meet him. He was also a long-known meteor knight. But after a blow, he felt as unshakable as a mountain. At the same time, the huge impact force spread throughout his body, and his internal organs were bleeding. He shot down from the city wall like a kite with a broken string, and hit the ground heavily, leaving deep marks on the ground. Too strong. Not at the same level at all. At this time, a rain of arrows shot in from outside the castle, starting a new round of attacks. After the rain of arrows, the knights rushed into the city, followed by cavalry and infantry. Although Placido arranged the knights to defend behind the city gate, Rydar's punch just now broke the city gate and killed a large number of people. Such a broken lineup is no match for Odoro and others. The charge lasted only a short time, and the team led by Odoro completely suppressed the opponent, causing the defenders in the city to collapse, and then suffered a crushing defeat. Finally, someone remembered the contents of the letter yesterday and began to put down their weapons and run towards the southwest corner. After someone took the lead, more and more people began to run over there, and soon a large crowd of people squatted there. Carlos slowly descended, and his huge claws stepped on the city wall. And with his weight, he crushed a large part of the city wall. Those who had not yet had time to escape were frightened and fell to the ground. Ronan jumped to the side of Placido, who was knocked down by Retta and was struggling on the ground. I respect your courage, but in the face of absolute strength, such resistance can only bring meaningless sacrifices. Now I give you two choices. Either lay down your weapons and become my prisoner, or die under my sword. After being strong, Ronan also gave the other party face as agreed, allowing the other party's family in Dragon City to have a chance of survival. Placido's eyes showed gratitude. He was really worried that Ronan would make him surrender in public. Fortunately, the other party still followed the plan in this matter. He threw his weapon on the ground and lowered his head. I lost. Ronan gave Odoro a look, and the latter immediately understood and took out two large iron chains to tie the other party tightly, without any trace of acting. Is this also a kind of kindness and power? Rydar, this is up to you, Ronan said. I'll go to Grey Valley to take a look. Go with peace of mind. Sir, Rydar said. Ronan nodded, stepped on the dragon's back, and left the watchtower. Melonica deliberately slowed down the attack according to Ronan's instructions. The Flame Fortress seemed to have noticed this, and their lord actually led the knights out of the fortress and took the initiative to attack, accompanied by the bombardment of the magic cannons of both sides, followed by the charge of the knights and the close combat of the infantry. The fierceness of the fight was much more intense than that of the watchtower. Fortunately, Melonica mastered the secret skills and was relatively strong, so there were no accidents. When Ronan arrived on the dragon, although he could not use fire breath, his presence and the dragon was an invisible pressure that influenced the battle situation, which greatly boosted the momentum of the Wushan territory. Ronan casually attacked twice, knocking down several golden knights, and then brought the battle to an end. At the same time, several other fronts also unexpectedly won great victories. Count Ural established an outpost camp on the plain between Red Pine Castle and Misty City. On weekdays, there were 2 night groups stationed here, and today there were 3. But even so, it was still defeated by the team led by Garrett and Gushan. Hee. Garrett laughed very happily, sweeping away the unhappiness of the past few days. Even the outpost camp didn't send reinforcements to support it. It seems that the kingdom of Trisha has really changed. Gushan frowned aside. It's a bit strange. If it were me, I would pull all the teams outside back to Misty City to defend it, instead of leaving them outside without support and being defeated by the enemy one by one. Nothing strange. Garrett's tone was full of confidence. Our operation was completed within 2 days, taking the initiative in the operation, leaving them with no time to react and make corresponding adjustments. In addition, as a great noble of the kingdom of Trisha, Ural must have been affected by the change of kings. He might even be away from Misty City. So this brainless arrangement came into being. Gushan shook his head. The border was so tense. Would the border Count Ural leave? Gushan thought it was unlikely anyway. No information came from Misty City. Our people must have been controlled. That doesn't mean anything. Once the battle starts here, the news will soon be passed back to the Golden Feather Palace. And Bruno will know that Garrett changed the order and acted without authorization. Considering that his father is likely to send someone to forcibly take him back, Garrett can only go all out and take down the Misty City as quickly as possible. When he washes away the shame brought to the Ajuin family by the defeat more than 30 years ago, his father will not say anything at that time. Gushan, let the Griffin Knights go to several other battlefields to check the situation. Garrett smiled and said, if my guess is right, they should all win a big victory. Let the Knights tell them that we will rush to the Misty City tomorrow morning and attack the city in the afternoon. Gushan was shocked. Your Highness, we should reorganize for a day or 2, and then call the nobles to discuss the attack plan. In addition, as the military advisor of this operation, we should also ask for his opinion and respect his ideas. Garrett heard the name of Ronan, and felt a little unhappy, but did not say it clearly. Gushan, if we stop for a day or 2 as you said, what if the reinforcements from the kingdom of Trisha arrive? He said coldly, and I am the commander-in-chief of this operation. Father asked you and Ronan to serve as deputy commanders and advisors, but just to provide opinions. The final decision is still made by me. I hope you understand this. I'm not questioning your position as commander, Your Highness. I just think it's too hasty. Delay will only make us more passive. Garrett interrupted the other party. Now that we have won all the battles, and we still have 2 Sun Knights and a dragon, we should go straight to their base camp. I am the commander-in-chief and the crown prince. If there are any adverse consequences, I will bear them. Gushan wanted to say a few more words, but seeing the other party's unquestionable eyes, he thought about it and gave up. The other party was right. If something really happened, they couldn't be blamed. In addition, the kingdom of Ajuin will belong to Garrett in the future. If Gushan showed too much toughness and offended the other party, he would not be as fearless as Ronan. Well, you are right. We do have the advantage in strength. Garrett's expression eased up. He did not want to have a quarrel with too many people. It's good that you understand. When you take over Misty City, your merits will be greater than mine. That is this vast border line, and you will have a share. I am looking forward to this day too. Gushan grinned, which was considered a smile, and then turned around to carry out Garrett's arrangement. Chapter 498: Bruno's Dissatisfaction and Expectations. After the capture of Nethergard, a series of post-war processing issues followed. For example, the appearance of prisoners of war, the appeasement of civilians, the looting of spoils, the disposal of corpses, etc. Fortunately, Placido had the intention to surrender, and with the help of several knights under his command, it was still possible to maintain a stable situation. In the afternoon, after resolving the battle on Malonika's side, Ronan returned to the fortress hall of Nethergard and met Placido. As the viscount of the empire, the other party was now ready to surrender to Ronan, so he would naturally not retain the title of viscount, and would even lose some power and land. However, generally speaking, the surrendered nobles can still retain a certain status and property through negotiations. So now Ronan and Placido are discussing these issues. First of all, Ronan did not have the idea of directly conferring the title on the other party. After all, as a surrendered general, it is not appropriate to confer a title on him. What's more, whether the other party surrenders voluntarily or not, Ronan can easily occupy the watchtower and take it down with low losses. Surrender is not a merit. Placido knows that there is no way to refute this, and can only make up for it in terms of land, rights and property. Ronan is open-minded about these. If Bruno later assigns Watchtower to Ronan's territory, Ronan will appoint Placido as the governor of Watchtower. Although he does not have the title of a noble, he is still the manager of this territory. Of course, if Bruno did not give Watchtower to Ronan, he also promised to arrange a town for Bruno and let him serve as the governor. In terms of property, in addition to the 50% of wealth handed over by the other party, Ronan did not touch the remaining 50%. Finally, there is land. Whether Placido continues to stay in Watchtower in the future or moves to a small town in Moonlight Valley, Ronan will only give a certain amount of land according to the other party's strength level and status, and will not give all the land in a certain place to the other party. The control of the land still has to be in Ronan's hands, so that he can have overall control and continue to implement the land policy he set in Shanlin Town in the future. The negotiation did not last too long. Although Placido was injured, he at least saved his life and the future of the Carmen family, and Ronan also gained new subordinates. In terms of strength, Placido is his strongest subordinate besides Retta, McKen and Elrin. Of course, there are 5 people including Sophia, but their relationship with Ronan is more like cooperation rather than subordination. Not long after, Garrett's Griffin Knights sent an order, asking them to arrive outside the Misty City before noon tomorrow. Garrett is really anxious. Ronan looked at the military order in his hand with some surprise. Although there is a word pursue victory, the mobilization of the entire front still needs to be considered in the long run. At least it is necessary to see what the situation of each family is, how much loss it has, and whether it can continue to act. It is not common for Garrett to issue new combat orders directly without giving a chance to rest. Sir, what should we do? Go directly? Asked Rydar. Ronan nodded. Go. No matter what Count Ural in Misty City is doing. We need to find out. The situation in Misty City is indeed a bit strange. Not only Ronan does not understand, but Placido, who has dealt with Count Ural for many years, also does not understand. However, no matter what the other party is doing, Ronan has to go and see. At the same time, just in case, he has asked Carlos to notify Sophia, Petro and Elrin, who is far away in Swamp Town, to come over, and they will arrive tonight at the latest. Ronan was ready to let Sophia and Petro join the battle, although Elrin would also go to the battlefield. Before that, he needed to guide the 13 magicians of Nethergard as a mage. After all, these people would be assigned to Elrin's men in the future. It was late at night. In the Golden Feather Palace, Mel, the minister in charge of intelligence and liaison, walked quickly into Bruno's study. At this time, His Majesty the King was wearing pajamas and sitting lazily on a soft chair. Mel, you came to the Golden Feather Palace late at night to disturb my rest. What happened? Mel walked up with a letter in his hand. Smiling, good news, Your Majesty. Good news. Good news? Bruno shuddered, and the sleepiness on his body was swept away. The border war has started. Although he said that when to start the war was up to Gushin and Ronan, at least a message should be sent to him before the war started. Right? Quick! Show me! Bruno immediately took the letter and read it quickly. There were 2 letters in total. The first letter came from his eldest daughter, Sharon, the wife of Count Ivan. She first talked about her husband's capture of the enemy's well-defended fortress, and took credit for Ivan's achievements. At the same time, she talked about the victory on all fronts, and finally praised her brother Garrett for his very good command decision, etc. The second letter was from Viscount Willis of Hayub Bay, who also celebrated the victory, and the hardship and difficulty of winning the battle, and then praised Garrett. The purpose of their letter was simple: to announce the good news and to let His Majesty know their loyalty and ability, so as to prepare for the reward after the war. Although it was a gratifying victory, Bruno's face darkened. What's going on? The commander of the front line is Garrett, he asked. Mel was stunned for a moment. He didn't know the content of Bruno's original letter. Isn't it, Your Majesty? Bruno took back the words when he was about to speak. Telling the truth now would undoubtedly bring a very negative evaluation to his son. But no matter what, he didn't expect Garrett to openly disobey his orders and change his decrees. This kid. Bruno sighed and thought, fortunately, This battle was a complete victory. It won't be too late to criticize him after we take down the Mist City. He pondered for a while, and said to Mel, "Go and help me write a congratulatory letter to each of them. You can decide the content yourself. These have similar templates, and are not difficult." After Mel retreated, Bruno asked the guards to summon Brawl to the palace overnight, while writing new letters to Ronan, Ivan, Gushin and others. Soon, Brawl came. "Your Majesty, what do you want me to do so late?" Bruno handed him the written letter. "Send it to Ronan on the front line and ask him to convey my order that after taking down the Mist City, you must not continue to march to the kingdom of Trisha. At the same time, let Garrett return to Golden Feather City to see me." After saying that, he added, "If Garrett still refuses to come back, then let Ronan think of a solution in private." Brawl had no doubts about the first order, but he didn't understand the second one. What did His Royal Highness do wrong that His Majesty would reveal a tone of dissatisfaction? You know, in recent years, Bruno always mentioned his son Garrett with a very satisfied attitude. Has there ever been such a situation? Go. If possible, leave tonight. Okay. Brawl nodded solemnly. His Majesty was so anxious. It seemed that something big had happened. When Bruno was the only one left in the room, he sighed heavily. Although this kid used to be a little arrogant and conceited, at least he listened to my words. Now he dares to disobey my orders. He shook his head helplessly. Bruno had high hopes for Garrett since he was a child, and he had always trained him as his successor. He even let Garrett preside over and make decisions on some occasions. But this does not mean that Garrett can go against Bruno's wishes. If it was a small matter, it would be fine. But this matter involved Ronan. Such behavior would only make his relationship with Ronan worse and worse. This is something Bruno really doesn't want to see. It seems that we have to think of a way to separate Ronan and Garrett. Bruno pondered for a long time, and finally decided to bring Garrett back and teach him a lesson. If the other party still wants to go to the battlefield, he will arrange for him to be a supervisor in Farron's or Andrea. This will prevent Ronan from contacting Garrett. Putting aside this annoying matter, Bruno turned over the map and looked at the location of the Misty City. His mood at the moment was the same as his daughter Sharon and Viscount Willis. He believed that with the existence of 2 Sun Knights and the dragon, plus the combined forces, there would be no problem in taking down the Misty City. 30 years of disastrous defeat made my father depressed and listless. So he left early. Now that the Misty City is back in my hands, the experience of the disastrous defeat of the Alduin family can finally be washed away. If Ronan and his forces are used, it will not be a problem to rebuild the empire belonging to Alduin, sitting on the throne. Who doesn't want to expand the territory? Bruno had to admit that he was a little expectant and excited at this time. Chapter 499 Siege Plan. As the order of Crown Prince Garrett was conveyed to the nobles, they, like Ronan, chose to march the next day, along the roads leading to the Misty City from the camps. A team of more than 100,000 people stationed 1 kilometer away from the city wall before noon. Ronan's warhorse stood on the hill, looking at the noble coalition of the kingdom of Alduin. It was the first time he saw such a large-scale army. Looking at the city of Misty City, the gates are now closed and the drawbridge is pulled up, as if they are ready to hold on. Just looking at the top of the other side city wall, it seems that there are not many people and horses, and I don't know how they are prepared. Odoro came to report, "My lord, someone from the Crown Prince came to inform you that he wants you to go to the big tent and discuss the siege plan with other nobles." Luo Ning nodded slightly, squeezed his legs gently around the horse's belly, and walked towards the Crown Prince's tent. The atmosphere in the tent was very lively. They were not discussing how to fight in the afternoon, but were bragging about how they killed the enemy on the battlefield yesterday. Willis, the Viscount of Heiyu Bay, said as he took a few sips of wine. His old face was red, and he spoke louder and louder. As Luo Ning entered the tent, the lively atmosphere paused for a moment. Ha! This is the Marquis Luo Ning of Moonlight Valley. Right? Willis stood up and walked to Luo Ning's side, looking him up and down, and said with a smile, "Not bad. He looks a bit like Lu Lan's, but he is much better than that old guy." Ronan chuckled and greeted him politely. "Viscount Willis seems to be more familiar with my grandfather. The black jade produced in abundance in Black Jade Bay is one of the materials for making extraordinary weapons. He will definitely do business with him in the future, and it's good to get to know him now." Willis gulped down a sip of wine. Your grandfather was full of vigor and strength at the beginning. It's a pity that I only met him a few times at banquets, and never went to the battlefield together. Why? He didn't come this time? Ronan shook his head. Mist City is the sad place of the old man. This time, Wushan has Malonica, and Ronan has Retta and others. So he didn't come. 30 years of torture had made Lulans lose his former vigor. Now he prefers to enjoy a comfortable old age. Ronan, sit here. Gushan also stood up to invite him. His seat was located to the right of the main seat, which seemed to be reserved for military advisors. I heard that the damage in West Wind Hill yesterday was very low. Come and tell us what happened. The leader of the Griffin Knights, the Earl of Schwangfingling, also nodded to Ronan. I have heard of your reputation for a long time, but I have never had the opportunity to meet you. After the Battle of Misty City, if you have the opportunity, you must give me some advice. Earl Ivan is too modest. Ronan sat down. As for fame, I have heard of your fame since I was a child, and I have admired you for a long time. Although this was a bit polite, it was not made up. In addition to the well-known Crown Prince Garrett in the Kingdom of Alduin, the leader of the Griffin Knights is also famous. As the four people chatted, the atmosphere in the big tent gradually recovered. Ronan also learned about the battle situation of the basic battlefield yesterday. The ones who suffered the most losses were Garrett and Gushan. Although the outpost camp of Misty City did not increase its troops, the number of troops stationed there all year round was not comparable to that of Watchtower, and it was expected that the losses would be heavy. There are many soldiers stationed in the garrison, and there are also many prisoners after the war. It is worth mentioning that in order to reduce the pressure of resettling prisoners of war, Garrett ordered the execution of thousands of people, including soldiers of civilian origin and honorary knights of the aristocratic class. Such a move made the nobles present feel a little inappropriate. After all, nobles enjoy certain immunity, and staying and letting the other family pay enough money or materials to redeem them can also make a fortune. Moreover, more importantly, there are nobles in the big tent, and they all enjoy immunity. Garrett's behavior will undoubtedly affect their rights and interests. After all, who can guarantee that they will not lose one day? If they are caught, the other party will imitate Garrett's approach and kill people directly. Who can they go to for justice? However, the attack on the Fog City is imminent, and everyone does not want to care about this issue. In Luo Ning's opinion, the problem of prisoners is indeed a trouble. After all, this is the extraordinary world. Those low-strength prisoners can be restrained by using hemp ropes and iron chains. But when they reach the gold level and meteor level, they need to be equipped with professional detention tools. Fortunately, the number of knights of these two levels is limited, and these problems can be solved by purchasing iron chains and locks made by Heiyu from Heiyu Bay. But once the number of prisoners is too large, the personnel investment for guarding them will also increase accordingly. If you encounter a critical moment of a forced march, you have to leave a group of people to guard the prisoners, which is indeed not an easy thing to deal with. In order to solve this problem, there will be an organization specializing in slave trafficking in the rear of every war. Most of the captives can be handed over to them for transportation and turned into slaves. Ronan had no black jade chains, and there were no slaves following his team. If Placido had not surrendered, he really didn't know how to deal with the captives of Watchtower. Thinking of this, he went to Willis and prepared to buy a few sets of professional black jade chains. Willis narrowed his eyes and smiled. Now, business has come to him. With the black jade chains, he will be able to arrange all kinds of black jade ore, black jade weapons, and black jade shields in the future. He has one more business partner in the black jade family. Everyone is here. Garrett walked into the big tent with a confident step. His eyes fell on Ronan, and he nodded in greeting in a somewhat abnormal way. Very good. Ronan is here too, so we will probably win this afternoon's battle easily. Everyone secretly guessed that Bruno must have put pressure on Garrett, which changed his attitude towards Ronan. Ronan didn't say much, but just nodded symbolically in response to save face for both sides. Garrett strode to the main seat and sat down, and got straight to the point. For more than 30 years, Misty City has always been a stain on the major families present here. Today is the time to wash away the shame, he said loudly. I won't talk nonsense. Misty City has 4 gates, except for the south gate. The east, west, and north gates all have roads leading to our side. So, I plan to divide the coalition forces into 3 directions and attack at the same time. And the south gate. At this point, he looked at Ronan. Ronan, you only need to take your dragon to attack the south gate. Ronan frowned slightly. It does sound quite shocking to break all 4 gates at the same time. He pondered for a moment, and then said, Your Highness said that I agree with attacking the east, west, and north gates at the same time. But I don't think it's necessary to attack the south gate. Oh! Garrett's face flashed with displeasure. But he didn't question Ronan like before, but asked, Why? Even if I ride a dragon to break through the south gate, what's the use? Our army can't go around to the south to enter the city. So I suggest that we choose a main attack direction, concentrate our forces, and give the enemy a fatal blow. Ronan's words were clear and firm. He looked around at the noble generals present and continued, We are not familiar with the terrain of Misty City, and the city walls are strong. If we disperse our forces, it will only give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage and defeat them one by one. As for the south gate, as I said just now, it does not constitute a real strategic advantage, unless we can quickly and effectively guide the follow-up troops to the south gate. Otherwise, it will only be a meaningless display of strength. Ronan continued, I propose that we use the high flexibility and air superiority of the dragon to launch a devastating blow to the enemy's weak points at a critical moment, creating favorable conditions for the coalition's breakthrough. The nobles and generals present nodded secretly after hearing what Ronan said. Viscount Willis's eyes flashed with admiration. Marquis Ronan's insights are quite unique. Indeed, if we can maximize the effectiveness of the dragon, the chances of winning this battle will be greatly increased. Count Gushan also pondered for a moment and said, I agree with Ronan's opinion. There is a big risk in fighting by dividing the troops. We should concentrate our superior forces and attack in one direction. He didn't know if it was to take care of Garrett's face. And he said, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's proposal also has some truth. Perhaps we can deploy a certain number of troops at the east gate and the west gate to disperse the opponent's main force. After all, the army of Misty City is not as large as ours. Count Ivan also agreed. This is a good idea. If the north gate is unusually difficult to attack or there is an emergency, Ronan can use the flexibility of the dragon to directly turn to these 2 sides as a breakthrough point, enter the city, and then attack the north gate from the inside. He added, although there are Dragon Eagle troops in the Mist City, my Griffin Knights will cooperate with you. Dragon Eagles, which are said to have a trace of dragon blood, are the signature flying monsters of the Kingdom of Trisha and have the same status as the Griffins of the Alduin family. As a border Earl, it is normal for Ural to have a Dragon Eagle team. But without the support of the kingdom, how many Dragon Eagles can Ural have? Garrett looked at the crowd talking to each other. Although he was a little angry, he did not jump out to object. According to his idea, attacking the 4 gates at the same time would cause confusion to the opponent and interfere with the deployment of the troops in the Misty City, making their attack more advantageous. At the same time, letting Ronan attack the south gate was equivalent to moving away from the main battlefield, so that more people could not see the opponent's style and the shock of the dragon, which would weaken Ronan's presence and military exploits to a certain extent. But now it seems that others don't seem to have this idea. Then follow Gushan and Ibn's words. Take the north gate as the main attack direction, and the 2 wings as assists. Garrett took over the topic. Now, let's talk about the deployment of troops in the 3 directions. Chapter 500 Birdman. After a lively discussion, the division of forces for the attack was arranged. The north gate was the main attack direction, with the 15 Knights of Honsong Fort and Shuangfengling as the main force, in addition to the top combat forces of Garrett, Yug, Gushan and Iban. The Silver Moon Knight, Rydar, the Prideful Sun Knight, was also transferred to cooperate with the attack. The 3 Knights of the Principality of Justana and the 3 Knights assembled by many small nobles were used as the attack force in the East Gate. With Earl George as the commander, the 3 Knights assembled by Wushan Territory, Wubei Territory and other small nobles were used as the attack force in the West Gate, with Malonica as the commander. Ronan, with his flexibility, can shuttle between battlefields, and he is also known as a military advisor. In addition to the North Gate, the commanders of the remaining 2 directions need to listen to his arrangements when necessary. At noon, each camp had lunch early, and then began to mobilize troops for division. On the hillside, Ronan, Sophia and others gathered together. I used a flying carpet to explore in the morning, and there is no sign of large-scale reinforcement in the Misty City. Sophia is a magician of water, wind, and fire, with the magic of magic flying carpet and concealment. She can complete intelligence survey work to a certain extent. Ronan was a little surprised. According to the information from Gushin, Ivan and others, he learned that the defenders of the Misty City are about 10 knights. With such a force, even with the solid walls of the Mist City, it is almost impossible to resist the Nobles' coalition. Without reinforcements, there will be failure, which is equivalent to the kingdom of Trisha completely abandoning its borders. But according to the latest intelligence sent back by Harmon, the Molten Principality and Trisha should have reached a cooperation and ceasefire. In this case, why not increase the troops? If this is true, then Ural's practice of letting Placido and other forces be destroyed outside is even more incomprehensible. Sophia sighed, and sadness appeared on her beautiful face. It's a pity that the Soul Force sensor is only for the Shadow Messenger, and it doesn't work for the other two of the Holy Storm. It is impossible to determine whether there are Storm Messenger and Flame Messenger in this city. The reason why the City of Dawn developed a targeted sensor specifically for the Wuhuan clan is mainly because the Wuhuan clan's leader is too difficult to deal with. If you hide in the dark and don't show up, and can't find the source, you will never be able to solve the threat of the Wuhuan clan. The Storm God Envoy and the Flame God Envoy also have similar transformation abilities. Their transformation requires the cooperation of the target, and the more active the cooperation, the better the effect. At the same time, after becoming the minions of the Storm and the Flame, although they don't lose their original selves like the Wuhuan clan, they will also have marks on their bodies. For example, after joining the camp of the Flame Lord, they will have a faint golden sun flare on their foreheads, and after joining the camp of the Storm Lord, they will have a wing-like pattern on their backs. No matter which one, they don't emit nightmare power in normal state, and the magician's mental power can't sense abnormality. Therefore, Sophia can't judge whether there are aliens in the city. Ronan pondered slightly. If there is enough time, he can go to check. But the war is imminent, just like an arrow on a string that has to be shot. Even if he finds something, Garrett can't stop attacking. Sophia, Malonica, you should pay attention to the battle in the afternoon. If the situation is not right, we should focus on preserving our combat power. The two nodded slightly. The wing is an assist, dispersing the little power of Ural and reducing the pressure on the main attack direction. In terms of tactics, it is not necessary to rush forward without regard for one's life, but to harass. At this time, in the Earl's castle in the Misty City, General Aruba sat on the main seat, and his apprentice Earl Ural sat on his left. There were 16 people sitting on both sides of the long table, and behind them, there were dozens of armored and imposing warriors. Among them, at least 30 people had faint golden spots on their foreheads, which could not be seen if you didn't pay attention. Looking at their movements, the time for the siege should be in the afternoon. There was no tension on Aruba's face. On the contrary, he was very calm. This time we have two tasks, the most important of which is to slay the dragon and kill its owner Ronan. The reputation of Ronan and his dragon had long spread to the kingdom of Trisha, and as the main person to eliminate the Shadow Envoy Mephisto, he was already on the list of the Holy Storm organization. Whether it was Yenny, Pranduil, or the newly appointed King Taro of Trisha, they all had deep hostility towards this man, who was only 20 years old, but already at the level of prideful son. Especially now that Ronan was accompanied by Sophia and others who came from the Crescent Continent. This was like a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh for the Holy Storm organization. For such a person who posed a great threat to them, they would naturally get rid of him as soon as possible. So in this border battle, even if the Mist City was lost, it didn't matter, as long as Ronan and his dragon could be killed. The Kingdom of Trisha and the Holy Storm organization would not lose. For this purpose, they prepared a whole room of core forces. With these more than 80 silver-level reinforcements, it is far better than more than 10 knight groups. Come on! A woman with a pointed chin and pointed cheeks licked her lips as if she had found prey. Dragon slaying is really exciting. I can't wait! The burly man with golden spots on his forehead sitting opposite her had some regrets on his face. It's a pity that I'm not one of you birdmen, so I can only transfer the regret of not being able to participate in dragon slaying to those guys on the ground. The woman narrowed her eyes. Who do you say is the birdman? General Aruba was not happy either. Sir Vina. Watch your mouth. Vina laughed and spread his hands. We often joke like this. Don't mind it. Aruba didn't want to say anything more to the other party. Then I'll give you a task. Capture Prince Garrett on the opposite side alive. Don't tell me you can't do it. Can't do it. Vina was very confident. That's impossible. Old friend. Leave it to me. Humph. In that case, let's start the action according to the plan we set before. Time passed quickly in the tense atmosphere. The noble coalition of the Kingdom of Alduin was divided into 3 groups. The main force was concentrated at the north gate in front, and the other 2 small forces went around the east gate and the west gate from the 2 sides. Although there were more than 100,000 people on the battlefield, most of them were logistics personnel. When everyone felt that the troops were sufficient, these logistics personnel were not asked to go to the battlefield, but stayed where they were and waited for notification. Ronan was at the location of the main force at the moment. When he attacked later, he would let Carlos use fire breath, frost breath, and ice arrows to launch the first wave of attack on the walls of Misty City, as he did yesterday. After the army came on the field, he would continue to attack according to the situation, or go to the west gate and east gate to have a look. Ronan, after this battle is over, you have to come to my castle as a guest. Willis was still chatting with Ronan. My granddaughter has always admired you. If she can meet you, she will definitely be very happy. If you are willing. Viscount Willis. I just got married to Blanche. Ronan quickly interrupted him, fearing that he would make a mistake. Willis laughed. I know. You have a younger brother. Right? Breton. Right? I heard that he has a very good talent. And my granddaughter also has great potential in magic. Ronan couldn't help but sneer. This guy, with a big war ahead, is still thinking about marriage. He raised his head, looked at the city wall, and changed the subject. Viscount Willis. Look, there don't seem to be many defenders on the opposite wall. Willis looked over, frowned, and put away his thoughts on marriage. Not many indeed. What does this Count Ural want to do? Chapter 501 Siege. The noble coalition of the Kingdom of Alduin set up an attack posture, with magic cannons arranged in a row. Several powerful knights above the meteor level stood in the front row to prevent the opponent's magic cannons from hitting their positions. There were also dozens of griffin knights flying in the air, waiting for the order to charge. Garrett, fully armed, tightly grasped the reins in his hands. He seemed to see victory waiting to him. Soon, he returned to Golden Feather City with the honor of washing away the shame of the Alduin family. Time passed slowly, and finally, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Garrett drew his sword, and the purple thunder spirit rushed into the sky. He shouted loudly, "Launch an attack!" The roar of a tiger resounded throughout the battlefield, and the knights and soldiers roared in anger, boosting their momentum. At this time, a huge shadow attack from behind quickly crossed the battlefield and flew to the top of the Misty City. The dragon's momentum spread, making the enemy terrified, but making its own troops excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Carlos's huge wings covered the sky, and his breath of fire gushed out, like magma pouring down from the sky, washing the city wall below. At this time, a blue-green light curtain lit up on the city wall, propping up a barrier to resist the invasion of the breath of fire. Ronan stood on the back of the dragon and saw the scene clearly. It should be the Wall of Size and the Frost Barrier magic, which is a little higher than the level of the magicians in the watchtower. Carlos's fire breath has a large range, and its power is relatively weaker. The same level 6 magic can indeed defend against the impact of fire. Come on. Shoot an ice arrow. Let them taste the taste of ice cones, he said. Okay, master. Carlos stopped spitting fire, and his huge body turned flexibly in the air and fought back again. The water element in its mouth condensed crazily, and suddenly a cone-shaped ice arrow with a length of 10 meters was formed, shooting down from the air at a super high speed. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the ice arrow broke through the defensive magic without any hindrance, bombarded the city wall, and directly smashed a huge gap in the city wall. At the same time, the fragments produced by the explosion of the ice arrows rushed in all directions, piercing the guards' flesh like bullets, killing and wounding them all. The dragon is really a siege weapon. Garrett looked at the scene in front of him, and even he had to admit that the dragon was powerful. Others had the same feeling. Facing the dragon, unless they could directly attack its body, they could only passively defend. But the battlefield was always on the territory of the defending party. If they were not careful, they would be destroyed by the dragon and cause huge losses. As the attacking party, they had no anxiety in this regard. Prepare the magic cannon. Garrett shouted the order, And the silver and gold knights, who were ready immediately began to inject fighting spirit into the magic cannon, and began a powerful bombardment. The top of the city wall of Misty City also lit up. But relatively speaking, it was much smaller than the coalition's posture. The roar sounded like rolling thunder, and Ronan and Carlos rose into the sky. After the first wave was over, he could rest. The other side arranged defense, but the defense force was not strong. After 4 or 5 rounds of bombing by the noble coalition, the top of the city wall was basically paralyzed. Only 2 or 3 of the opponent's magic cannons fell into the coalition's position, and the number of knights killed was not large. If there was only this level of resistance, Misty City would definitely fall. Boom! The bombing lasted for a few minutes, with the last magic cannon exploding on the city wall. Garrett raised his sword and shouted to charge. The knights, led by Rydar, Ivan and others, quickly crossed the battlefield and came under the city wall. The wall of Misty City is 30 meters high, but the Silver Moon Knight can fly into the air, so this height is not a problem at all. As Rydar and others climbed up the wall, the siege instantly became one-sided. Soon, the city gate was opened, and the knights of the noble coalition rushed in first. There are no Silver Moon Knights stationed here. Ronan, who was observing the battle in the air, immediately felt something was wrong. According to intelligence, in addition to Count Ural, there are 2 other Silver Moon Knights in Misty City, now facing the attack of the noble coalition. There is not a single Silver Moon Knight here. Could it be that something happened in the kingdom of Trisha again? And even Ural, as a border count, had to give up his territory and bring his elite troops to support the Dragon City? Seeing that the noble coalition had broken into the city and was fighting with the Knights of Misty City, Ronan did not stay here any longer and turned to fly towards the west gate. Carlos flapped his wings and began to dive, crossing a distance of several thousand meters in an instant. At this moment, an extremely harsh sound of breaking through the air came, which made Ronan alert. Swish! A 2-meter-long black spear soared into the sky like an arrow, and hit Carlos's abdomen with considerable force. Suddenly, the metal collided with the dragon scales, emitting dazzling flames and harsh friction sounds. Carlos's huge body trembled, and he roared, "Master! Someone attack me! Lift off!" Ronan shouted in a deep voice, and at the same time, he swept his mental power below, and actually sensed that 16 people soared into the sky and flew towards him. What? 16 Silver Moon Knights? No, that's not right. The Silver Moon Knights can't be that fast. Ronan's heart sank. Sure enough, Misty City was not unprepared. What was this? A trap? He no longer had the mentality of watching the show, and immediately cast the light body technique and speed on Carlos to speed him up, while carving complex wind shadow spell patterns. Swish! 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 The piercing sound of breaking through the air came again. This time, 6 spears came. Due to the close distance and fast speed, coupled with Carlos's huge size, they all hit. Although Carlos's dragon scales were very strong, the spears of these guys were obviously not made of ordinary materials. They penetrated the scales and brought out dragon blood. Roar! The dragon was stimulated by the pain, and the flames gushed out, like a river pouring down from the sky. You want to hurt me with just a flame? A loud voice came from below, and the General Aruba swept his sword and cut the flames. He rushed out from the gap in the flames, and finally came to a position relatively level with Ronan. At the same time, 5 more figures rushed up and surrounded Ronan and Carlos. In addition, 10 people followed them and chased after them. These people have a common feature. They have huge flesh wings on their backs, and there are dense and complex black lines on the flesh wings, which look very gloomy and creepy. This is the performance after receiving the baptism of the Storm God. It can allow the wind-attributed knights to grow wings on their backs and master the ability to fly. And the flying speed is not slow. This group of winged birdmen usually claim to be the gods, but their appearance is disgusting. Haha. The minions of the Storm God. Ronan sneered. I wonder why no one is defending the city wall. It turns out that they are all squatting here to wait for me. Aruba laughed. Although the fog city may fall, we can take it back later. Compared to this, slaying the dragon can't wait. Oh! Are you so confident? Ronan, there are only 2 ways in front of you. Either hand over the dragon and kneel down to us, or be killed by us. Ronan held the flowing flame sword, and a strong flame burst out from it. Swoosh! He streaked across the sky like a meteor, came to Aruba, chopped down with a sword. And the fire elements between heaven and earth were stirred. I choose the third way. To defeat and kill you here. Chapter 502, Trapped Killing Formation. Who isn't a prideful Sun Knight? The old man Aruba was full of confidence. He had been a prideful Sun Knight longer than Ronan. So he should have a stronger foundation than the other. So facing Ronan's attack, he didn't have the slightest thought of avoiding it. The two swords collided in the air. And the strength and fighting spirit of the two collided and exploded at this moment, forming a violent shock wave. Aruba didn't expect that he would taste the most shocking defeat in just the first wave of attacks. He only felt the unshakable power coming in waves, blowing away his long sword, and then falling on him, causing his clothes to explode. And the whole person fell heavily from the air to the ground. Birdman. Nothing more than that. Ronan's current knighthood has reached perfection. He is a peak Sun Knight, and he has the blessing of the flowing flame sword. Even if the opponent is also a Sun Knight, how could he be his opponent? Such a change obviously exceeded the expectations of the besiegers. The woman screamed, used the formation to trap him. Suddenly, the servants of the storm god in the air emanated a fierce green light. And then these lights combined into a huge green sphere, which enveloped Ronan and Carlos. Carlos opened his huge mouth and condensed a huge ice arrow to attack the green sphere. The barrier seemed indestructible, without even a ripple. Master, what should we do? Carlos was timid to begin with, and his voice was trembling when he was surrounded like this. Ronan was speechless about the psychological quality of the dragon. You are a dragon after all. With such a big size and weight, you can knock it open by hitting it. Okay, I'll try. Carlos rushed forward suddenly. His claws were much sharper than steel knives, and he bombarded the barrier with speed and power. The huge collision sound made the space tremble, and the barrier rippled. But it soon returned to calm, and it actually withstood the attack of the dragon. Ronan could see that the person who cast this formation was not very strong. At least not the prideful Sun Knight. But after the combination, Carlos was helpless. You know, although the dragon is level 8, the power of that claw just now is beyond the reach of ordinary Sun Knights. The opponent actually withstood it. No wonder you dare to say the word dragon slaying. This formation is really something. Ronan observed for a while. But it's just trapping me, without any means of attack. It's just a useless effort. It's enough to trap you. But those people below will die. The woman who just gave the order looked very proud. She was the leader of the god team this time, named Catherine, and was a servant favored by the storm god Thranduil. Besides, who said our formation has no means of attack? Along with her slightly sharp voice, a beam of light condensed between her palms, as if gathering energy. Ronan became alert. This energy fluctuation was not small, and needed to be taken seriously. Swoosh! The light condensed, and shot towards Ronan like an arrow. The energy is enough, but the speed is not fast enough. I can dodge it. Ronan dodged quickly under the blessing of the wind shadow technique. He dodged this energy impact, and it hit the barrier. He originally planned to use the method of using a spear to attack his shield to break the barrier. But he didn't expect that the beam would refract after hitting the barrier. And after several refractions, it hit Carlos. After being hit, Carlos's huge body fell to the bottom of the barrier. The scales on his back were broken into several pieces, although there was no bleeding. It was not very good looking. At this time, Aruba, who had knocked down a house, flew up again. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and his body was covered with dust and blood wrapped in mud. He was extremely embarrassed. Catherine continued to output fighting spirit. Aruba roared angrily. He opened his palm and placed it on the barrier. It actually merged with the barrier and formed a new anchor point. The fighting spirit injected into the barrier by others all gathered on Aruba's palm and gradually condensed into a new beam of light. Seeing this scene, Ronan understood that the key to this formation was to concentrate the power of these people. Ronan transmitted his voice through his soul. Carlos, I will block this attack. You attack in another direction. Okay, Master. Soon, Aruba's focus beam attacked, and Ronan's fighting spirit was suddenly mobilized and released through the flowing flame sword. It was the move of the sword that came with it. The sky fire. The fierce flames devoured everything and directly blocked their combined move. And it also bombarded Aruba with the remaining power. It was just blocked by the barrier and could not hurt the other party. At this time, Carlos's claws also fell on the opposite barrier. With a harsh sound, But the ending disappointed the man and the dragon. The barrier just rippled again, but still did not break. The shock wave generated by the collision between the skyfire and the focus beam was surging inside the sphere, constantly impacting Ronan's body. Even though he was not injured by the fighting spirit, he still felt uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Aruba was injured by Ronan's attack. He was frightened and uneasy, fearing that this joint attack would fail. Now he saw that Ronan could not break the killing array even with his powerful fighting skills. And he couldn't help laughing. Desperate? Aruba was very happy, in order to deal with you. In addition to me, the prideful Sun Knight, there are 2 Silver Moon Knights, 5 Meteor Knights, and 7 Golden Peak Knights. You can't break free from our bondage? Ronan suddenly realized that they had assembled such a luxurious lineup to deal with him. He was also shocked by the expansion of the Holy Storm organization. In less than 2 years, there were so many servants, and even the Sun class was included in the organization. Such an expansion speed was a bit too fast. Forget your own race and succumb to the tyranny of aliens. You and your family will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history forever. Aruba and others are different from the Soul Knights. They are 100% self-aware and self-selected. History is written by the victors. Aruba didn't care about it. He grinned and said, "Give up struggling and go to hell with your dragon in the killing array." He condensed a new energy beam again. They could launch such attacks 7 or 8 times. Ronan's face became serious. This trap array seemed to not only concentrate the power, but also spread the attack. In other words, although Carlos's attack was powerful, it could be dispersed through the barrier. With more than a dozen anchor points spread out, the power was naturally not that strong. Ronan's mental power swept through the 16 people. Although they looked calm, he could still find some clues from them. Although the attack was dispersed, as long as the attack was strong enough, it would still be difficult for these knights with low strength, even if there is nothing wrong with the first or second time. What about the 5th or 6th time? There will always be a time when their bodies can't bear it. Carlos attacked the 3 knights in the north. The energy fluctuations of the 3 knights were weaker, and they were obviously golden knights. Let's use strong medicine on them, and see how long they can last. At the same time, Ronan no longer concealed his weakness, and began to cast magic instantly. After becoming a great magician, a magician can cast 1 or 2 levels of magic instantly. As his strength increases, the level of magic that can be cast instantly also increases. Ronan is now a 9th level great magician, and can cast 6th level magic instantly. The fire dragon swallowed the sky, and bombarded the knight on his right. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 6 fire dragons roared away. This, Aruba widened his eyes, not knowing what Ronan was doing. But this ability shocked him. Instantaneous 6th level magic. Are you a great magician? He was immediately terrified. The young man in front of him was not only a Sun Knight, but also a great magician. You know, it is much more difficult to upgrade a magician than a knight. No wonder Yenny and Thranduil regarded Ronan as a big threat. Now it seems really scary. At this time, Catherine, who also saw Ronan's operation, was anxious. She could see that Ronan seemed to have discovered the weakness of the formation. Aruba, we can't delay any longer. Kill Ronan as soon as possible, she shouted. That's what I mean. The energy beams in Aruba's palms had been condensed, and he launched his second attack. Chapter 503, Breaking the Formation. Garrett and his men led the noble coalition to rush into the gate of the Misty City, and a bloody fight broke out on the wide streets of the city. The situation seemed to be very good, but it changed at the same time when Ronan and Carlos were trapped. Among the knights of the Misty City, 30 knights had flare marks flashing between their brows. Suddenly, dense red lines appeared on their bodies, like magma flowing through countless gullies. With the activation of the mark, the strength of these 30 people soared. Those silver knights were comparable to gold knights, and gold knights were comparable to meteors. This is the Flame Seal Knights of the Flame God Envoy. At the moment of activating the mark, there was an extra Sun Knight, 3 Silver Moon Knights, 8 Meteor Knights, and 18 Gold Knights on the battlefield. This does not include Count Ural and his 3 Silver Moons and several Meteor Knights. In addition, there were 24 Celestial Clan members of at least silver level in the air, and a team of more than 20 Dragon Eagle Knights from Misty City. The Noble Coalition, which was originally full of momentum, was stunned by this sudden situation, and a large number of them were killed in an instant. Kill everyone. As long as you can survive this battle, you will be an honorary knight. Count Ural shouted loudly, and regardless of whether he could fulfill such a promise or not. Such words alone sounded exciting. Riedel had noticed that Ronan was trapped in the air, so he flew up into the air, wanting to help Ronan and Carlos escape from the outside. But before he could go far, he was blocked by a tall man bathed in flames. Your opponent is me. Similar to Catherine, the man in front of Riedel was named Wiener, the leader of this group of Flame Seal Knights, and he belonged to Lord Jinyu, the founder of the Holy Storm organization, although his strength was only in the late Silver Moon. After activating the Flame Seal, his strength, speed and fighting spirit were not inferior to those of ordinary Sun Knights. Riedel looked calm, but he was a little anxious in his heart, wondering if Ronan could escape. But facing a strong enemy blocking his way, he could only prioritize solving the current situation. Kill! He activated the Burning Heaven Secret Codex to purify the flame fighting spirit. Every attack and every fighting skill was more powerful than normal. Facing Wiener, who had improved his strength through unorthodox means, it was almost a crushing situation. But the opponent did not seem to want to compete with Rydar, but mainly delayed time. So even though Wiener's injuries gradually became more serious, he could still hold on for a while by avoiding direct confrontation and only harassing. At the same time, the battle in the air, the light gathered in Aruba's palm again, and this time the energy fluctuations were more violent, as if the surrounding air was distorted by this power. Ronan's heart trembled. He felt that the destructive power contained in this attack was far greater than the last time. It seemed that the opponent had given up the possibility of capturing him alive, and planned to kill him here. Carlos, prepare to resist the next impact storm. Ronan warned the dragon through soul transmission. At the same time, he mobilized the fighting spirit in his body to gather into the Luyan sword, ready to face this head-on battle. Die! The light in Aruba's hand was like an angry dragon out of the sea, rushing towards Ronan with the momentum of destroying the world. Heavenly fire spreads all over the prairie. Ronan used this move again and collided head-on with the light. The two forces intertwined and exploded in the air, setting off a thrilling energy storm. In the storm, Ronan did not stop. He used the wall of size several times to protect himself from the impact. Carlos used the power of ice to seal the entire dragon body in the block. This was the frost power it possessed after it was promoted to level 8 magic beast. Is it dead? Aruba and others maintained the operation of the killing array, staring at the flames and energy storms in the light curtain, but could not see what was going on inside. I didn't expect this Ronan to be so strong. Catherine looked at the more than 10 golden knights around her with some concern, although they still maintained the operation of the array. Judging from their pale faces, the previous impacts had put a lot of pressure on their bodies. After all, their light screen can bounce and refract energy beams, but it cannot bounce back shock waves and the attacks of Ronan and Carlos. Aruba, if this level of attack comes twice more, our formation will be scattered, Catherine reminded in a low voice. Aruba looked at the gradually dissipating energy storm and whispered, it should be almost done. Right? Without Ronan, it should only be a matter of time to deal with this dragon. Catherine nodded slightly. Legendary dragons like Carlos often have special abilities, but these abilities will basically only be revealed after becoming legendary. At present, it seems that the strength level of this dragon should only be level 8, not even level 9. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible to deal with it. As the two whispered, Carlos's huge body suddenly leaped up, and his huge claws, with the power to tear the air, fiercely slashed towards the area where the Golden Knight was behind. At the same time, Ronan instantly released a series of attack magics, all of which bombarded the area attacked by Carlos. Suddenly, the light curtain of the killing array rippled violently, although it still did not collapse. The knight outside spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then, every pore of his body was oozing blood, and the wings behind him began to become weak. Almost 1 or 2 breaths, the light in the man's hand dissipated, and he fell straight down from the air. Success? Ronan was delighted, and he quickly activated the wind shadow technique and drilled out directly from the crack. At the moment he drilled out, the crack returned to its original state, and the killing array trapped Carlos in it. Roar! Carlos saw that his master had left, but he was still in it, and he was very anxious. He condensed a huge ice arrow and attacked the second Golden Knight. Although there was one less anchor point, the formation did not collapse, and its power was still able to withstand this attack. But Aruba, Catherine and others showed fear on their faces. Oh no! Ronan came out. Die! Ronan's figure was like a flash of light. And he appeared directly in front of a knight. Before the other party could react, he cut off the other party's neck with a sword. The blood sprayed announced that the war had entered the second stage. Next, he stopped looking for trouble with Aruba, Catherine and others, and rushed directly to those who seemed weaker, facing the peak power of the sun level. This group of gold and meteor level warriors did not even have a trace of resistance. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of them were killed by Ronan. The killing array also became fragile, and it collapsed directly under Carlos' claws. Awoo! Carlos let out an excited howl, and a hot flame enveloped the target knight and melted him to ashes. Seeing this, Aruba and Catherine's faces changed drastically. He did not expect Ronan to find and attack the weakness of the array in such a short time. But at this moment, he had no time to think. He had to go all out to stop Ronan's next move. The rest of you, retreat and form a formation again! Catherine screamed. The airflow trembled violently. But Ronan came to the opponent. Do you think you can beat me with your speed? The flowing flame sword slashed over, and the opponent's sword appeared in his hand to resist. But Aruba was not Ronan's opponent. She was just a silver moon level. How could she take Ronan's attack? With a puff, the huge force broke Catherine's sword, and the flowing flame sword went down and cut off the opponent's arm. The impact made her fall downwards. Ronan controlled his broken limb and came to him, taking off the space ring on his finger. Then he rushed straight down and continued to chase the other party. Daniel, you and the others stay to deal with the dragon. I will help Catherine. Aruba anxiously caught up with Ronan and wanted to fight. But Ronan ignored him. With the annoying formation just now, Ronan decided to eliminate the weaker enemies first, and then fight Aruba. The balance of victory has completely tilted towards him. Chapter 504 Epilogue. Ronan's long sword pierced Catherine's heart accurately, destroying the alien who followed Thranduil from the sad wind plain. At this time, Aruba caught up with his speed and landed on the ground. Looking at this result, he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. They had practiced the killing array before coming here, and the target of the practice was the scorching sun-level flaming god envoy Lord Yi. Although Lord Yi damaged his body strength in order to train so many flaming knights, he has the real strength of the late scorching sun. But even such a powerful person was still trapped by their killing array for half an hour before he was able to break free without attacking the weaknesses. It was this kind of drill that gave Aruba, Catherine and others the confidence to slay the dragon and kill Ronan. They didn't expect that in actual combat Ronan could find the weakness of the trap so quickly and break out of the formation. Ronan turned and looked at the other party. If my guess is correct, you should be the long-famous general of Trisha Kingdom, Marquis Aruba. Right? Aruba nodded. Marquis Ronan, your strength amazes me. You have such potential. Why not join the Holy Storm organization? As long as you get the flame seal given by Lord Yi, your strength will definitely surpass Jiayong and become a legendary knight not seen in hundreds of years. Both Lords Yi and Thranduil are building their own kingdoms. At that time, you can sweep across this continent with legendary power and build a huge empire like the first Emperor Orlant. Ronan sneered. He didn't expect that the other party would persuade him to join the Holy Storm organization. It's a pity that an old man like you would sacrifice your freedom and let others control your life. You misunderstood. Aruba shook his head. As a member of the Celestial Clan, my freedom and life are all controlled by myself. Thranduil can't force us to do anything. Oh, that's what they said? Ronan learned the characteristics of these two groups from Sophia. Indeed, whether it is the Celestial Clan or the Flame Seal Knight, they will not lose their original intentions, nor will they be controlled by others. This is completely different from the Witch Soul Clan. But as long as they use these wings or activate the Flame Seal, they will be eroded by the power of the demon god, and they will soon become his loyal servants. How about it? Aruba stretched out his hand and made an invitation gesture. Join us. We will worship you as king. Do you think I need such power? Wind Flash Step was activated, and Ronan instantly appeared beside Aruba. Without the so-called Flame Seal, I can also become a legend. The flowing flame sword slashed down, and Aruba used Wind Flash Step to dodge it. But Ronan's next close-range fast attack completely suppressed him. The sword flashed, the fighting skills collided, and the battle between the two Sun Knights made the sky and the earth hazy, and the surrounding houses and buildings collapsed. Although Marquis Aruba had been through many battles, He finally felt powerless in the face of Ronan's storm-like attack. He tried to distract Ronan with words. But Ronan's will was as firm as steel, and he was not moved at all. Soon, in just 3 or 4 rounds, Aruba was already covered in wounds. Ronan, do you really think you can fight against the entire Holy Storm organization? Aruba panted, trying to find a chance to breathe. Ronan sneered. His sword was still strong. I never fear any organization. And I will never succumb to any power. You joined such an organization. But you are just a group of pitiful people who are blinded by power and abandon their human identity. Aruba knew that if he continued to drag on like this, he would die. But he didn't want to die. Escape. As long as I escape back and let Lord Jinyu give me the flame seal, I will have the power to defeat Ronan. He pushed all his fighting spirit into his wings, and his speed soared to the extreme. Ronan used the wind shadow technique, then instantly cast the light body technique and the speed technique, and at the same time used the wind tentacles to interfere with the opponent's actions. You are still too slow. Ronan's voice sounded behind Aruba. Then, a cold sword energy pierced Aruba's chest. Marquis Aruba showed an unbelievable expression on his face. He slowly turned around and looked at Ronan, his eyes full of unwillingness. You? Aruba cursed with difficulty. You will die. Killed by Lord Jinyu. At least you will die before me. The fighting spirit burst out, crushing Aruba directly. Ronan took a deep breath and looked at the situation of Carlos in the air. The remaining group of Silver Moon level and Meteor level birdmen could not cause serious damage to the dragon. As time went by, Carlos had been almost wiped out. He jumped into the air, and the battle on Reda's side was also coming to an end. Go to the west gate. He activated the wind shadow technique and rushed straight to the west gate. With Reda at the north gate, it should be fine. What he was most worried about was the west gate. Whether it was Elrond, Sophia, or Melanica, they were all his own people. If Ural and Aruba arranged heavy troops at the west gate to target Sophia, then his losses would be very heavy. However, the other party did not seem to intend to attack Sophia, and there were no aliens at the west gate. When Ronan arrived, Elrond, Sophia and others had already broken through the city gate and rushed into the city. Go to support the north gate, Ronan shouted in the air. And before he finished speaking, he soared into the sky and rushed to the north. At least 5 or 6 minutes had passed since he was trapped. And it was these 5 or 6 minutes that were the darkest moment in Garrett's life. His Griffin Knight team was besieged by the group of Flying Knights and the opponent's Dragon Eagle Knights, and fell from the sky one after another. Just when he took off and wanted to kill a few enemies in the air, the opponent came up with 3 Silver Moon Knights and surrounded him tightly. Fortunately, Yuga came up to help him, and he avoided serious injuries. But because of this, his strongest knight Yuga died in the air. Looking at the entire battlefield, Gushin and Ivan were fighting with Ural and the opponent's Silver Moon Knight, and Reda was entangled by the enemy's Sun Knight. What shocked him the most was that Viscount Willis of Heiyu Bay was stabbed in the chest. This old Viscount, who was very important in the kingdom, would die on this battlefield. Garrett was stunned for a moment. If a knight died, he died. But if an old noble died on the battlefield because of a series of operations, if someone knew that he had tampered with Bruno's orders, he would definitely be held accountable. At the moment he was stunned, a sharp sword pierced his arm, and he was thrown backwards by the huge force. Don't kill him, someone reminded. Don't worry. I didn't pierce his heart. The 3 opponents did not want to kill Garrett directly, and it was precisely because of this that the latter felt unprecedented effort and despair. But at this moment, he caught a glimpse of Ronan, who was slightly suspended in the air, and the flame of hope suddenly ignited in his heart. As long as Ronan's dilemma was solved, he would be saved. What he didn't expect was that Ronan just took a look at the battlefield here, and then flew away directly. Ronan! The despair in Garrett's heart turned into anger towards Ronan. The other party could obviously come to this battlefield to help him. Why did he fly away?